Hello all, myself Ajay, working as a threat analyst in MDR team, Managed Detection and Response. Welcome to the Red Team Operations. Thank you for watching the video and thanks for your time. Let's jump on to the course requirements. No Linux experience, no programming knowledge, no cybersecurity knowledge, hacking knowledge was required for this course because I covered everything from basics to advanced. This course will cover 90% of practical and you will find very less theory. We have covered everything in practical. The main motive of this course is for so maybe you learned a lot of courses from various e-learning platforms, ethical hacking course. So that course will cover how to hack the target machines. But if you see the real-time attack, the how the threat actors will target the real-time organizations, the attack pattern will be different. They will follow some of the commands and some of the tools that will be very different from that course. In this course, we have covered a lot of things that was followed by the threat actors. We have covered every commands that have seen day-to-day life. So we have divided this course into 18 sections for your understanding. We have started from the basic section, LOLBIN. So LOLBIN is a living of land binaries. We have covered how the threat actors will abuse LOLBIN for their attack. This course is specially made for red teamers, blue teamers, even threat hunters. So if you are a red teamers, if you want to do a penetration testing in a target organization, you can go ahead. If you are a blue teamer, if you want to learn the background of the attack, how the threat actor will attack the organization, you can go ahead and learn that. If you are a threat hunters, if you need to find out the loopholes and the commands that was used by the threat actors, you can enroll the course. So in the first part, we have covered the LOLBIN. In the second section, we are going to the Windows processes. I have covered how the system loader load the applications into the target machines. So in a also we will see how the DLLs, APIs, process and threads work in a operating system. And jumping to the next section, the MITRE attack framework discussion. This will be one of the important section for red teamers and threat analyst, blue teamers, and everyone who ever interested in cybersecurity. So if you are new to cybersecurity, if you are a student, if you are going to attend any interviews, I'm sure the interviewer will ask a question from a MITRE attack. So you will find every attack pattern from the MITRE attack framework. Also, we have covered a lot of things from MITRE attack. Then jumping to the OSINT, open source intelligence, I have covered how the red and blue teamers will find the information from the OSINT and how the threat actors will find the target organization. The threat actors will use the OSINT platform to find out the vulnerabilities, to find out the target IPs, to find out the target services using the open source intelligence. I have covered everything in practical. So before section, we have discussed the Windows process, LOLBIN, MITRE attack framework. Every sections are in practical, nothing in theory. So coming to the persistent techniques, there are some common persistent techniques that was used by the red teamers and the threat actors to achieve the persistent goal into the target machines. I have covered some of the common persistent techniques that was used by the threat actors when they are trying to attack the organization. I have covered 5 persistent techniques that was commonly used by the threat actors in practical. Give me a second. Yep. So jumping up to the next section, investigating defense mechanisms. If you want to bypass the antivirus and endpoint detection response, you need to know how the defense mechanism will work. So that I have covered how the static dynamic engines will work and how threat actors will use various injections attacks to evade the defense in practical way. As I discussed, this course is full and full of theory. I have covered everything in practical. Also, I discussed about the process hallowing attack, hooking, unhooking, and bypassing AMSI in a practical way. So once you completed the defense evasion, defense mechanism sections, so you will directly jump onto the red plus blue team operations. In a red plus blue team operations, you will find the initial access phase in a first step. So in this section, I have covered a lot and lot of things that was used by the threat actors to do a initial access inside the target environment. We have discussed about various attacks like public facing applications, supply chain attacks, process injections in practical, and other attacks that was followed by the threat actors. In this section, I have covered most of the things in practical way. So for your understanding, from the initial access, I directly jump onto the defense evasion phase. So in the defense evasion phase, I have teached what are the commands that was used by the threat actors when they are doing a real-time attack in a target organization. We have seen lot and lot of commands that was used by the threat actors to evade the defense. I have covered all the commands that was mainly followed by the threat actors when they are attacking organizations. So the next phase, we are jumping to the post exploitation. In this section, we are going to play with the Cobalt Strike console and Cobalt Strike payload. So we are going to explore some of the tabs, and we are using some of the tabs in Cobalt Strike, and we are launching various attacks from Cobalt Strike console. So next phase is a persistence. So I have discussed how the threat actors will create a persistence in a target machine, how they will create a new account, how they manipulate the account, and everything that was usually followed by the threat actors in various attacks, in various ransomware attacks, and other attacks. As I discussed, the main motive of this course is for you need to understand how the real-time attack will happen. What are the commands the threat actors will use to do a real-time attack? So that we have covered everything in a practical. We have covered every commands that was mainly used by the threat actors to various attacks. And coming up with the privilege escalation section, I have covered from the basics from a user access control bypass, elevating privilege from medium to high, high to system, playing with the Cobalt Strike, elevating privilege using the Cobalt Strike console, and other techniques that was commonly followed by the threat actors. And jumping onto the credential access section, you will find how the threat actors will enumerate the credentials from the target machines. So this is one of the important phase for threat actors. They will enumerate the privilege from our target machines. We have covered everything in a practical way, in a practical commands, in practical attack. And jumping up to the lateral movement attack, most of the time the threat actor will use the impacted tools. We have covered the impacted tools in practical, how they elevate the privilege from admin to system, and how they will move one machine to another machines, and what are the techniques they will use to move one host from another host. I have covered every attacks that was commonly used by the threat actors in a lateral movement phase. Coming up with the exfiltration, so most of them don't know what is exfiltration phase. The ransomware threat actors will exfiltrate the data from a target machine to the data lake site. I have covered from basics to advanced. So how to do an exfiltration, how they will use the R clone to exfiltrate, and what are the third party application they will use to exfiltrate the data from target machine to data lake site. Maybe if you are a fresher in cybersecurity, you will think I have covered lot of critical words in cybersecurity, right? So don't worry about that. This is the basics to advanced course. You will find everything, every basics information inside this section, each and each section. Coming up with the impact section, I have modified the boot configurations, and I have executed the ransomware binaries, and I discussed how to do the incident response for ransomware attacks. So coming to the blue team operations, I have discussed various investigation phase, how to investigate the some data, how to investigate the service creation, service termination events, and all. So in the last phase, we have covered a history of ransomwares. We need to understand how the ransomware will work and what are the phase the ransomware will follow. We have discussed some of the ransomware's binaries, some of the ransomware threat actors, how they will, what are the commands they will use, how they will how they will execute the ransomware binary inside the target organization. We have covered everything. So this is the main motive of the course. Yep. So if you are really interested in curriculum, just check out the curriculum. You will find a lot of videos. All the videos you will find it in practical. If you are really interested in curriculum, just enroll the course, and let's start your team activities. And if you really need to do a penetration testing in a target organization, you can go ahead and take the course. Also, this course is made for a blue teamers. Blue teamers needs to understand how the attack patterns will work, and what are the commands that was used by the threat actors in background. So this is the nice course to learn all the things. So thank you for your time. Thank you for watching the video. Yep. Let's enroll the course and be a red teamer. Thank you for watching.
Hello, all. This ethical hacking course is provided for educational and informational purpose only. The purpose of this course is to teach individuals about how threat actors compromise the organization. The course content is intended to be used responsibly and legally. The comments and tools which we have discussed in the course are purely for educational purpose and don't try it outside of the virtual mission. Participants in this course are expected to adhere to a strict code of ethics when conducting any form of hacking or cybersecurity related activity. Unauthorized hacking, penetration testing, or any other form of cyber activity may result in criminal or civil liabilities. The instructors and creators of this course are not responsible for any action taken by participants outside the scope of this course. Participants are encouraged to use the knowledge gained in this course to enhance their awareness of cybersecurity threats and to contribute positively to the security of digital system and networks. By enrolling in this ethical hacking course, participants acknowledge that they have understood this disclaimer. Participants are expected to adhere to ethical and legal standards when applying the knowledge gained from this course. Thank you.
So welcome to the section 2 and the first video. Before going into the practical section, okay, we need to learn some theory part, right? Because theory is most important in cyber security, because when you are directly jumping into practical you won't understand what happening there. So that I just list some of the theories which is very important to learn. Okay, so first of all, in this first video I will explain what is lolbin. Okay, so lolbin is nothing but a living of the land of binaries. Okay, living of the land binaries. So this is like the executables that comes pre-installed in the Windows operating system. For example, let's take an example of the cmd.exe. It's basically your command prompt. So it will comes in every operating system, right? Windows 7, Windows 10, Windows 11. It was default one. So like that, there are multiple Windows internals like PowerShell.exe, MSHTA.exe, certutil, regsrv, rendl32.exe. There are multiple Windows internal. So we are calling this as a lolbin. Why? Because the threat actor abuse this software for a malicious purpose to execute their malicious things. Okay. For example, let's take an example of rendll32.exe. So basically, rendll32.exe has a behavior to execute a DLL file into the machine. Okay, so let's consider threat actor have a DLL, malicious DLL, and they have to execute that DLL inside the machine. So they can go for rendll32.exe and they can easily execute that DLL into the machines, right? Because the DLL is not absolute and executable file. That was the library file, right? And and another we have a certutil.exe, right? Certutil is used for downloading the certificate and encoding, decoding, and all. But you can see the threat actor will abuse this certutil for download a malicious second stage or payload, or downloading malicious any other VBA scripts or anything, right? And we have PowerShell.exe, and again many of them know what is PowerShell.exe. So PowerShell.exe is nothing but we can execute a PowerShell script and we can develop build our own script. The threat actor abuse this PowerShell.exe to execute an application or execute a bat file, VBS files or anything, or they can run queries. Okay, I'm not going with many theories because we are seeing everything in a practical section. Okay, so here I listed some of the lolbin. So lolbin is basically it's a living of the land binaries. So that was called as a Windows internal that comes with every operating system. But threat actor will abuse that Windows internals for a malicious purpose, so that we are named that as a living of the land binaries. Okay, lolbin. This is called the lolbin. Hope you understand this video. We will meet you in the next section. Thank you. Welcome to the second video of the section, and what is rendll32.exe. Okay, so I will explain about what is rendll32.exe and how threat actor abuse the rendll32.exe to execute their malicious code into the target machine. Okay, so basically rendll32.exe, it will run a dynamic link library file. Basically it's a DLL file. Okay, so the rendll will run DLL files into the machines. Okay, we can abuse this rendll32.exe by multiple ways. Okay, so what threat actor will do, they will call the rendll32.exe, the benign function. Okay, the benign Windows executable, and they will call a DLL path. So they will call the malicious DLL path. where they saved their malicious DLL, and they will give the DLL entry point. Okay, you have a confusion maybe what's the entry point of the DLL. For example, you are developing a C program or C++ program. So if you are executing that program, the main function will get called, right? When you are executing any program, right? So this is the DLL entry point. You need to set a function, which function that DLL needs to execute. Okay, this is how the threat actor will abuse the run DLL 32.exe to do a malicious to do a malicious thing. Okay, so let I will show you the correct example. Think of it, this command will be used by some of the benign process also. Some of the benign process needs to execute the DLL files into the application, but sometime it will be used by the threat actors to uh, uh, to do a malicious thing, right? So I'm calling the run DLL 32.exe, and let's think I am a threat actor. I saved the malicious DLL files into the C user malware uh, dot DLL, and I set a entry function as course. Okay, uh, this is my entry function. This is my function I need to call, and this is my malicious DLL, and this is the benign rendl 32.exe, the Windows internal. We are now calling it as lolbin. So this is how the threat actor will abuse the rendl 32.exe Windows internal function, okay, Windows internal executable uh, to execute the malicious DLL. Okay, so when you are investigating a running process into a target machine, so if you are finding a command like this, so some run DLL32 has been called, and it was running some third-party DLL with the main function. So you can make that as a suspicious one. Okay, you can mark it as a suspicious one. Okay, so you can check the hash of the malware.dll function in the virus total or any other OSINT you are using. Okay, you can then mark it as if whether it is a benign or it is a malicious. Okay, this is how threat actor will abuse the rendl32.exe to execute a malicious code. This is one example, but there are some other ways they can use the SMB shares also. Okay, they can use the network share, and they will execute the malware.dll with the entry point, but the parent was same. They need a DLL path and they need a entry point. This is how the threat actor will abuse rendl32.exe. Hope you understand this video. And one more thing, okay, so if they are abusing this rendl32.exe, then the MITRE technique will be a system binary proxy execution. Okay, this is the MITRE technique, and this is the MITRE tactic. Because why it comes under defense evasion? Because they are using the benign process, right? They are using the Windows benign process, and they are abusing that process, okay, for a malicious purpose. So the antivirus or EDR softwares, EDR defense mechanism service, it won't care about the Windows internals, because it was not malicious. This was the benign process. Okay, it will allow, okay, it will allow to execute. Okay, that's why we are calling it as a defense evasion mechanism. Okay, yep, the tactics will be defense evasion, and techniques will be system binary proxy execution. This is a system binary. RunDLL32.exe is absolutely a system binary. We are using this binary and we are executing the code. Okay, that's all about this video, RunDLL32.exe. Hope you clearly understand this video, and we will continue in the next section. Bye bye. Yep, welcome to the another video. In this video, we are going to learn about what is certutil and how it was abused by the threat actor. Okay, so in our understanding, certutil is a command line utility. It is used to manage or manipulate a certificate authority. It was basically used by the CA, okay, certificate, and also it was used to encode or decode the certificate related stuff. Okay, so if you think about one side of the certutil, it was used to manage or manipulating the certificate authorities, certificate related things. But if you see in another side, why we are calling the certutil as lolbin, because threat actor abused this certutil.exe to download some files, some malicious files from the server or from the internet. Okay, so in this video I will explain all the things about the certutil, how the threat actor will abuse and what command they will use and what parameter they will use to abuse the certutil. Okay, so if you see the MITRE tactics, then it will comes under the ingress tool transfer as well as the obfuscated file. It's a technique, file or information. Okay, these are the two MITRE tactics we can give it to the setutil.exe. So one more time, the setutil is basically is used to manage or manipulating the certificate authority, but the threat actor are used to abuse threat actor using setutil to abuse to download some other malware files or second stage payload from the server or the internet. Okay, I will show that in the practical way. Let's go to let open a PowerShell. Let I will redirect to state directory slash user slash user slash okay. I will go to the picture folder. I will give TIR. So now you can see these are all the sophos.exe, rogkiller.exe, screenshot, saved picture.exe. These are the files are listed inside this directory. I'm going to abuse this certutil. Okay, let's see what are the parameters in the certutil. CERTUTIL. Uh, okay, dot exe. Okay, there is a mistake. CERT. Sorry for that. So you can see there is a lot of parameters and a lot of options in the certutil.exe. Basically you can use this encode or decode parameter to encode or decode the file. We will see it later, but in this but the threat actor will mostly use this URL cache uh, to download a second stager or a malicious payloads using the lolbin certutil.exe. Okay, this parameter is used to display or delete URL cache entries. So let's see in practical how to download that. If I will take mimikatz.exe as an example, I just copying this one and let I will go to the command prompt set util.exe minus url cache cache and minus f option. Let's save this file as mimi.exe. Let's see, wait for some time. Okay, it's showing the URL cache command completed successfully. Let's do a dir. So you can see the mimikatz was downloaded successfully. Yep, there is a mi file. We are saved as an mi.exe. Absolutely, this was a executable file. Also, you can, this is the way how threat actor will download some second stager payload or some third party files or payload from their server or from the internet. Okay, so if you are investigating a running process or a process activity, so if you see in this kind of command which was executed in the machine, you can take out that and you can investigate more. Okay, you can target that command and you can investigate. That will give you the clue which area you need to investigate. Let's try to encode one of the file. I will create one file called abcd. I will put the data into the abc dot txt. ABCD is not recognized. Okay, will use echo ABCD to ABC dot txt. Okay, we have an ABC file here. Sorry, CERTUTIL. Encode is a parameter, so you can give the file abc.txt and you can save it as a encode.txt. Okay. Yep. This is how you can encode the file using the certutil. Okay, most of the time threat actor will not use this encode parameter to do a malicious thing, but they will definitely use this one. Okay, to download some files from the internet or some second stage or payload from the internet. Okay. uh, yep. So this is one of the important command, and it was used by login. So our Windows Defender or our EDR solutions won't care what happening inside the machine, because we are completely using the login, the window internals. So you can do your defense evasions and one methods, and you can download a payload from the internet. Okay. So yep. Yeah, this is the very detailed and practical explanation of certutil.exe. Hope you understand this video. Uh, yep, let's see in the next section. Yep, here you can find out the uh, encoded text. Okay, so this is the uh, text which I gave, and here you can see the encoded text. Okay, so yeah, that's all from my side about the setutil.exe. Yeah, hope you enjoyed this practical section. We will see you in the next video. Yep. So let's come to the another video. What is bitsadmin.exe, and what is the purpose of the bitsadmin.exe, and how threat actor will abuse this bitsadmin.exe for a malicious purpose. Okay, so what are the things I am discussing in this video? You can see that in the active incidents, if the threat actor belongs with the bitsadmin service. Okay, so um, it will very helpful when you are investigating that type of cases. So let's talk about what it's bits admin. Okay, so bits admin is nothing but background intelligent transfer service. This is one of the service which was introduced by Microsoft in Windows XP operating system, and it was used to download or uploading a large files or a large data from the internet. Okay, basically in overall view, so this was used by the Windows update to update your operating system. Okay, so this is the overall view of bits admin. Let's take it simple. I'm not going in depth in theory. Okay, it was kindly boring. My motive is to explain all the things in a practical way. Okay, so we need to understand the overall brief of bitsadmin, why bitsadmin was used by the malicious by the threat actor to do a malicious things. Okay, so let's take your Windows update. Your Windows update will update at the particular time, so that all the things are responsible for the bits admin. Okay, background intelligent transfer service. It will take the responsibility for your Windows update, as well as your if you want to update any other drivers. Uh, or a third party application can also use the bits admin to download or upload a data, or they can use for an update. Okay, so let's come with how threat actor will abuse these bits admin to for a malicious purpose. um, okay, so in overall understanding, so the bits admin used to download or upload data, right? So they, it's the same way the threat actor can able to use this service to download or upload large files of data to the internet or from the internet, right? Okay. So these are the commands. I will explain this commands in a practical. Okay. Let's come with the MITRE tactics. It has a defense evasion tactics. Okay. So why it came in a defense evasion? Let's think about that. Okay, for example, your target organization added firewall rules. There is some restriction like the third party application can't able to upload or download a data from the to from or to the internet. So that time your malicious executable can't able to do that, right? Your malicious executable can't able to download or upload anything from the internet or from the server, right? So that time you can use this bits admin to bypass that restriction. Okay, so because bits admin is clearly a windows internal tool, right? So it's a windows internal tool. So absolutely your firewall or your antivirus or your EDR solution will allow the bits admin job to do the responsible thing, right. So for that, it came with the came under the defense evasion tactics. Also, it came in a persistent. So let's think about your Windows update. So when you are giving your Windows update later, so it will ask for a time, right? So if you are giving at 2 o'clock, it will wait till 2 o'clock and it will start an update at 2 o'clock. Okay. So this will create so the bits admin will create a scheduled time for a Windows update with a job name called update or any random names. Okay, and it will start a update at sharply at 2 o'clock. Okay, so this is the background intelligent transfer service will take a responsibility for all the things. Okay, the persistence and creating a scheduled time and a scheduled job and everything. Okay, so let's come with the practical. Okay, so I will let's open a Windows PowerShell. I will use the bits. Let's create a job. We need to create some job. Okay, I will create a job name as course. Let's wait for some time. Okay, we have created a job with this name, and let's set util. Let's add a file. Sorry, I just using set util bits admin slash add file, and you need to give the name for the job. Basically we are downloading one of the malicious file from the internet. This is the file mimic ads. So add a file parameter with the course, that was the job name, and I'm going to save this in users slash user slash pictures, and I will name it as a bits job.exe. Okay, so let's go to the directory and we will see what happening inside the picture directory when I am executing this command. So let's wait for some time. It will create a bits job. Okay, yep. So now you can see there is some tmp temporary file was added into the picture directory with the bit eft.tmp. Okay, the temporary file was added. Now we have created and added the file, added the job file successfully. So let's discuss about some blue team things. Okay, so how we can investigate this? How we can investigate if the threat actor created any bits admin job? Okay, let's use this command bits admin list slash verbose. So verbose will give additional informations like creation time and modification time. What was the job? What was the job and all? Okay, so here you can see the GUID and display. This was the job name, the course, and we have created. And now we are the download status was suspended. and owner was this was the owner, and the bits admin was created at this time and the modification time. Okay, and the job file, okay, see, this was the job. Okay, absolutely, this was a malicious file, mimikatz.exe. So now if you are a threat analyst, you can understand, okay, this was the malicious file, malicious executable, malicious url that was added by the threat actor into the bits admin job. Okay, so you can clearly go and delete that job. Okay, so by that you can stop the threat actor from that point. Okay, uh, so this is how you can able to investigate the bits admin. Okay, listed one job. Yeah, it listed one job. There is only one job was scheduled. So let's come up with your team and bits admin slash let's download this mimikatz.exe into our machine. I already told bits admin is used to upload or download data. So now we are thinking as a threat actor, we are downloading a malicious file uh, from the internet using the bits admin. Okay, bits admin. Okay, just we resume the job, resume courac. Okay, now the job was resumed. You can see the command job resumed. Let's download this bits admin slash download course. One second. Okay, sorry, the parameter will be complete. Okay, okay, I just download bits admin slash complete slash the job name was course. Okay, see, the job completed and our mimikatz.exe file was created uh, under the directory pictures, because we gave the uh, picture directory to download the bits admin. So here you can see the directory which we have given, okay, with the name bits job. Okay, so this is how the threat actor will abuse the bits admin to deploy the ransomwares, or else to download the uh, second stage payload from the internet, uh, or they can use for ransomware deployment also. Okay, so let's take an example of a ransomware deployment in this bits admin. So the threat actor will host the ransomware executable in one of the network service like file server or HMB server. They will transfer that ransomware executable across the estate using the bits admin. Okay, so the main focus of the bits admin was it will evade the defense. Okay, it will easily evade the defense. Your EDR solution or your firewall or your antivirus software will won't care about what happening in the bits admin. Okay, that's why the threat actor using the bits admin to do a malicious stuff inside the machine. Okay, so hope you enjoyed this video. I have shown everything in a practical way, and how you need to investigate and all. Okay, hope you enjoyed the video. We will see in the next video. Thank you. So welcome to the next video. In this video, we are going to learn about one of the easily abusable Windows internal called the conhost.exe. The conhost.exe is nothing but the console host, and it was a command and scripting interpreter. So it basically like cmd.exe opening when you are opening the cmd.exe. It's basically it was like this. Okay, it was like this is the uh, uh, let I will explain that thing in a practical. Okay, so that you can easily understand. Okay, let I will open a cmd.exe into my machine. So so you can see the command prompt was named as the c command prompt. Okay, if I give con host conhost.exe here, it will open another command prompt. It was named as a conhost.exe. Okay, so both interpreter are doing the same thing, like executing the bat file, VBS file, or an P files, we can do whatever we want. Okay, so but why adversaries in the sense a threat actor using the conhost.exe instead of cmd.exe? Okay, let's see if there is any restriction set to the command prompt. The user won't able to install any user can't able to install any bat file or VBS file or an executable file from the command prompt. That time you can go with the console host.exe. Okay, so basically if there is any restriction set to command prompt, you can easily abuse the conhost.exe to execute whatever you want. Okay, let I will uh, let I will open a small thing, conhost. Okay, it was already we are in the conhost.exe, no problem. I will open the calc.exe here. Let's see, calculator has been opened, and if we let me go to investigate a log for some. Yep, here you can see the calc.exe has been opened and processor created with the sysmon event id 1. So this is the sysmon event id 1. So all the things you will learn in the later sections. Okay, and yep, yep, the calc.exe has been opened. So let I will try one more method, like I will just go to my command prompt, and I just typing con host.exe minus minus headless. So this parameter will hide the child process. Okay, again another calculator has been opened. Let I will go to the sysmon. uh, so yep. Okay, so here you can yeah, image, yep, original file name and command line calculator. So here you can find our parent command line, uh, and the parent process of the conhost.exe. Okay, yep. So by this, the threat actor, by using this, the threat actor can easily execute any other executable file, maybe not an executable, the bat file, VBS file or a PS1 file, uh, into the target machine. Okay, so basically the it is used for an execution, so that we have a miter tactics as a execution, and technique will be the command shell interpreter. So don't get a confusion about the cmd.exe as well as the console host.exe. Both are the command scripting interpreter, but if some restriction set to cmd.exe command.exe, so that time you can go for an conhost.exe to execute your malicious executable. Okay, so that's all about conhost.exe. uh, so we will continue in the next video. Hope you understand the practical section. Yep, we will continue in the next video. Thank you. Yep. Welcome to the another video of Windows internals. We are calling it as a lolbas, living of the land binaries. And in this video, I will explain about what is MSHTA and how threat actor will abuse this MSHTA to execute HTML files. So basically, you might know what is a HTML file. It's a web application related script. Okay, so we can run the HTML files in our Windows machines also, by using the by using the window internal msht.exe. I will show you how to execute and how threat actor will abuse this. Okay, let this is an overview of mshta. We can execute html application files. Basically it was called as the htf files, and also we can execute a VBS script or a JS script which was embedded with this file. I will show how the files will be look like. Okay, Let's let's discuss about the MITRE. So if you see the MITRE, you can see the tactics and execution. Absolutely, we are going to execute a HTML application file in our target, and the technique will be system binary proxy execution. Okay, so basically, it's an MSHT is a system-based binary file. So we classified that as a system binary proxy execution. Okay, so let's go to my Windows machine. Um, let's close all the calculator we have opened in the previous video. Okay, I have just created one of the uh, HTML file. Okay, so you can see the file is named as a .hta, and msmsp was a file name. So if I open this with the uh, okay notepad, so this is a HTML file. Absolutely, we can open it as a notepad or any other editor. So you can let's see. Yep, you can see the script language. It basically VBA script, and we are using the script in the JavaScript language. So you can see some of the PowerShell script was embedded. Uh, I will explain all these things, how to decode and all. Basically, the HTML files will be look like this, okay? So it start with some of the function which can be used in a HTML or a JavaScript application, and it will embed with the PowerShell or a bat file or a second stage or payload like this, okay? So let's I will run in the later on section. We will discuss how to abuse MSHTA to deploy a, Cobalt Strike payload in a practical section. But now I will explain about the MSHTA. Okay, little bit how it can be abused. So if you open a command prompt, so it was okay. The MSHTA file was in the uh, desktop folder. Let I will go to the desktop. Creation time. Cool. Yep, the MSHT file was created at the today. It's 29th of July, and it was created. So it's an HTA file. If you want to execute the MSHTA file, so you can directly use the mshta.exe. So this is the system binary. Basically, we are calling it as a lol bin or a lol bash, living on the land of binaries. We are using to execute the mshta file. Okay, mshta.exe. We can run ms msp. Okay, .hta. If I execute this, this PowerShell script got executed. We will see that in the we will see that all the things in the later on section, the upcoming sections in a practical, the red team operations. Okay, how we are executing after executing the mshta file, what are the things happen in our machine. Okay, so this is how the threat actor will execute the hta file. Okay, so there is another one method. We can execute uh, the files which are hosted in a server or on internet. Okay, so basically we need to use it like this. If the remote ip was 194.168 or 1.32, and if I hosted some files, mshta file, ms uh, msp.hta. Okay, it will the mshta will directly execute msp .hta file from the from this ip which hosted this. Okay, it will execute in the target machine which we are running. Okay, so this is how we can abuse the mshta file to execute a html or a vba script or a javascript payloads into our target machine. Okay, so you can see most of the threat actor using the MSHTA for an SQL exploit or other public facing application exploits. Also, they are using whenever when when they are deploying the ransomwares. Okay, yep, yeah, that's all from my end. ms hta.exe. Okay, so basically this is used to execute a HTML files. Okay, so that's all about this video. We will see all the practical things in our red team operations the upcoming videos. So hope you understand what is ms hta file sorry hta binary, and how threat actor will abuse this. We will see you in the next section. Bye. Welcome to the another video. So in this video, I'm going to explain about what is registry and what is reg.exe and how threat actor will abuse the reg.exe to do the malicious task. Okay, so what is registry? Okay, so registry is basically it will store the it's a hierarchical database. It will store the configuration files. It has some settings. Okay, it will save the configuration related things. Okay, so let I will give you a small and quick example of a windows registry and how it's look like. Let's my system turn on. Okay, yeah, it's done. Okay, so if you see there's a theme in the background, right? Whenever I restarted a system, the theme will be in front of me. I don't want to change the theme every time, right? So this all the things will be configured in the registry. Okay, not only this, your network related things and your driver related configurations, and your kernel related, sometimes the kernel configurations and the com objects, the configurations and the application related configuration files, it all the things will be saved in the registry. Okay, it's basically a configuration database. Take that as a uh, uh, configuration database in the one end. Okay, so the threat actor will abuse the registry to do the malicious task. I will explain how they will do that. Okay, so this is the command I'm going to use to disable the Windows Defender, and this is a command used to do a credential access. It will save the SAM key. Okay, SAM key into the c/sam. But in this video I'm going to use this one example. This all the things I will show it in the red team operation, the practical section. Okay, so we can give it as a defensivation as miter for this command, because we are going to disabling the defender mechanism, and for this command we are giving the credential access miter static, right? So if I'm going to the, if you want to see a registry key, let's move on to the reg editor. So you can see the configuration files. This is the key for configuring the Windows Defender real-time protection. So you can see the name and the type as well as the data. Okay, so let's abuse the registry and we'll do some defensive mechanism. Okay, like a threat actor. So here I'm using the same command which will turn off the defender. So I will explain the command. Okay, reg is an absolutely a reg.exe. The Windows internals, we are now calling it as a lolbash, living off the land binaries, and we are going to add a value. Okay, add a key or data or value. You can use the add parameter, and this is the key we are going to abuse real-time protection, and this is the value disable real-time monitoring, and the type will be the reg div. There are four uh, types. If you need, you can learn about that. So that was not important for now, and data will be one. Okay, so if I execute this thing, the operation was completed successfully. So you can see the value was set to one, right? And you can query the registry also by using like this. Okay, so you need disable real time monitoring. Okay, So you can give the reg query, it will give the information about the particular registry key. So you can see the type as a reg word, and the value is set to 1 because we have changed the value, right? And the operation was successfully completed. So this is how the threat actor will abuse the reg.exe to modify the registry keys inside the machine. Okay, modifying the registry key inside the machine. Okay, and this is the command which was used to save the SAM database. Okay, SAM database will be you can see the SAM database, SAM registry hive here. So this key will store the credential for the users like usernames and password. So threat actor will abuse that, and they will do a credential access like usernames and password of the user. Okay, uh, so we are giving the MITRE tactics as a credential access as well as the defense evasion for now. Okay, so not only this, there are multiple ways the threat actor will abuse, but these are the two example. We will see multiple example in our practical section. Okay, there are multiple things, modifying the WinDigest key, modifying the RDP related things. We will see many examples and many commands which was used by the threat actors in a real world. Okay, to do a malicious task. Okay, so hope you understand about what is registry and all. So registry is nothing but it's a hierarchical database, and we are using reg.exe to abusing that registry for our malicious purpose, for the malicious purpose. Okay, yep. That's all about this video, and hope you understand everything. We will meet you in the next video. Welcome to the another video. So in this video, we are going to learn about what is wscript.exe. Okay. I'm not going much with this theory. I will explain most of the things in a practical manner. So let's briefly understand about what is wscript .exe. So the Windows operating system from by this window internal, the Windows operating system can able to execute script files like .vbs. Um, okay, so we will see all the how to execute the script in a practical. Yep, let's and I will show you how threat actor will abuse this WS script. Okay, WS script to do a malicious activity. Let's go to my VM. I will open a. Okay, I will show the program. Uh, the, uh, there's a small program which I have created. Uh, so I will open this with the notepad first. Uh, okay, okay. So here you can see the small thing it's showing plus OK to run the calculator, and shell is the parameter that was pointing to the create object of wscript.shell, and we are running the calc.exe. Okay, using the w script. So I saved this file as an open calculator. Let's go through the command prompt, and let I will redirect to the downloads directory, and let use w script with the file name open calculator .vbs. So if you see, once I try to execute the open calculator.vbs, it's showing press OK to run the calculator, right? If I click OK, this will open a calculator. Okay, so instead of, I will do one thing. Let I will edit this. Let I will edit this VBA script. Not to publish, not to publish this message box. Instead of we'll directly execute the calc.exe. Okay, so let's do that. Uh, the same command. So you can see the calculator was automatically opened without any message box. So uh, if you see here in this code, uh, instead of giving the calc.exe, you can the threat actor will give the malicious executable inside the shell.run, and they can able to execute the code with the help of wscript.exe. Basically, we are just executing something. Okay, so that's all about the WS script. This is the way how threat actor will abuse this. Okay, uh, we will see you in the next video. Hope you understand everything. Bye.
Hello all, welcome to another session of LOLBins. In this session, we'll be knowing more about PowerShell.exe, which is an important LOLBin that the threat actors usually use in all their attack patterns. So, to touch base with what is PowerShell, it's a framework developed by Microsoft and it is based on .NET framework. It is a inbuilt application which has a console exactly similar to that of cmd.exe. So basically, it's a scripting language that is developed by Microsoft to actually automate tasks on Windows missions. So this PowerShell has always been a major lol bin that's been used by the threat actors. So let me teach you how are these PowerShells being abused by the threat actors. So initially, the first point will be they use a malicious code to get executed into the victim's mission. So basically, they develop their malware or the threat, what they have scripted in the form of a code, and they basically execute it in the form of a script in PowerShell.exe. And they also use and they also use PowerShell to steal data from the victim's mission. Stealing data does not only mean like getting the passwords of the victim, getting the documents of the victim. It also means like knowing more about the victim's mission. For example, there is a process, there is a command in PowerShell called get process, which is used to list all the running process that are currently being executed on the mission. This will make the threat actors know what are the softwares that can be leveraged in the near future. For example, there is a software called 3CX that had a vulnerability recently. So, on listing the process, if the threat actor saw a process of 3CX being running on the mission, it will be easy for him to know that they are running a vulnerable version and they can easily leverage it, or they can do exploit out of the vulnerability, right? And they can also get more details about a process that is currently running. For example, they may know about the version, the supporting files, etc. So knowing more about the version also gives them a clue about the vulnerable versions a software might be running. These are the ways. And the next thing is like it can be used to install a malware inside the system in the same way, like they develop a code and they execute it in the form of a script. And this script can also be used to spread the particular malware throughout their network in the estate. Yeah. And in few cases, we have also seen threat actors using PowerShell to terminate a process. So there are many cases where threat actor does not wanted a process to remain in the system because they might get identified by various defense tools. So they actually terminate those process, yeah, to escape from the EDRs, the AVs, etc. So what is the syntax of PowerShell.exe? Yeah, the syntax is simple: the PowerShell and the file name. The file name is basically the script that we are going to execute. PowerShell is also a very easy human friendly language where it accepts any verbal form of commands. As I told, get process or any verbs that you can give for your intent to get the results. And you can also use the PowerShell help command that will give you the list of commands that you can use in the future. So as in MITRE, PowerShell comes under the tactics, execution, and technique command and scripting interpreter. So the next thing is like what part of PowerShell basically attracts the threat actors. So through PowerShell, you can simultaneously administer all Windows application right from Active Directory, DNS, Exchange servers, Hyper-V, file servers, and whatnot. So this gives the threat actor the complete configuration of the victim's mission, which can be leveraged or which can be exploited in the future attack. So these are the ways like the threat actors use, and in the next slide I have given two ways in which the PowerShell get abused. So the one in the left hand side I have given us a normal screenshot where a script called my first script.ps1 getting executed into the mission. This is a simple way where the threat actors copy the code, the malicious malware or their code, and they execute and they save it in the form of a script and execute it in PowerShell. In the next screenshot, I have given a code which is being obfuscated and it is being executed on the victim mission. So usually usually nowadays the EDRs are smart and AVs are smart as they terminate the PowerShell when it is being directly malicious PowerShell scripts that is being directly executed. So threat actors use various decoding methods to obfuscate their script and later execute on the mission. So this obfuscated code also can contain any malicious intent where they can have a C2 that connects to their Cobalt Strike beacon. They can download a malicious file inside the system or whatever their intent will be. So there are many such ways that actors execute a PowerShell script. This is all about PowerShell being used as a lol bin. Thank you for watching the video. Happy learning. Hello all, welcome to another session of LOLBAS. In this session, we'll be knowing more about WMIC and how it is being leveraged by the threat actors. So before going into WMIC, let us discuss what is WMI. WMI, which stands for Windows Management Instrumentation, is a set of rules, commands, or specifications that are designed by the Microsoft team which can be easily utilized to manage all the devices inside the network and the application that those devices are using inside the network from Windows computing system. So in other words, we can say WMI just provides the user with all the information about the status of the computer. It can be a local or a remote computer that are managed within a network. So what is WMIC? So how can these comments or specifications can be utilized uh, by uh, by the user? So the utility called WMIC, which is Windows Management Instrumentation command line, comes into the picture. So this is just the user way interruption of those rules and comments. So this actually these rules are being made. I mean the WMIC is being made for the high end users such as the system administrators, so to easily communicate with the missions that are inside the network. So I will also say the WMIC. So WMIC can be used to do anything. So what makes it special is that it can be used for persistence. Mainly, we can use any utility to run malicious command inside the system once, because the threat actor is already inside our system. But sometimes what happens is there are many defensing technology that terminates the beacon that the threat actor comes inside. So WMIC can be used to make a persistence inside the system. Persistence is nothing, the foothold of a threat actor inside the system for him to persist inside the network of the victim, even though his beacon is being terminated. So, how can WMIC be utilized? So, WMIC, this session is being uh, practically explained in the upcoming sessions. We will see more about it in the future. Let me explain just the theoretical part. So WMIC, the command, after executing a command, you can also give a condition to WMIC where that can be you can give a command to WMIC telling execute this malicious command when the user opens notepad.exe, or when a user opens calculator, or any daily utility you can give, so that the user will be clueless of uh, why the malicious code is being run, even if the initial beacon or the initial attacker's mission connection is being terminated. So this is how it can be used. And next point I wanted to discuss it, what makes it interesting for threat actor to utilize or to leverage WMIC. So the first point will be, it is a powerful Windows utility that allows user to control and manage Windows system from command line. So all the systems that is managed inside the network can be easily queried, or can the information about all the machines can easily be taken using the command line with the help of WMIC. I will explain you the commands that can be used. And the next point is, it is already an inbuilt utility, so there need not be any downloading of a special tool or importing of any package to use this command, because that can be easily visible in hands of the defensing tools or the monitoring tools. So it is already inbuilt, so it can be easily leveraged. Second thing, WMI has a very wide range of commands that can be utilized, can be easily leveraged to get more information about the devices. So the next point is that it has a wide range of vulnerabilities. I mean vulnerabilities because this is basically designed for system administrators to make their work simple, to do any configuration or to do any management of devices that are present inside the computer. So they have a complete control over the network. So these are leverages, or these are vulnerabilities when threat actor is inside our system. So it can be easily utilized. So what are the commands that can be used? I have given a sample of three commands. The first command is wmic.exe process called create calci. This is a simple command that is used to execute calci.exe. So this calci.exe can be replaced with any malicious exe that is already been in, it can be the payload of the threat actor or anything. So the second command is like wmic.exe slash node colon, that is to address the IP address. So this IP address means the IP address of the victim's mission, the local mission's IP address, and service where caption like SQL server. So this literally means it will give the detail if SQL server is being currently used inside the system, SQL server. So once SQL server is being identified, we can later go into finding the versions. If it is vulnerable, it's an easy exploit. So the threat actor can take leverage of it, right? So it can be replaced by any application, can be the exchange server, or any vulnerability that is currently present inside the environment. I would also like to mention WannaCry, the most popular ransomware group, once used volume shadow copy deletion command with WMIC. It is WMIC shadow copy delete is the command they have given. It is the backup deletion one, right? So it can be easily done on all the machines that are like connected over the network. So under MITRE, this comes under the technique called execution and sorry tactic called execution, and technique is Windows management instrumentation. Thank you for watching the video. We'll meet in another session. Happy learning.
Welcome to the another video, and in this video I will explain about what is rclone.exe and the bssadmin.exe. Okay, these are the two Windows internals that will used by the threat actors whenever they have a plan to deploy a ransomware. Okay, you can see the rclone.exe before the ransomware deployment. You can find vssadmin.exe after the ransomware deployment. Okay, let I will explain about what is rclone and what is VSS admin. Yeah, first we will let's see about what is rclone.exe. Okay, um, so for example, if threat actor need to exfiltrate data, so exfiltration means they will upload target. Okay, they will upload the target host data into the cloud, right? Let's take about the example as a ransomware. So ransomware threat actor will steal all the data from the organization, right? So that is an exfiltration. So uploading important data or a organization data into the cloud or a threat actor data leak site, right, into the tar site or any other in a cloud storage or drop me files. Okay, so this is the exfiltration technique. Okay, basically they will upload all the data from the target host into the cloud or a DLS data leak site. Okay, uh, you can see this rclone command before the ransomware deployment. Okay, they will exfiltrate all the data by using the rclone.exe. Okay, there are multiple ways to exfiltrate data. They can use the cloud storage applications like drop me files or mega sync, but sometime the organization firewall, it will restrict the use of that application. Okay, restrict the use of third party application. So at that time the rclone.exe was the best choice to upload the data into the cloud, right? So let's see a image how they will exfiltrate the data. Okay, so you can see this is the rclone.exe and copy. The copy you need to give the directory, which directory you need to copy. Okay, so this after this will point out in which URL you need to upload the data. Okay, in which URL you need to upload the data. Basically rclone is our lol bin, and it's an executable for uploading data into the cloud. The threat actor will abuse rclone.exe, and we are copying this directory, the insurance directory, and in the next black shadowed part, there will be a website. Okay, there will be a cloud website or a data lake site. So in this data lake site, the data will be going to uploaded, and with the multi-thread stream on transfer 3. Okay, so this is how the threat actor will upload the data from the host. Okay, we will see all the investigation in our team operations, how we can monitor the exfiltration. There are some methods we can monitor the exfiltration activity for host. So we will see in the coming slides, in the coming videos, in practical. Okay, so basically this is how the exfiltration will occur. Okay, or else they will use mega or drop me file, the third party applications, to upload the data into the cloud. Okay, so let's see. Now we have a clear understanding about why threat actor are using rclone.exe and what's the purpose of rclone.exe. Okay, so let's come out the vssadmin.exe. Basically vssadmin.exe is used to uh, the threat actor used to delete the shadow copies. Okay, so fine, what is shadow copy? Okay, shadow copy is like a duplication. Okay, uh, it's a duplication of a files. Okay, whenever you just whenever you have files in a folder, it will duplicate all the files, and it will keep the duplicate. Okay, it will keep the duplicate copy of the file. So these are the files it present in this folder. Okay, and these are the file information, and basically it was a small information about the file, which directory, the file present in which directory, and from where the file came from, and the creation time. These are the some information it will keep. Okay, so if so what was the biggest enemy of the ransomware? If you think if let's think, what is the biggest enemy of a ransomware threat actor? Absolutely, we will say sometime the EDR was a biggest enemy, but not a EDR. The backup. Okay, the backup copies are a biggest enemy for a ransomware threat actor, because the ransomware deployment will cause an impact. They will encrypt all the data in our machine, right? So if they have that data in their if they have a backup for the data, so they can easily recover that data, right? So organization can easily recover that data if they have a backup. But if the ransomware threat actor deletes that backup files, what organization will do? There is no backup data to recovery, right? So vss admin, that was a job for the vss admin to to manage that kind of data safely. Okay, so the threat actor will use one command to delete the shadow copy. Okay, so this is the command, the threat actor 100% I'm damn sure uh, in every ransomware based incidents, so you can find this command. Okay, delete shadow copies. Okay, so this is the only executable which was used to delete the shadow copies in most of the time. There is a parameter called delete and shadows all quit. Okay, it will silently delete all the recovery related things. So if you have a backup files you need to recover, you can't able to recover that file. Okay, it will fail because that recovery data don't know where to download. Okay, where to sit inside in your hard disk. Okay, so basically this shadow copies will give the idea, so which what was the files and from which directory it was located and all. It will take the duplicate of the file. Okay, duplicate copy of the file. So if the threat actor can able to delete this shadow copies, so they can't able to, the organization can't able to recover that data. Okay, they will stop the recovery. So for that they are deleting the shadows. Okay, so this is the command they are used to delete the shadow copies from the machine. Okay, so that's all about the outclone.exe and the vssadmin.exe. Most of the time, you can see the vssadmin.exe before a ransomware deployment or after a ransomware deployment. The MITRE it came with the exfiltration. I forgot to add a MITRE. The MITRE it will come with the outclone will come in the exfiltration, and the VSS admin will come to the uh, impact. Okay, so it's basically a inhibit. So let I will do one thing. I will give you the, yeah, yeah, this is the technique. Okay, inhibit system recovery. We are stopping the system recovery. Okay, cool. So that's all about that video. So hope you enjoyed. We will see you in the next section. Yep, bye. Welcome to the another video, and in this video we will see how threat actor used lolbin. Okay, so completely they focused on a lolbin, right? So I will explain what are the things the threat actor did. Okay, first of all, this the initial access of the incident, it start from the phishing email, right? It came with the phishing email. Once the user, the victim downloads a phishing ppt, weaponized ppt document. Okay, and then the user double clicked on the ppt. Okay, this is the second step. So this ppt contains a macro enabled malicious script. Okay, this ppt file was embedded with the malicious script, and the ppt was macro enabled. So then the macro enabled ppt will be pp t x, and the document will be docx. Okay, and excel will be sxls okay, dot dot. Okay, these are the macro enabled document. Basically macro enabled documents means the threat actor, or they will return some codes in a background of the document whenever the user executes the open the document using the winword. It will execute the code which was written in the background. Okay, so the same thing, some malicious things was written into the ppt. It get executed, and once it spawned, and it triggered wscript.exe, right? So we saw what is wscript.exe. It will execute the .vbs files, scripted files, uh, into the target machine. Basically the wscript was designed for that only. And once the script was ran with the wscript.exe, then it opened a PowerShell. Okay, so you can see there it was connecting to uh, one of the URL, and it downloading some image file, and some DLL files are related in that. We know what is the purpose of run DLL32.exe, and this DLL was executed through the run DLL32.exe, right? So once the DLL get executed, it communicate with the another uh, it downloaded another image from the URL, okay, from this URL, then it inject some code. uh, so it injected a downloaded DLL to the explorer.exe. It's a DLL injection basically. We will see all the things in the team operations, okay. So it injected DLL to the explorer.exe, okay. This is the full scenario of the incident, right? So it came with the phishing email, then it gone to this WS script. That is the first lol bin, and we already saw this WS script. We know what's WS script, and PowerShell we all discussed, and it executed through the run DLL32. This also we discussed, and so they use some DLL injections methods to inject the DLL into the explorer.exe. Okay, so this is how the threat actor uh, will target the organization using the phishing. They can use other methods also. Okay, okay. So this is the overall view of the incident. So the initial root cause of the problem is this phishing email, and this user who opened that. Okay. Uh, yep. We analyzed uh, overall activity of the incident. So I think I discussed everything. Okay. Yep. We will see the other things in practical section. I have many things to discuss in practical. Let's see in the practical section. Okay. Yep. Hope you enjoyed this video. We will see you in the next section. Bye. Yep. Welcome to the another section. So in this video, I will explain about the process and the threads. So maybe some of them know about the process and the threads. For a few of them, it will be a new topic. So if you are a malware analyst or a threat analyst, so it will be helpful for some time, and it will be helpful for investigating the uh, process injection based attacks like process injection, DRL injections, hallowing, and that kind of attacks. Okay, so this section will be helpful for that. Okay, so let I will explain. I will start with the basics. Okay, I'm not going much in theory. I will uh, most of the things I will explain it in a practical because I don't like much in theory. Okay, because it was boring. Yep. Let's start with the process. If you come to a process, what you will think about the process? You will just say it's some of the it's a program running in a memory, right? So you will say like that. So the overall explanation was okay, that was correct. It's some of the executable code running in a memory. Okay, so but process is like it's a container. Okay, it's a container that container contain informations like visual memories, the process, the loader, the DLLs which are going to load, and open sockets, the network connections. That was a open sockets, and the resource that was using. So for example, if your process needs image file from your one of the directory in C Windows or something. So that is called as a loaded files. Okay, the open files, and the sockets, absolutely the network connections, and the list of threads. Okay, so this all the information will be contained in a process. Okay, this is all the information it will contain in a process. So so that we are calling the process as a container. Okay, so it's a container. It will store all the informations. Okay, this is called as a process. The brief explanation. Okay, let me see the uh, let we see the process in our practical. Okay, and again, whenever the process was created, whether it was started, so your Windows operating system will generate a separate ID. Okay, so separate ID for that process, it's called as the PID. Okay, PID is like process ID. Okay, your operating system will generate that unique PID for each process which are going to be created, or which are started. Okay, so let's talk about the thread also. If you come to the thread, thread is execution path inside the process. Okay, every process has one or more threads. We will see it in a practical. So let I will directly jump into the practical because it will be boring sometime. The theory will be. So let we will yeah, go to the let we will go to the process hacker. Maybe that will be useful when you are investigating the process as well as the threads. So so here you can find many process Windows internal was running, and let we will take an example of okay, yeah, let we'll take this example as a chrome.exe. Let we will open this. So here you can find some information about the image file that was a chrome .exe, and you can see the parent process. So this was a parent process. Explorer.exe was a parent of Chrome. Okay, basically we will call it as a process chain. The parent is explorer.exe and child will be the Chrome. You can see the Explorer process PID. Okay, this is the PID process ID. Okay, which were Windows operating system were allocated for the process Explorer 4648, and our chrome.exe has the process ID of 460. Here you can find it 460. And when you go to the modules, you will see the information about the loaded modules. I already discussed the process and container. It has the informations about the loaded modules and resources that was opened. Okay, let's go to the memory, and there are multiple files get loaded inside the memory of the process. So here we can find the information about some NLS files get loaded, and uh, yeah, some cache related files get loaded. Uh, yeah, there are multiple files. Absolutely, there will be multiple files inside the container. And if I go to the environment, it's some information related to the process and the PID. Uh, um, as well as some basic information about the process. Okay, so let's go to the handles. These are all the handles now the process has, and yeah, disk and network. So if it's connected to any of the IP, it will show in a also it will show in the network connection. Okay, so we already talk about the process. It's a container, so that information we are seeing in the process a hacker. Let's go to the thread. So you can see there are multiple threads are loaded. These are the execution objects of a process. Whenever a process was started, okay, whenever the process was started, the process contain one or more thread. That threads will be executed. Okay, uh, every process has at least one or more thread. Okay, at least one thread. Okay, so that your process can uh, execute that object. Okay, so here there are multiple DLLs were loaded, and kernel base 32. Yeah, these are the threads. Okay, these are all related to the threads. We just talk about that threads in our slide. It's an execution path inside the process. Okay, we will discuss this thread in a thread in our process injection attack in briefly. Okay, because I'm going to use process injection. One of the API called the create remote thread of API. So in that time we will learn completely about this thread. Okay, how it was working, and the explanation. Okay, so yep. that's much about this video. So in this video, you learned about the process as well as thread. Hope it will be helpful for hope it will help for your investigation and your job. We will continue in the next section. So welcome to the another video. So in this video, I will explain about one of the two important topics that will be very helpful when you are doing the malware analysis, as well as when you are investigating the process injection related attacks like DLL injection, DLL side loading, and hallowing attacks. Okay. Uh, so let's learn some basics about the DLL. So DLL is called as a dynamic link library. It's a library file that contain a code. Basically, it contains a program, okay, programs and functions. So we are calling that function as an APIs, okay, and that program can be used by many multiple application at the same time, okay. So that's a complete overall definition. So if there is a two application needs that DLL, so the two application can able to access the DLL and use that code, use the program, okay. So that is the overall explanation of DLLs and APIs. And so here in this video, I'm going to use one of the software called PEBR. So this PEBR was used to um, reversing your executables. So basically, it was very helpful for a malware analyst. So reversing the code. So this is a open source software. You can get it from the Google. So you can type the PEBR download Windows. So this is the first URL. You can go to the sorry. You can go to this URL, wadpress.com. Uh, so you can uh, it- uh, uh, you can find the uh, PEBR here. Okay. So you can find the PEBR here. So this is the if your operating system was 64-bit, you can go for this, or if your operating system was 32-bit, you can go for this. Okay, so let's open our PEBR in our Windows. Uh, so in this example, I'm going to discuss one of the DLL called COM SVCS. That DLL was abused by threat actor most of the time um, to do a credential access. Okay, to do a credential access, threat actor using this lolbin called COM SVCS DLL to dump the LSAS memory. Okay, so let's load a COM SVC DLL from here. Give me some time. Uh, let find out that. Yep, I think I got it. Yep. So you can see the COM SVCDLL under the C Windows system 32 directory. I will load this in PEBR. Now our COM SVCDL get loaded into our PEBR, so you can find some informations in left hand side. You can find the informations like headers and the resource section. So in the right hand side, you can see the some uh, assembly language here. But if you go to the DOS header, you can find out the magic value called MISert. So MISert is a executable file for Windows. So if you are a malware analyst, you will know about this MISert. So when you are loading any files, any PDF or any DLL or executable files into the PEBR, so sometime you will see some other values in here. So if it was an executable file, then you will see the MISet or PE as a magic value. Okay, so if you see the value was a MISet or PE, so you can directly say there was an executable file. So let me discuss about the exports. Absolutely, the DLL file has multiple exports. Okay, so these are the APIs which will be exported to the applications. So if the application need any of the APIs, so any of the um any of the APIs, the application can directly use this. Okay, so in this example, I'm going to use this API mini dump to dump the else memory. Okay, I don't like much thing in theory, so that I'm going with everything in a practical. Okay, so let's the ordinal value of the mini dump was 18. So if you convert this ordinal value to the uh, hex, let's go to the scientific no programmer calculator. Let's type the ordinal value as sorry uh, uh, 18. So here you can find out the decimal as 24. Okay, so this is the decimal value 24. Uh, okay, so this thing we will see in our practical section why I discussed about the ordinal value. Okay, so we can also use this function mini dump function to dump the else's, as well as we can use the ordinal value to dump the else's. Okay, there are two methods to dump else's. uh, okay, either you can use the function minidump or you can use the ordinal value. So in this video, I'm going to use this function to dump the else as. In our practical section, we will see how to dump else as using the ordinal value. Okay, uh, let's go to let's follow this relative virtual address. So uh, to com svc dll and create activity. Yeah. So here you can find the mini dump function with the address of uh, here, right? So here you can find the function. Okay. So let's go to the practical. So how to dump the else memory. So now we understand about the DLLs as well as the APIs. So we are calling this as the API function. So if you need to understand more, so about the API, you can go for the Google and type the mal APIs, mal API. So here you can find many APIs that used for malicious purpose, threat actor. So for injection attack, we are seeing some load library. A This API function was used for DLL injection, and in our process injection practical video, we are using this mal APIs to create a injection code. Okay, so let's move on to the practical. We will dump the else as. Let's dump the else as. Uh, okay. Let's go to the cd slash windows slash system 32, and let's use our run DLL. I already discussed run DLL was a. Let's go to this. Okay, run DLL 32.exe. We already discussed about the run DLL in our in our Windows internal section. So we need to uh, give the path for a com svcdll windows slash system 32 slash com sv com svcsdll, and we discussed in our Windows internal, right? If you are executing any DLL files, you need an entry point. So our entry point was this function. I am going to use this API function, okay, mini dump API function to dump the else's. Okay, so I will give mini dump, and one more thing, we need an else's speed. So for that, you can go to the command prompt and you can list the process. Uh, else as let find out the else as here. Yeah. So Elsa was running in the 744 PID. Okay. So let's give the PID for an Elsa. So you need to give the PID. If you want to dump a Chrome, you need to give the Chrome PID. Okay. Chrome.exe PID. If you need to dump the Elsas, you need to give the Elsas PID. So and you need a path to which path the dump file want to be saved. Okay. So let's see Windows. I'm not saving in the Windows. I will save it in a user folder. Let's call it as a elsas.dmp. Let's see if it's work. Okay. Okay. Some missing entry. Let's use the mini dump. Okay. I think we gave everything correct. Uh, CC mini dump. Let give me some time. I will correct this code. Yeah, I did some spelling mistake in the mini dump. I used a small d for that. So let's try now. I think it worked. Let's go to the directory from where we saved c/users. Uh, so so Windows Sam. Yeah, here you can find the lss.dump file, right? So dump was successful. Okay, so dump was successful. Let me check one more time. Else as one dot dmp. It's not created the dump yet. Let I will do one thing. I will move on to the administrator credential because else as was absolutely it was protected. Let's execute the code now. But it will work. Okay. See the else as dot dump was here, but it was not working at a for Elsa's one. Maybe it was taking some time. Uh, so let's verify one more time our PID was correct. Yeah, it was correct. So maybe it will take some time because we need to dump the Elsas, right? So it might take some time. Okay. So that's all about this video. So in this video, you will learn about the DLLs as well as the API function. In the practical section, we will understand how to dump the LSAs using the ordinals uh, as well as how to dump the LSAs using the third-party anti-rootkit tools and all. Okay, and also we can dump the LSAs using the task manager. I will show you how to do that. Go to the task manager and find out the uh, LSAs process. Finding process is a difficult thing. File. I can't able to search here. I will search for one by one. Shell host and yeah, here we have the browser, the local security authority. Okay, LS. Yeah. So here we have a local security authority process that you can give here. You can right click on this and you can create a dump file. Okay. Yeah, the dump file was created into the directory c users app.dump users app data local and and temp. Yeah, here you can find the else as term, right? So here you can find the else as term. So this is how you can dump the else as process. Okay. Uh, so that's all about the about this video. Hope you enjoyed the practical section. Okay. So you know the DLLs and APIs are completely theory, but I explained in a practical, so it was too difficult to track everything. Okay. Let's see. We will see you in the next video. Welcome to the another video. So in this video, maybe it will be boring. Okay. We are going to discuss the process creation step by step because it will be helpful when you are jumping into a malware analysis uh, or sometime it will be helpful for a threat analyst too. Okay. If you are understanding how the process could be created, then you will have an idea about the process and investigating some of the attacks like previously I discussed the process injection, right? The same. Okay. So let's discuss about the how the process was created step by step. Most of the things I will cover it in practical. I will try to cover it in practical, but it will be a theory part. Okay. So uh, the first thing whenever you starting the program, okay, with your Windows Explorer, let's go to your Windows Explorer, and this is a Windows Explorer, so you can find the name here as a so this is basically a Windows Explorer. Okay, so let I will close this. Okay, File Explorer, it's called as the Windows Explorer. So when you opening this, and if you're moving to the path where your file has, okay, so you can find the PEB here, and at the same time I will open the process hacker 2 uh, to track our process. Okay, PEB here. Let's execute this PEB here. Okay, so now what our operating systems will do. Okay, so our process was created, right? So I will explain everything. What are the things the process what are the things the operating system will do to create a process. Okay, so that I will open a notepad.exe here. So whenever you start a let I will increase the space. So your Windows Explorer will call one of the API. Okay, call the uh, API named create process A of process A of API function. Okay, to create process API function to load the PBR into the memory. Okay, so this is the first step, starting the program. Okay, this is the first step. Your Windows Explorer will call the create process A to load the program. Okay, so in the second step, your operating system will create the data structure for that process. Okay, so data structure is nothing but it will set the PID for the process, and the parent PID, everything. Okay, uh, and it saves this in save the PID and the parent PID, okay, PPID parent PID in e process. Okay, in the e process, it named as a e process. Okay, it saves the process ID as well as the parent PID. So absolutely we know what is a parent PID. The explorer will be the parent PID, right? So if you move on to the process hacker, so let's find out the PEBR, and let's dig deep into the PEBR general. So you can find out the parent will be the 4648, right? So 4648, this was the Explorer as a parent. So our Windows operating system allocated 62762 PEBR as a PID, and the Explorer.exe as a parent. We know we open from the Windows Explorer, right? So that's why. So this is the second part, and the third part will be initializing the virtual memory. Okay, and it will create a virtual memory for your process. So in our example, it's a PEBR, and it will load all the DLLs. So we discussed in the previous videos, right? It will load all the DLLs. So you can find it here, all the modules it loaded, right? So it load all the modules into the memory, okay? And as well as it will use the e process, okay? The start step, it will load all the necessary DLLs, and and uh, and it saved it in a DLLs as well as the e process, okay? E process we saw in the uh, previous step, okay? So the previous step we have a PID and parent PID was saved, and it in the next part it will load all the DLLs as well as the e process. So now we have a separate memory for our process. This was a third step, and whenever the third step was done, so all we have a parent paid, and we have a memory and all the loaded DLLs we have. So next thing, the Windows operating system will load the PE file. Okay, it will load the PE file with the third party DLLs. Okay, sometime this PEB has sometimes this PEB has DLL files, own DLL files. In Yeah, here you can find some DLL files the PEBR has, right? So it will load the PEBR with the third party DLLs with this DLL, okay? And yeah, absolutely, it will load some of the exports, APIs and all. Uh, so it will happen in the fourth sem. I'm not digging that into deep because that was completely focused on malware, focusing on malware analysis thing, and it was full of theory. So it will be kind of boring. Uh, so this is the overall understanding of the fourth thing. It will load the PE file with the third-party DLLs, and the final thing will be it will start the execution. Okay, it will start the PEBR execution. Okay, uh, it will call the first thread. We know what is thread. It will call the first thread. We have multiple. Yeah, we have two threads here. It will call this thread. Okay, so I already discussed the process will contain at least one thread or more thread. Okay, so this has two threads. So it will load the first threads, and it will start the execution. Okay, so this is the overall brief explanation of how process will be created step by step. uh, Hope you enjoyed this video. Maybe sometime it might be boring, but it was a very good information for investigating some of the cases related to the injection attacks, as well as the malware analysis parts. Okay, so hope you enjoyed this video. We will meet you in the next video. Bye. This video we will see how the process chain will look like. Okay, this image I taken this image from the Google, and it's from Falcon EDR. So every EDR will generate a graph like structure for a easy investigation. So if you see this kind of graphical view, you can easily understand about the incident, right? So you can find out the explorer.exe opened PowerShell.exe, and the PowerShell.exe uh, again opened explorer.exe, and okay, it 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 executed csc.exe as well as the vss admin, right? So in the right hand side, the same, the explorer.exe opened vss admin.exe, and in the left hand side it opened csc.exe, vssadmin.exe, and the notepad.exe. Okay, so this is the basic view of graph structure, and I will give one more example that will be a bit malicious. So if you see this view, so you can find uh, okay, so you can find some excel file was executed. Okay, so see from this, some excel file was executed, and it opened cmd.exe, and once the cmd.exe has been opened, it triggered the conf host, executed a whoami command and ping command and regsrv net commands, trace, and some this is all related to the discovery commands, and in my it will comes with the discovery. So and tracer again, it opened PowerShell, and it again it triggered a cmd.exe with some ping command. Okay, so so you can find some fancy.exe was there. Maybe it was stopped by the EDR. So here you can also find some discovery command and some malicious executable were executed. Okay, so the initial so the root cause of the incident was an Excel file, right? So this is the Excel file which spawned the cmd.exe. So if your WinWord or Windows document, Windows docs or presentation or Excel or PPT files or Excel, okay, the benign process, that kind of process, or spawn a cmd.exe, that will be absolutely a malicious thing, right? So sometime it will contain some macro files and it will execute in a background, right? So this Excel file contains some macro file, I believe, and it triggered a cmd.exe, and that cmd.exe executed these are all the commands inside the host. This is the process chain. Okay, so if you are if you open an application using the Explorer, then Explorer will be your parent, and the application in our application PEBR will be a child. So this is the parent, and this will be the child process. If the PEBR opened another process, this will be a subchild. Okay. Uh, if the PEBR open cmd.exe, let's think, then this will be the subchild, child. So if the cmd.exe executed some ping command, then uh, okay, then it will be a child for the cmd. Okay. So for everything, this was the parent, the explorer, and this was a parent, and this was a parent for cmd.exe. This was a parent for cmd.exe, and for ping command, the cmd.exe was a parent, right? So the PEBR have the parent bit as explorer.exe, and the CMD has a parent bit of PEBR.exe, and the ping command has a parent bit of cmd.exe. Okay, so this will be the scenario. Let's go to our process hacker, and we will find it some information. So let's see, WinInit spawned the services.exe and services spawned a calculator.exe app. So let's see the parent of this. You can see the parent of the bit was 876. This is the parent, but you can if you opened svc host.exe, then the parent will be service.exe, right? So 712. If I open the service.exe, then the parent will be 592, the WinInit.exe, right? So that's all about this video. This is how you need to investigate the process chain for a incident. This will be helpful for a threat analyst as well as a Everyone, right? Everyone, basically malware analysts and incident responders will use this threat graph for easy investigation into the from the EDS. Okay, so that's all about the video. Hope you understand the process chain, and we will meet you in the next section. Thank you. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the antivirus bypassing section. And let's welcome to another section. It's named as a post exploitation. Okay, so in the post exploitation section, we are going to use the Cobalt Strike framework, the tool to do our post exploitation activities. Okay, so let's explore what is a Cobalt Strike and how is it is what purpose the threat actor using these tools. Okay, um, so this is one of the threat actor favorite tool, the Cobalt Strike. So this is a adversary emulations and red team operations and or security assessment. Okay, it was used for a security assessment to find out unpatched vulnerabilities or a misconfiguration in a organization. But the threat actor will use this kind of adversary simulation tool to do their malicious activities. Okay, so this tool was built for penetration testers and teamers to test the environment or doing a purple team activities into an organization. Okay, let's you can see the it's a post exploitation agent and blah blah blah. Okay, let's skip this. We'll directly jump on to a Cobalt Strike, how it is look like, and how to use a Cobalt Strike. Okay, so let's jump on to the Cobalt Strike. Um, so there is a you can see in a Cobalt Strike, you can get it from a Telegram or you can get it from any of the URL in the internet or a dark web. So you can find two things. Okay, one is client and another one is team server. So let's open and see what is inside the client. Okay, these are the files that was located in a client, and these are the files in a team server. Okay, let's start a Cobalt Strike tool. Okay, so let's I will split the screen. We'll go to a client in another screen. Expand. Let's zoom in for a bit. I think now you can see clearly. Let's load a team server first. So for loading a team server, you need to give your local IP. The local IP is you can find it from the if config. So here you can see my local IP was 168.80.235, and let's mm, move on to the another terminal to start a Cobalt Strike. Okay. So let I will give an IP 168.18.235, my local IP, and let's give a password as W0RD. Anything you can use. Okay, I'm going for this password. You can use anyone. You can use your name or you can use your phone number, mobile number, anything. Okay, you can go for. Let's give enter. Now my team server was starting, so you can see it here. At the same time, let's load a Cobalt Strike client. So this is the command used to load a Cobalt Strike client. So here you can see the listener C2 was started. Everything was done. Right. So a username you can give anything. So password you can this is your password. You already configured when you are creating a team server. Okay. So let's Okay, my team server has been opened. I already have many C2s that was running. Let I will close all the C2s and I will let's remove this. Remove this. Let's remove all the C2 ones. These all the C2s are previously I have attacked. Let's come up with the basic of a Cobalt Strike. Okay, sorry. Let expand the screen. So this is the worst thing in a Cobalt Strike to expand screen. Okay, now we have better console. So let you can see the Cobalt Strike here. You can find the Cobalt Strike version is 4.7 I am using, and it was released in August 17, 2022. And let's go for important tabs. One is a payload, so you can create your own payload here. So which payload you need? Okay, if you need a Python or a C Sharp or C, you can go and create it here. Mm, First, I will remove all the beacon, all the listeners also. Okay. So, so it's a Windows Stager payload. You can get the executable DLLs or Windows Service executables. So we will see how to create a payload using a Cobalt Strike and all. First, we will see all the tabs. So here you can see all the Cobalt Strike downloads, credentials. Each tab you will learn in next videos and next sections. So here you can see a script manager. So if you developed any of the Cobalt Strike scripts .cna script, so you can load it in Cobalt Strike and you can use the script. Okay. So we can see how to use the script manager in another video. Let's um, let's focus on Cobalt Strike console. So, so apart from that, you can see there is a one of the important tab named as a listener. So once you click on a listener, so it will open another tab, listener tab. You need to add a listener. Okay. So this is the listening port you need to configure. Okay. So this is like you will listen to a Netcat LVP 8088 port in previous sections, right? For our payload. So this is like that. Okay. This is the listener. So you need to give the listener name. I am giving the reverse. So here I am selecting the beacon HTTP. Let it be. So this is our local IP. Add a callback host. And apart from that, you need to give the port, which port you are calling. So this time we will use the 8067 as a port. Let's save it. So now our listener has been started. Okay. So this is how you to configure the listener first before creating any other payloads. Okay. So once you have created a listener, let's um, let's go to a payload section and let's create a Windows Stager payload. So we need a executable. So click on the listener. So it will ask for which listener you need to embed this payload. So you can select this listener. Okay. So this is a listener we just now created. So you can create more listeners. You can create reverse TCP listener, reverse SMB listener. So that is your choice. I created a reverse HTTP listener with the port of 8067. I'm choosing this listener. So let's generate a payload. So it's asking for a name. Let I will give a name as I will give one of the antivirus name. Let's give a mm, let's give a rootkit remover. Okay, I'm giving just a rootkit remover.exe. So user may think this tool is a rootkit remover. You can name it as anything you want. You can name it as Chrome, or you can name it as Chrome 2, or you can name it as dark web. Anything you want. Okay. So let's save that. Let's create. Okay, I'll save in a music folder. Okay, that's all. Let's go to the music folder and we will see our Cobalt Strike payload. Okay, so this is our Cobalt Strike payload. So .exe. Okay, so this is how you need to create a payload in a Cobalt Strike. You can create a multiple payloads. If you want to create a macro based payload, you can click on this and you can create a um, payload. Okay, press copy macro. So if I copied this macro and if I go to the mouse pad, if I paste that, so here you can see a Cobalt Strike macro based payload. So you can embed this payload in a Word document and you can send it to the customer in Outlook or Gmail. Okay, once customer opened this macro file using the WinWord or Excel, so it will execute the macro in a document. Sorry, macro script in a background. It execute this macro script in a background, and it will give a command and control to us. Okay, so this is how you need to create a macro based payload. And if you want to create another payload, so you can generate it like this. Okay, so if you need a PowerShell, you can click on generate. So here you can see evil.hta. I already mentioned we can use mshta to execute the HTML files. So you can use it like this. Okay, so let's see what's inside the music folder and evil.hta file. Mm, let's open with the mouse pad. Okay, so here you can see the mm, base64 encoded script. Let's decode the script. Let's see what it will be. Okay, so you can see the programming here. It is a VB script and it was creating the wscript.shell. This was expected, and you can run this HTA file using the mshta, the lolbas. Okay, we already saw this in our lolbas project in the section 2. So you can use that. So we need a cyber chef to decode this command. So this is in encoded format. We need to decode it to the plain text. Let's wait for cyberchef to load. Let's paste this, and from base 64, let's remove null bytes. So here you can see another payload was there, another base64 code was there. So let's copy this code. So it was in another compression named as a gzip stream. Okay, let's paste this. Base64. It was nicely encoded. Okay, I gave two base64. We need a from base64 decompress the data. Let's try the unzip. So it's asking for a okay. It's a gun zip compression. Why the unzip was still here? I need to remove this unzip from. Okay. So now you can see some of the open plain text. So you can see here. So I used a gun zip. So you know how I find out the gun zip. Another there are multiple base 64 code was encoded. I already mentioned in antivirus research. So how you are using your encoding and obfuscation skill, so you can easily bypass the antivirus. Okay, so you control set. Wait, I did not find which encoding it was. Okay, it's an XR35. So here you can see the XR encoding. The value is 35. Let's let's copy this. So my better, I have to give one idea. So when you are decoding one by one strings, so copy the copy the text from the output and save it in your notepad. Okay. So I have some experience. I am using the directly the cyberchef to do that. So this time it was not a gunship. It's an okay XOR key. We already saw it's a 35. Let's check with the binaries. Okay. So here you can find the IP, right? So here you can see there is an IP. So this is the C2 IP, okay? So it's pointing to 192.168.18.235. So now we have already find that IP, and we have one of the user agent, Mozilla. So we have used the HTTP listener. Okay. So this is how you need to work with the encoding, the decoding the base 64 code. So in this example, I have used various method that has been used for decoding. First of all, I decoded with the base64. Then I saw the code was compressed with the gunship. So I used the gunship. Then I used again I used base64. Then finally I used the XR to see the reverse IP, right? So this is how you need to work with the decoding and all, decoding the PowerShell payloads. Okay, so but this video is all about learning the Cobalt Strike, but we go some other topics, right? So that's all about this video. So we will use all the tabs in coming sections, and we will meet you in the next video. Bye bye. Thanks you for watching. So welcome to the another video. And in the previous video, we have successfully created our Cobalt Strike payload with the listener 8067. Okay. So in this video, we are going to transfer that file from a calling machine to the from the calling machine to the remote machine. Okay, that was our Windows machine. So yesterday we renamed the Cobalt Strike beacon as payload as rootkit remover.txt. I will copy this Cobalt Strike payload and I will paste it into my server folder. Okay, so already I have a rootkit remover. Already I copied the rootkit remover.exe to my server folder. Okay, so let's use another method to deploy to transfer the payload. Okay, so in this method I am going to use a bits admin. We already discussed the bits admin in the section 2 lolbash project, right? So let's use the bits admin slash transfer, and we need to give the job name. My job name will be rootkit tool, and next we need to give another flag as download. We need to download the file to the target machine. And currently you can see here currently we are in the target command and control, right? We got the command and control from process injection attack, so we are in that command and control. Okay, so this is the initial command and control what we got. So next we need to give the priority flag. So I'm giving the normal, and we need to give our server address 235 slash rootkit remover dot exe. Okay, so rootkit remover dot exe to I need to copy into the perflog folder, because perflog folder we have um, already added the perflog folder into the exclusion list in the previous section, the antivirus bypass, right? Performance log perflogs, and the file name will be rootkit remover dot exe. So it will take some time to copy the payload to the target machine. Let's wait for that time. So our transfer got completed. So here you can see our rootkit remover Cobalt Strike beacon was into the machine. This is how you need to copy the uh, payload to the you need to copy the payload to the target machine through the bitsadmin.exe. Okay, so in my experience, so frequently threat actor will abuse the bitsadmin, specifically this command, to copy or to transfer the payload into the remote machine. Okay, so when you are seeing this kind of commands while you are investigating any cases or an incident, so you need to be aware, you need to be awake. Okay, so you need an extra eyes to when you are investigating this kind of commands in the remote host. Okay, so that's all about the video. We have successfully completed the deployment using the bitsadmin.exe. Okay, So let's move to the another video. We will meet you in a next video. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Bye bye. We will meet you in a next video. So welcome to another video, and in this video we are going to see one of attack which was not mentioned in many of the courses, and it was frequently used by the threat analyst to remove the indicator. Okay, so the attack is called as a time stomping attack. So many of them maybe heard about this attack. Many of them don't know about this attack. We will learn what this attack is. Okay, so let let's go to the our perflux directory. Let I will take the rootkit remover as an example. So here you can see if I give the directory time of creation and a root kit remover.exe. So here you can find the file was created at 9th August 2023. Okay, probably we created this file in a first video of a section. That was the 9th of the August 2023 at the time of 6:45. So same here, it mentioning the creation time of the file was 9th August 2023. Okay, so the time stomping attack means you are probably modifying the time. Okay, you are modifying the time to some older time. Okay, so let's take an example of notepad.exe. So users, okay, notepad will be in Windows, right? Yeah. Windows system 32 notepad.exe. So you can see the notepad.exe time was about the 8th November 2022. So if I can replace this time to my rootkit remover time, so that is called as the time stomping attack. Okay. So why we need a time stomping attack? Okay. So as a threat analyst, if there is any malicious files were created on a machine, first of all, I will check the creation time of the file. So when the file was created, okay. So if the time was old, we will not focus much on that case. Okay, we will not focus much on the investigation because maybe the user downloaded the file uh, a long back time. Okay, so that was not a malicious. We will think it's not a malicious because the user downloaded that file before and 1 year, so it was not created now. So there is a this file is not related to the incident. Okay, if any of the attack happened on the attack where happened on the machine, I will think like this file is not related to that attack. So if I replace the time to the notepad.exe time, okay, so I will think like maybe that was a pre old file, okay, in the machine. Okay, so this is called as the time stomping attack. We are removing the indicator, okay, indicator removal. So what we are removing? We are removing the creation time of the file. So here you can find the creation time of the file was 9th August 2023. Now we are going to modify this time to 8th November 2022. Okay. So sometime you can bypass the EDRs as well as antivirus softwares. So how? So sometime your EDR scan or antivirus scan will be run the newly created applications. Okay. So if your antivirus saw the creation time of the file, it will skip the file and it will check then another file. Right. So this is how you can bypass the defense mechanism. It came under the defense evasion, and the time stomping attack came under the indicator removal. We are removing the creation time of the file, and we are replacing another time. Okay. So how can we do that? I have one of the tool to modify the creation time. So here you can find the timestamper.exe exe tool. I will copy this tool into my uh, target machine, you need to give the address of the server 18.235. Our address will be okay. This mistake will be very pain. 18.230, sorry, 235. Okay, slash time stomper dot exe to we already know perf logs. Let stomper dot exe time stomper to stomper. Okay, so it was completed successfully. So you can find the stomper.exe file as well as you can find the rootkit remover.exe file here. Right? So let's do our time stomping attack. Okay. So I'm using the stomper.exe. So let we will replace the notepad.exe time to the rootkit remover time. Okay. So we need to give the target path. So our tool will be rootkit remover.exe and we need to give the path for a notepad. So let's see. So we have successfully completed the time stamping attack and I got a response back from my time stamper tool. So let's check the rootkit remover time now. So now you can see the time has been changed to 8th November 2022. So the same time we have seen in a notepad.exe file. It's a 4.8 as well as our time was 4.8. Okay. So this is how the threat actor will use the time stomping attack to evade from the defense as well as if you are a threat analyst or a forensics investigator, the forensic investigator will search for the indicators, right? IOCs that has been created at that incident. Okay. So now we are doing our active attacks, right? We have deployed our Cobalt Strike payload into the machine and we did a time stomper attack. So this is one of the incident, right? This is the active incident. So the forensic investigator or a threat analyst will search a indicator file at the incident occur. So the incident occurred at 9th, 10th August 2023. So if they find file creations at the time, so if they search for what are the files are created on the disk at the incident, so they won't get the rootkit remover.exe. It will show the rootkit remover as an old file, right? So the threat analyst or a forensic investigator, they will think like it is a old file. It was not a malicious one. So we can easily bypass the defense mechanisms as well as threat analyst and the forensic investigator. Okay. So this is how uh, to perform a time stomper attack and this is a time stomping attack. So that's all about the video. We will meet you in a next video. Thank you for watching. Welcome to another video. Till this, we have successfully deployed the Cobalt Strike payload into the target machine as well as we did a time stomping attack to remove the indicators, right? So in this video, we will talk about the uh, execution of a Cobalt Strike payload, okay? So in this video, I will showcase the Cobalt Strike as well as one of the tactics called command shell interpreter, okay? So let's execute the rootkit remover.exe and I have a Cobalt Strike here. Let's do this. So done. I got a reverse connection from the target machine, right? So here you can see my Cobalt Strike payload has been executed, and I got a reverse beacon from the target machine. Beacon is nothing but a Cobalt Strike command and control. So if you see here, if I give PS to list the process, tasked beacon to list process, okay, we will call this as a beacon. So we are using Cobalt Strike beacon as a word. So let's wait for some time. This time we'll learn about another topic called as the command line interpreter execution. Okay. So if you go for a command line interpreter, we have executed our Cobalt Strike payload into the command prompt, right? So this is the command line interpreter. So when you are executing any of the commands through the PowerShell or a command prompt or any other command line utility tool, that will be a command and scripting interpreter. So here you can see, sorry, Windows installation include Windows command prompt and PowerShell. Okay. So now we have successfully got a beacon and I executed the PS command to list the process. So here you can see our rootkit remover was here, right? This was the Cobalt Strike payload. If I give help in the Cobalt Strike console, it will list all the commands which I can use to attack. So block DLLs and browse pilot. So DLL inject, you can use a reflective DLL injections. You can load a DLL. You can download a file from the target machine, and elevate you can use for privilege escalations. And here you can see the job kill. You can kill the other jobs. Um, you can list the jobs and all, and you can load a mimic ads. You can check a logon passwords and you can go for a process injection. So you can go for a shell injection. So there is a command called shell. So see this command, execute a command via cmd.exe. So if I blindly give the who am I slash all, so see it will throw an error, unknown command who am I all. So we need to use the shell command. Shell means cmd.exe. So it tasked a beacon and it was running. So in a shorter time, it will list the privilege of the beacon. Okay. So let's wait for a minute. It will sometime our Cobalt Strike will take some time to gather the information from the remote machine. So now I got a response from the back from the Cobalt Strike. So here you can see we are running in a high mandatory level privilege and we are in an administrator group. So we are an administrator, right? So you can use the Cobalt Strike beacon uh, to load a mimic ads into the target machine. You can do a golden ticket active directory based attack. You can dump hashes and you can use NetView and port scan for a lateral movement. Uh, if you give exit it will exit your section, and if you give a remove, it will remove the cobalt strike payload beacon from the cobalt strike console. Okay, so that's all about the video. I hope you enjoyed this video. So it was one of the interesting video about cobalt strike and delivering the payloads, right? So yep, hope you will clear about this video. We'll meet you in a next video. Thank you for watching. Welcome to another video, and this is a new section. We have completed our post exploitation, and we have successfully launched the cobalt strike payload in a previous section. So let's welcome to the new tactics called as the persistence. We already discussed the persistence in the previous topics. At that time, I told these are all the main persistence techniques that was used by the threat actors. We have discussed some topics like registry run keys, startup folders, Windows management instrumentation, the WMI, schedule task, and the services, right? So in this video, let's add persistence for our rootkit remover, the Cobalt Strike payload, into the registry. Okay, so I'm going to add a new persistence for the rootkit remover. Okay, so you may know what is a persistence and all. So persistent will um, give the persistent connection. So when a user shut down the machine, shut down and restarted the machine, so our rootkit remover will get killed if there is any no persistence in our machine, right? So if we add a persistence in a startup item, when the operating system get loaded, our executable will executed, right? So we discussed in practical in the persistence section, Windows persistence section. Let we add a rootkit remover to the Windows registry first. So here I have a Cobalt Strike beacon. So you may know the Cobalt Strike beacon was pretty slow when you are when you are doing such activities. Okay. So let me let I will use um, the initial access command and control. Previously, we have used this to deploy the Cobalt Strike payload into the machines, right? I'm going to use this to create a persistence. Okay. So let's reg add. You know how to add a persistence. You will be a professional in that section, right? So we have already discussed uh, in a previous section. Current key, current user. So I'm going to add it in the current user key slash software. Let's remember which key we can add a persistence. Microsoft. So next, yeah, it's Windows. Windows current version. So inside the current version, you can find run once, right? So let we will add it in a run key. Run. So this is our registry key, H key current user, HKCU. The current user is basically we will call it as a HKCU current user local machine as a HKLM, and we have a software, and we have a Microsoft, and we have Windows, and inside the Windows there is a key called the current version, and inside the run keys, right? Run key registry. So I'm going to give the value to rootkit, and we need to give the type. So type will be reg as is it. We know that, and I told there is multiple type. If you are really interested, you can go and learn about that. Okay. So let's add a path. So our path will be c slash perflogs slash rootkit remover. Right. This is our path. Okay. So we have successfully added not added till now. I just give the command. So registry add rootkit value as type as a reg SZ, and data will be the rootkit remover. So let's add. So you can see the operation completed successfully. Okay, let's query the registry. Let's copy this. Okay, so okay, the RUN, right? So reg paste RUN. So now you can find a new key called rootkit, and it was a type of reg SZ, and it was pointing to our directory, right? It was pointing to our perflux directory. Perfect. We have added our cobalt strike payload into the run key registry. So that's all about the video. Hope you have understand about this concept. We will continue in the next video. Bye bye. Thank you for watching. Welcome to the another video, and in this video we are going to create a persistence in a startup folder. Okay, so in the last video we have successfully created the persistence in the run key registry. So in this video we are going to create our cobalt strike payload persistence in the startup folder. Okay, so let's remember where our startup folder will be located. So here you can see our startup folder will be located in C user app data roaming Microsoft Windows startup menu programs and startup, right? So let's copy this directory, and let's add a persistence inside a startup folder. Okay, so let's give a help. I think the cp command, yeah, it's not recognized as internal or external. Let's give a help, and let's see where it was located. So copy one or more files to another location. So we will use copy, copy, and our source will be the perflux folder, right? PERFLOGS perflux root kit remover.exe. To we are going to create a persistence inside the startup folder. Let I will paste this. So let's see. So it's showing one file has been copied. Let's redirect to the startup folder, and we will check if the persistence was created successfully or not. So now you can see the rootkit remover.exe was present inside the startup folder, right? So I need to discuss one more thing, which we have created the persistence in the registry items, right? So not only we can able to add the executables, we can add the bat files, we can add the PowerShell scripts, and we can add a malicious DLL into the run key registries. Okay, the run key registry creation was a similar command. We use the same thing, reg.exe, and we give the add command to add a certain key, hk local user, hk local machine, or hk current user. So we need a key, and we need to set a value to be, if you are adding a malicious DLL, so you can give the value as anything. I am giving the DLL. So you just the type will be the reg as you said, the similar one, and your data will be the DLL file. Okay, so the path to the So this is how you can add the malicious data into the startup folder as well. Sorry, not a startup folder, the registry run keys, as well as you can add the PowerShell script, PowerShell script dot bat script into the run key registries. Okay. So threat actor will abuse the persistence like anything. So they can add any random files, any files to the persistence items. Okay. So be aware of that. Not only the executable will create a problem, even a bat file or a VBS file or a PS1 file or a DLL file will absolutely create a big problem. Okay. So be aware about that. If while you are investigating any of the cases, if you find this kind of cases, so you need to keep an eye on that. Okay, so that's all about this video. We will meet on in the next interesting video adding the schedule task, and I came up with multiple different methods to add a schedule task. Okay, so we'll meet on in the next video. Thank you for watching. Welcome to the final video of a section. So in this video, we will learn how the threat actor will abuse the schedule task to create a persistence. Okay, so we already saw the schedule task in the Windows persistence, but on that video, I discussed only the few of the commands, right? So in this video, we will learn about some commands, some schedule task creation commands that can be abused by the threat actor, that can be used by the threat actors to create a schedule task persistence. Okay, so you can see the first command. You maybe you are all professional in these queries. The create is create. We are creating as a system. The schedule task we are creating that should be run as a system, and the schedule condition will be the minute and the 1 minute, and task name will be the rootkit 1, and the tr, the script will be the tr will be the path. So here we need to give the script. Okay, so what is script? So if you want to add the PowerShell script into the malicious PowerShell script into the schedule task, you can do. Okay, so for that, go to select any of the payload. Let I will go to the Windows Stager payload. I'm selecting the PowerShell command. Let's give the choose a listener. Let's generate. So let's give to the music folder. Let's jump onto the music folder and see what Cobalt Strike has been created. So now you can see there is a set of command that can be that was created by the Cobalt Strike. So you can copy paste this Cobalt Strike malicious script and you can paste it here directly. Okay, so you can paste the command here directly. This is one way you can create a malicious schedule task. Okay, so and another way, so you can see the schedule task create and run as a system, and SE will be the on start. So when you need to start the schedule task, and task name will be the rootkit, and task path will be the task script will be the what you need to be execute. It will be you need to give it there. So here I mentioned this command dot c, so my path. Okay, so let's try this. Let copy this command, move to the terminal, paste. So my path will be the perflogs slash rootkit dot exe, right? Rootkit remover dot exe. So let's create the schedule task. So our schedule task has been successfully created. Let's check slash query and FO list and verbose. So let's give a specific name, and so it will list a lot of things. Let's give the specific name. The name will be rootkit and FO slash list. Okay, so list will be in here and V verbose. So here we can see the task to run. It will be pointing to the command cperflogs, right? It will the rootkit remover will execute through the command. Okay. So let's go to another command and we will see. So here you can see the rootkit remove the same thing. You can create like this. Okay, the condition will be weekly. So today is Friday. So I did a day Friday. Only Friday it will execute. Okay. So not only the executable file, you can create the malicious DLLs using the Cobalt Strike, and you can use the DLLs also there. Okay, artifact.dll, and so um, you need to copy this artifact.dll into the machine. I will explain it here. So here you can, if you copied the artifact.dll in the perflog folder, you can directly use it like this. Okay, perflogs slash artifact dot dll. Okay, or else if you need any help with the run dll32.exe, you can give run dll32.exe, and it is pointing to the artifact dll. So you need to give the entry point here. So you can create like this also. Okay, so this is another way. Okay, so another command, it's a schedule task create. Task name will be the rootkit 4 and task r will be the command you need to be run. Okay, so in here we will we can do one thing. We will create a stager payload using the PowerShell, and script will be the .ps1. Let I will rename the kit script to rootkit .ps1, and it was saved to the music folder. I will copy the ps1 to my server. So rootkit.ps1. I will go to the mouse pad. So my local server will be 192.168.18.235 slash rootkit.ps1. Okay, so if I execute this in the machine, it will create a scheduled task and it will download the string. Okay, so see the parameter download string, as well as it will execute the ps1 file through the powershell.exe. Okay, so this is scenario. This is how threat actor will abuse the scheduled task.exe to create a malicious schedule task. So here you can see the sc on logon and run as a system. So on logon means at the time of the logon it will execute. Okay, so this is the some commands that can be used by the threat actors to create a malicious schedule task in the machine. Okay, so that's all about this video. So we will up one second. Rootkit 4 has been successfully created. Let's query this. Query task name will be the rootkit 4, right? Rootkit 4 slash f4 list and verbose. So now the task to run will be it will run a powershell.exe and it will trigger the rootkit.ps1 file from the server. Okay, so it will trigger our rootkit.ps1 file from our Kali machine, right? So that's all about this video, and we will meet on you in the next section. So you have successfully completed the Windows persistent sections as well as the red plus blue team operation persistent section. Okay. So let's meet you in the next section. Thank you for watching this video. Bye bye. Welcome to the another video of a section. So we are in a persistent section. This is an another side of persistence. So I just teach how to add the registry run keys, startup folder, services, and schedule task. But if you see really a persistence mechanism for a threat actor, so if you refer in MITRE, so there will be a persistence called a create account. Okay, so the creating and modify the system process services are a secondary one, schedule task job. Okay, so if you see in MITRE techniques and a tactic, under a persistent tactic, there is a technique called create account. Okay, so what is create account and why the threat actor need to create a account? Okay, so the threat actors, the adversaries, they need to maintain their access rights inside the environment. Okay, so when we are adding the schedule task startup folders, when we are adding our malicious executable in schedule task or startup folders, it will execute whenever the user restarting the machines, right? It will execute whenever the users or a system administrator or anyone who restarted or turn on the machine. Okay, but if you see now our administrator's account was compromised, right? So we have injected a process. We did a process injection and we did some activities, right? In administrator level. Okay. So I did not till now I did not teach how to elevate the privilege from normal user to the administrator level. You will see in the privilege escalation section, that was one of the very interesting section. You will learn a lot of things about the privilege escalation. For your understanding, I directly jump on to the defense evasion. Once the initial access was completed, I executed an administrator privilege, right? um, that I did for your understanding these things. Okay, uh, if you see the create account, the administrator, sorry, the adversaries or the threat actors will need to maintain their access. Okay, so if they for example, we compromise the administrator credentials. If I am a security engineer for that company, what if I disabled the administrator account or anything? So you will be, you will not get enough access, right? So that's one of the important things. So your access need to be persistent, okay? So that we are creating an account, okay? So if you refer the MITRE to maintain access to the victim systems, okay? So this is why we need to if we are going to create a new account in my Windows machine. So you will not be see which I am creating the user which I am creating in another sections. Okay, because I'm going to remove this user. Now I am creating. Okay, so let's move to the uh, machine. Let's move to the Kali machine and let me will create a new persistence. Okay, create an account. Okay, so how to do that? Okay, there is a lol bin called the net.exe. The threat actor will use the net.exe to create a new user. Okay, so the command is so simple. Let me zoom in so that you can easily see. Net user, net is a login, net.exe used to do a lot of things like discovery, enumerations, adding users, adding user to the account manipulations and all. We can do a lot of things using the net.exe. We are using net.exe to add a new user to maintain our persistence, okay, in a target environment. Let add a new username called the attacker. So I'm sure you will not find this attacker in other sections. I will totally remove this user from the machines once our experiment get completed. Okay, so I'm adding the net user attacker. Attacker is the username, and we need to give the password for the attacker. I'm giving the password as the um, ABCD123. Okay, so this is my password, ABCD123 at, and you can give slash. This is flag you need to give. Okay, so basically we are using net command and we are adding a new user, the username called the attacker, and the password is ABCD123 and slash add. Okay, this command will add a new user. Okay, so the command was successfully completed. So the new user get added. Okay. So now the new users get added. Okay. Threat actors use this command to add a new user into the remote machines. Okay. Into the target machines. Okay. So in this video we have just created the account. In next video we will try to add this user to the administrator group. Okay. So let's conclude this video. We will meet you in the next video. Thank you for watching. Welcome to the another video. We are going to see another one technique in persistence. It's not a technique, it's a procedure. The account manipulations. In previous video we have successfully created the account and the tactic was T1136. And if you come to the account manipulations, you can find the tactic was T1098, and it's in MITRE under the persistence. So the in a previous video we created an account, right? We have created an account, but we did not set enough privilege, right? So whether the account is related to the admin privilege or any other privileges, right? So we are adding the user account to the administrator group. Okay. So to list out the so now you can see my now you can see my who am I all now I am a user and I am in a high mandatory level, so high integrity level. So if you give net user here, it will list all the user. Just now we added a user called attacker that was added, right? So let's add this attacker to the administrator group. The threat actor will add the username to the several group. There are domain administrator group. So we are not covering Active Directory in this course. So I'm skipping that domain administrator group, adding the user to the domain admin group. But we will see how to add the user to the administrator group, how threat actor will add the user to the administrator group. Okay. So if you see the command, so the same, we are abusing the net.exe to add the user to the administrator group. Okay. So don't need to give the net.exe. Let's go to the, if you give who am I slash, so I'm a member of administrator group and it's a local account. So it's a local group, right? So administrator is a local group of a machine, and and if which group you need to add. Okay, so if you see here it's an administrator group, we need to add the user to the administrator group. So let's add to the administrators. And which username we added? We added the attacker, right? Attacker, it's my username. Let's add it to the admin group. Okay. Maybe I missed the group, right? Let's paste this group, and the username is attacker, and we need to add. That's all. Okay. So net the similar lol bas and the local group. Which group you need to add? The administrators group and the username slash add. So you can see the command was completed successfully. Right. So now it's added to the administrator group. The attacker privilege was now an administrator. Uh, okay. So this is how the threat actor will add the user to the administrator group. Okay, this is called as the um, account manipulation. Probably we are giving the permission, the administrator group, right? Permission groups for account, right? So here you can find a command specific group, right? Account specific group with the net local group, right? So the threat actor will use the command to add the user to the admin group or any other group. Okay. So if you need to add the user to the domain group, so it's a very easy thing. You can give the group. So you can specify the group. If it's a domain administrator group, you need to find the group first. So if it's a domain 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 admin group, so you can go ahead and add the domain admin, and you can give the username slash add. Okay, so you can give it like that to add it to the domain admin group. Okay, so this command was not see this command can only used only a Windows domain controller. So we do not have a domain controller or AD. So Active Directory. So in this course, we are just covering the Windows, right? So we did not cover the Active Directory attacks and all. Maybe in next course we can see the Active Directory attacks. Um, so you can see the net group. So we need to specify the group name we need to add, and attacker the username, and just to say easiest command, right? So this is how the threat actor will add the persistence username and password for a target environment. Okay, so this is another level of persistence. So adding the scheduled task startup services, that is one side of persistence, and this is another side of persistence. So attacker need to maintain their access to the victim machine. So they will do it like this. Okay, so that's all about the video. We will meet you in a next video. Thank you for watching. Welcome to the last and final video of section enabling and disabling the users. Okay, so sometime you need to enable the users account. Okay, so we already added the net user attacker to our target machine, the attacker username to our target machine. So sometime what the target organization will do, they will find the attacker username, and they will disable that user. Okay, so that time you can easily enable the account using one of the command. Okay, so the command is similar, the net user. So what we can do, net user attacker, that was our username, and active is to yes. Okay, so give this will this will config the attacker username to the active. Okay, it will be enable the user account. Okay, so you can see the command was completed successfully, the account was active. So now you can see the account was password last set and expire, everything was here. So account active is equal to yes, right? The account was active now. So the local group membership was administrators and the user. Okay, global group is none, and logon was allowed all. So there is no restriction for a logon and all for the user. So let's disable the user. Why you need to disable the user? Okay, as a threat analyst or a blue teamer. So once you find the attacker account was a compromised account, okay. So in our scenario, it's an administrator. He's adding the attacker as a um, username to maintain access, okay, right? So in that time, you can say the customer to disable the attacker account as well as the administrator account. Also, you can recommend to reset the password for the account, disable and reset the password for that account, so that the attacker can't able to get access to the machine. They do not have a they do not they can't able to maintain their access, right? So as we discussed. So this is a command we need to enable the user account. This was probably used by the threat actors when you are trying to disable the account. Okay, let I will show how to disable the account. Okay, so let's use the same command net user attacker active to no. Okay, so this will disable the attacker account. So now you can see the account was active. It's no. In a previous thing, it was set to active, right? So it was an active account when we use the parameter to yes. So when I give the parameter to no, an active flag, it states the uh, account was not active. Okay. So sometime when we disable the compromised account, the attacker will try to enable. Okay, they will do the attacker dash active to yes. Okay, they will simply use this command to enable the user account. Okay, because we all know the attacker account was created by the threat actor. That was from the administrator account. Okay, so the administrator only created a attacker account, right? We discussed earlier. Okay, so the administrator only created the attacker account. So you can see here is admin group. He only created the um, he only created and added the attacker to the administrator group, right? So you need to ask the customer, or you need to disable the administrator account also, okay, for stopping this. Okay, so now you can see the account active was yes, right? So it was active. So it's a simple command that was run by the threat actors to enable and disable the account. So they will not disable, the threat actors will not disable the account, they will only enable the account. Okay, so disabling thing as a red teamer, you need to perform that. So in our scenario, you need to ask the customer to disable the administrators as well as the attacker. Also, you need to ask the customer to disable the users and reset the passwords. Okay. So if they reset the passwords or if they deleted that account, so the threat actor will not get a persistence connections, right? Yep, that's all about this section. We have learned a lot of things to adding the persistence mechanisms in various tasks like schedule task or schedule task, startup folders, and registration keys. Also, we seen how to create an account, how to add the account in an administrator group, as well as how to enable and disable the account. That will be very helpful. Hope you all have understand the video. We will meet you in the next section. Thank you for amazing. You have successfully completed the section Windows persistence. Let's jump on to the privilege escalation. Okay, before jump on to the privilege escalation, just a small notification. FYI. Okay, so this course is purely for educational purpose. That's why I created. Okay, for the main motive of the course was purely for an education purpose. My motive is to um, give you a clear understanding about how threat actor will compromise the organization and what are the commands you can commonly see when the threat actor compromising the organization and how you can do some investigation. Okay, so if you know about some of the malicious command, you can able to investigate that incident, right? So if you know how the threat actor will compromise the environment, you can easily catch the threat actors and you can easily do some defense related activities, right? So that was my main motive of this course. Don't try this exploits what we are trying in outside of the box. So if you want to try this out, just try in your VM machine. You can download any version of Windows and Kali, and you can try it with your own. Okay, so let's welcome to the privilege escalation video, and not a privilege escalation video. Yeah, it's a privilege escalation video, and also welcome to the privilege escalation red plus blue team operation section. Okay, so in this video, we are going to bypass the UAC. So many of them don't know what is UAC. Okay, so UAC means user access control. So that was given by the Microsoft to every Windows operating system. So specifically, UAC is made to set some restriction to the user. So I will explain it in practical what is UAC. Okay. So if you see here, I am opening a command prompt without any admin level privilege. Okay, so I am not running the command as run as an administrator. Okay, so see my command in the top of the command, it's written as a command prompt. Okay, so if I open this command as a run as administrator, so in right hand side you can see the administrator command get opened. So you can see the name administrator command prompt. Okay, so it was in a system 32 folder, it was in the user folder, right? So if I give the who am I slash all, so here you can find a medium mandatory level. Also you can find one more information called local account and member of administrator group. Okay, so the user is a member of administrator use. Username is, what is the username? Who am I? So the username is, okay, who am I? Username is user. This user is part of an administrator group, but we do not have a administrator level privilege, right? So administrator privilege means a high mandatory level, but we only have a medium mandatory level. It's an user level privilege. Okay. If you see the right hand side, if I give who am I slash all, so now you can see the privilege was a high mandatory level. If I give a username, if I find a username, so you can see the same user. These two users are same, but in a left hand side I only got a medium mandatory level. In a right hand side I only got a high mandatory level. Okay, so the Windows operating system give one of the security principle for every applications. Okay, so some of the application will access any of the other process and it will do such malicious activities. So the Windows operating Windows Microsoft Windows basically gave a user access control mechanism in every operating system. Okay, so if you want to execute any application in administrator level privilege, you need to right click and run as an administrator. That's what we did in our initial access section, right? That's what we did in our initial access section. So we executed the process injection payload as run as an administrator, so we directly got a administrator level privilege. So what if you do not have an administrator level privilege? I mean high mandatory level privilege. Okay, So if I will we will see that in a practical netcat listen verbose port 8088. Let I will execute the payload without any user. So see here, any administrator or anything. Okay, so if I double click, so I got a section. I will execute whom slash all to see the privilege. So now you can see the privilege was medium mandatory level and the username is a user, and you can see the SID of 1000. Also you can see the the user was a member of administrator group. Alright, so this user was a member of an administrator group, but actually we did not got the administrator level privilege, right? So what we can do now? So if you do not have an administrator level privilege, you can't able to modify any of the key, any of the register. You can't able to do any registry modification in the target machine. So if I execute this command, so you can see the access is denied. So you can't able to kill, you can't able to you can't able to disable the Windows Defender, as well as you can't able to kill any EDR process. So this is the big problem now. So what we can do? So we have one scenario. We will see it in here. Okay. So I will explain this command in the next video. What is this command is about in a practical. So we will easily understand what is that. So now we have an access is denied because of medium mandatory level. So you can't able to you do not have enough privilege, right? So you can't able to create scheduled tasks. You can't able to create services. You can't able to create a run key you can sorry, you can't able to modify the registries because you are not an administrator, right? So let's elevate this privilege. We need a high mandatory level. We need an administrator privilege. What we can do? Okay. So when I refer this, I got a good source from the GitHub. Okay, so the elevation station dot dash main. So you can find multiple tools in a GitHub for a privilege escalation. But before that, I tested some of the scripts, and I only developed some of the script to elevate the privilege. But that was a Windows machine 2016, I think. So that was very easy. But this is a Windows level machine. Okay, this is the current version of Windows 11 machine, latest version. Okay, this is not easy to bypass any it was not easy to bypass. Okay, so after a few research, I got one of the tool called uh, elevation station. Okay, so you can find this tool in a GitHub. So basically, if you go to the download that tool, you can see the tool in here, and you can find the net utils.dll. So this is the thing we are using for a UAC bypass. So I just copied both of the tool in our perflux directory. We already set an exclusion, right? So there is a elevation station, you can see, as well as I copied this to the DLL to the Windows temp. I created a temp folder and I copied the DLL inside the temp folder. Okay. So this is the two files we need. So I did not going to I did not put it in my Kali server, and I'm not going to do that because it will take more time. If I upload it in my Kali machine server and I using certutil and download to the Windows machine, that will be more time consuming. That method you can see in a lot of videos using certutil to download the malicious files into the target machine. So I just directly copied two executable files into the separate folders. Let we will execute that, and we will do some privilege escalation. So elevate, or I need to go to perflux, right? C/perf logs directory elevation station. elevationstation station.exe dash uac, and we need to give an IP. So this will be the reverse connection. It will open a new reverse connection. Okay, so for that I will open a new port. Sorry, need to zoom in. Control plus plus is not working for me, so that I need to do it manually. Hope you can see this netcat lvp. Let's go for 8086. Okay, now my listeners open, and we will give the same port there. Okay, this script, okay, this elevation station.exe will do an UAC bypass, and it will open a new terminal. Okay, so in the discussion we have opened the command prompt as a level two integrative level privilege, right? So one was we did in a medium level because I did not run as an administrator. This is the terminal I gave to run as an administrator, right? Let's execute this. So something happen. Let's wait for some time. You won't get any alert in your Windows machine, so it all the process will be running under the background. So let okay, while watching for the finish. Okay, it's completed. Let's give who am I slash all medium integrity. Let's go to another terminal and see. So here you can find we got a new reverse connection. So now you can give the who am I slash all. So now absolutely amazing. We got a high mandatory level privilege, and we are an administrator, right? So now we are an administrator. Okay. So here you can see the administrator group. In this, the group is used for group used for Denny only, right? So now we have all the privilege. We can able to create a schedule task services. We can change any registry keys. We can modify any registry keys. We can add any registries. We can do anything in registry. We can kill any process. We can do defense evasion and all. Okay, so probably this topic I need to cover cover before a defense evasion. Uh, but in the defense evasion, I just executed my payload as a run as administrator. That's not a problem. So now we have an idea how to elevate our privilege, right? So that's we need. Again, I'm saying this video is completely for educational purpose for red teamers as well as blue teamers. How how to uh, how threat actors to understand about how threat actors will compromise the organization. So we have discussed lot of malicious command. If you see in this type of command in your while you are investigating any case, you can take action, right? So that's why I have created this course. Okay, that's the main motive of the course. So not for complete exploitation. Okay, so the main motive of the course is for uh, to understand how the threat actor will operate. Okay, so that's all about this video. We discussed a lot, and in the next video we will see this command. What is the purpose of this command in practical? Okay, so that's all. We will meet you on in the next video. Thank you for watching. Cool. Welcome to another video. So in a previous video, we already elevated our privilege, and in this video, let's discuss about one of the topic called LUA. Okay, so if you can see when I open the command prompt in run as an administrator, one of the window is pop-upping called as the user access control. So this is because of one of the registry key called enable LUA. Okay, so this is the registry key. Let's go to the registry key and see what the registry key has. So let's open the reg editor. I have already in the husky uh, HKey local machine, software Microsoft Windows, current version policy system. So the same thing you can find it here. HKey software Microsoft Windows, current user policy system, right? You can find the registry key here. So there is a name called enable LUA. So it was set to 1 defaultly. Okay. So let I will give open, and if I give CMD, it was just opening with the command prompt. Okay. Let I will edit this key to 0. So you must restart your computer to turn off the user access control. Okay. So let's think about about the uh, users in the organization. So you have successfully executed this command. So wait. We will set this value to 1. We will execute this command in our Kali machine. Okay, we have an administrator level privilege. So operation completed successfully. Let's move on to here. So now, so the value set to 0. Let's restart the computer. Let's wait for still restarting. Oh my god. Okay, I just um, restarted my machine, right? So my uh, command and control get killed. Okay, so absolutely it will be get killed, right? Even you are when the user shut down the machine. So let it be turned on, and my another C2 is also will not work. Let's check that. So see, both of them are killed. Okay, we are at the end of restarting. Okay, wait for some time, for a second. Let it be. Yeah. So now all done. So let's open a command prompt now without any runners and administrator. What will happen? So now you can see the heading of the command prompt is administrator, right? Because we just changed the value, enable LUA value. So if I move on to the registry editor, so we know what about the registry will be. My system, the system was hanged. Okay, it came. Luckily, it came. Okay, you can see the value was 0 pointing to 0. And that's all about this video. We have successfully did our UAC bypassing, right? So by changing the registry key. Okay. So once you change the registry key to 0, you can you can execute the execute your payload. Okay. Let I will try that if my system allows. Okay, it was completely hanged. Okay, no problem. Let the key will be in 0. Let we will install the process injection payload in the next video. We'll meet on you in the next video. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Welcome to another video. And we already saw how to elevate our privilege from medium to high integrity. So this is another video named UAC token duplication. So we all know what is UAC, user access control, and we saw some attacks. in a previous video. So we will see another attack in this video. Okay. So I will remove this first. Okay. So I don't want this. Let me go to my console, and I already have a C2 from the initial access. So we all know how to take the C2s. Let's move on to in a previous video we have modified the enable LUA registry key. So now, so what I'm executing, it will be fall under the high integrity level privilege, high mandatory level. So let's execute our Cobalt Strike. Uh, sorry. Yeah, let's execute our Cobalt Strike with the high integrity level. Let's move to the perflog folder. What was the name for our Cobalt Strike? Root kit remover. Okay. .exe. Let's execute. So now we got a section. So here you can directly see it was running under the administrator level privilege. If I give shell who am I all, so we know it will be an administrator level privilege because you can see the icon of the computer. So some lightning related things are in the four sides. So let's wait for some time. Let we will see the privilege and we will continue the UAC token duplication attack. And let discuss about UAC token duplication attack. So what is token duplication? Okay. So what we are doing, we are going to spawn a temporary process with the elevator privilege. Okay. So we are going to spawn or create our own process with the elevator privilege, and we are injecting our payload into that process. Okay, so what we are doing, we are creating one of the process with the high integrity level privilege, and we are elevating. Okay, and we are sorry, we are creating the process with a high integrity level privilege, and we are injecting a payload into the process. Okay, so by that, the process have a high integrity level, so it can easily communicate. So easily we will get a high mandatory level, right? So I am already in a high mandatory level. So if I do a token duplication attack, so it will the token duplication attack is for medium to high mandatory level. So if I give elevate, so now here you can see the UAC token duplication. Elevate UAC token duplication, and if I give the reason listener, so reverse is our listener which we have created. Okay, so and this is one of a loophole in a UAC. Okay, so it will whenever it was creating a temporary process, it will store the token. So for example, every process which Windows operating system has creating, they have their own token. Okay, so if the process is created for an administrator, process created by administrator, so that process have a administrator token. So if the process was created for the service, so it have a, system level, system integrity level. Okay, so if the process was created by the user, the process have only the user level privilege. Okay, so what it will do, it will create a process with the high high elevated privilege, high integrity level, and it will inject some code. So in a background, it will store a token from the high elevated process. Okay, it will store the token from the high elevated process, and it will use that token. Okay, so basically it was stealing the administrator level token, and it was using for the temporary process creation. So that was a background scenario. Okay, so you can see you are already in the high integrity level. So already I discussed. So UAC token duplication is for medium to high mandatory level, because in a previous video we already did a privilege escalation, uh, medium to high integrity. Let I will change the let I will do one thing. I will change the registry key, and we will so enable LUA will be 1. So I think it will ask for a restart. Yeah, it was asking for a restart to turn on the LUA. So let's see if it no, it was same. It was keeping me in a it was same. It was keeping me in a high elevated privilege. We need a medium integrity privilege. For that, what I'm doing, I will restart the computer. Okay. So then I will install my payload with the user level privilege. Let give some time to restart. Okay. So let I will resume my pause my video, and once it get started, I will resume that video. Okay. So now my machine was successfully restarted, and the enable LUA value will be set to 1 because we changed the value. Let's uh, let's kill this section also. We don't need this because we are going to um, install our rootkit remover in a user level privilege. I mean the medium mandatory level. Let's install now. So now you can see the Cobalt Strike icon. So if I interact with this, if I give shell who am I slash all, it will give the result like you only you have a medium mandatory level. You are only the member of the administrator group, not an administrator. Okay. So let's wait for a result. So if I give the normal terminal, if I execute any commands in this terminal, it will give the result at a time, at a second. But the Cobalt reconcile will be slow, but it will be very powerful for some of the attacks. So you can do multiple attacks within a single click. Okay. So here you can see we only have a medium mandatory level. Let I will use the elevate token duplication attack. So let I will create one more listener. Now I will use the another listener for a token duplication attack. SMB rev, SMB reverse. So we have created another beacon blind pipe SMB reverse. It will communicate with the SMB protocol. Let I will use the token duplication attack. So sometime this attack will fail, okay, because most of the operating system, mainly in Windows 11, it won't it won't run because it's not easy to elevate privilege in Windows 11 and the latest patched version, okay. So let's SMB REV, right? So let's execute now. Okay, no elevator or no such exploit. Okay, duplication. Elevate UAC token duplication. Teaching this kind of topic is very difficult because we need more effort. SMB REV. So it tasked a beacon using a blind pipe. So you can see the beacon here in a high integrity process. So I already discussed it will temporarily spawn a high integrity process, which means the process in an elevator level. and it will inject the code into the process. Okay, so if you are running a Windows 10 or the previous version of Windows, it will definitely work. But I'm not confirm it will work or not. Okay, see here it was not working. Cannot connect to the pipe. Tried zero process tokens or task manager.exe. Okay, so it won't work in Windows 11, but you can try it in any of the operating system which have the Windows 10 or older version. So if you are exploiting any other organization, or if you are trying internally with any other low version Windows, so you can go for it. Okay, go for the attack. So the motive of the video is I need to explain about the token duplication attack, how it will work, and how you can attack through the Cobalt Strike. Okay, so that's all about the video. Uh, we will successfully elevated the in previous video we successfully already elevated medium to high integrity by using the elevation station, and from next video we are going to see how to elevate high to system integrity. Okay, so we already did medium to high, then we need to do high to system level, right? So that was a highest privilege. So we can start that from the next video. So okay. So that's all about this video. Thank you for watching. We will meet on you in the next video. Welcome to another video, and in this video we are going to discuss one of the important topic called as the named pipe. Okay, so the name itself is very different. It's a named pipe. So let's start our discussion. So we already discussed if the threat actor want to do any changes in the registries or do anything in the operating system, so they need a high elevator privilege do that operations, right? So we already did a medium to high integrity privilege, but we need to transfer our privilege escalation to high to system integrity. Okay. So here I draw some diagram. This is a client and this is a service provider. So in the same time I will give the example for named pipe. Okay. So why we are using the named pipe based attacks? So the attacks like named pipe impersonation. So what is a named pipe? Okay. So named pipe was one of the Windows feature that was introduced in Microsoft Windows, and that named pipe was used for communicating two process. Okay, so let's consider there are two process. Let's say there's a set util and a bits admin. These two process want to communicate with each other. They will use these two process will use the named pipe for a communication. Okay, so basically if the set util want to transfer some data to the bits admin, it will use a named pipe. Okay, or if the bits admin want to transfer some message to a set util, it will use a named pipe to a transfer. Okay, either it will transfer through a file or a network. So this is called as a named pipe. So named pipe is basically introduced for process communication. So communicate between two process. The Windows Microsoft Windows introduced that feature. Okay, um, for every operating system. Okay, so let's talk about how we can elevate our privilege using the named pipe. Okay, so let's come to the diagram. So here you can see one of the Pureman, and he is a and he is a client, and this is a service provider. Okay, so let's take service provider as a MySQL server. So it's a MySQL server. Okay. So this is a client or a user. So let's take client or a user. So if the user or a client want to query the MySQL, so what he will do? He will use a particular language, OS query or some other MySQL query to query the MySQL server, right? So that's a basic programming. So if if the user want to take any data from the MySQL server, he will query the database, right? He will query some program, select star from users, it will display all the users, right, inside the MySQL. So let's take the user only have a low level privilege. Okay, so user only have the low level privilege. Absolutely, our service provider will have some high integrity level privilege because it can able to interact with every database inside it, right? So once the uh, user gives some query to the service provider, this service provider will verify the user. Okay, so if the user only have a low integrity level, so if, for example, the low integrity level user only can able to query the database, okay, he can view the users, or he can view a particular column, or he can view some information in the database. Okay, so only he can query the database. Okay, he can get only the information. He can't able to delete, or he can't able to modify, or he can't able to add any table or column in the database. Okay, so the service provider will take the user privilege. Okay, so user privilege, and it will run the query as a user. Okay, so this is the intermediate between the uh, client and the client or user, or the and the MySQL server. Okay, this service provider will take the user level privilege, user's privilege, and it will verify that privilege. So if the user only can able to query the database, the user access control was only query the database, it will only query the database. Okay, it will only give the information based on the privilege. Okay, so let's say if the let's think about this user. Okay, so I will delete the user, and I will remove everything from here. So this is a Superman user. Okay, this is a Superman user, and not a Superman, he is a Spider-Man, and he have a privilege. Sorry, he is one of the user. So I already discussed the service provider has one of the privilege, right? The service provider has one of the privilege. It will take the user privilege, and it will execute the query what the uh, based on the user privilege, right? Based on the user privilege, right? So let's say the service provider has a privilege. Okay, and this client have a very high level privilege. Okay, very high level privilege than the service provider. Okay, so the service provider only have a high level privilege, but this client or user have a very high level privilege. This is the very high level privilege in the sense the privilege was greater than the service provider. So now what service provider will do? So if I am a service provider, I will abuse this client or user privilege to do some activities. Okay, so let's say the service provider only can able to modify the data or add the data. Okay, but this Spider-Man, this very high privilege user, can able to add, modify, as well as delete. Okay, he can able to delete the database. Okay, so now the service provider will, because this user, this very high privileged user, the Spider-Man, need to interact with the service provider, right, to query the database, to do something with the database. Okay, so now this service provider will get the user, the Spider-Man privilege, right, will get this Spider-Man privilege. I mean the very high privilege. Okay, what he will do? He will query the database. By querying, the service provider will get the very high privilege to add, delete, and modify. Okay, by this service provider will get a very high privilege, and he will do anything in the database. Okay, so it was called as the impersonation. Okay, named pipe impersonation. Okay, so let's take an example of a real time. So what it will do? Okay, I will explain. This is the example. Okay, this is the overall understanding of what is a named pipe. I will explain it in how it will happen inside the computer. Okay, so let's take as an example of our cobalt strike payload rootkit remover. Okay, so let's take an example of our rootkit remover .exe. So what it will do, it will create a it will create a process with a high level privilege. Okay, for example, it's a run dll 32.exe. Wait a second. Yep. So now let's take an example of a rootkit remover.exe. Our cobalt strike payload, it created a run dll 32.exe as a system level privilege. Okay, so it created a run.dll32.exe as a system level privilege. We know the rootkit remover will be the owner. Okay, because we are the owner, right? So we only created the run.dll32.exe. Okay, so we are the server or we are the owner. Okay, so we created a system level process run.dll32.exe as a system level privilege. Okay, so now what we will do, we are doing the same thing what I said in the above diagram. We are using this very high level privilege for our attack, for doing our malicious activities. Okay, so now this is the owner, this is the server, and the owner, the rootkit remover .exe will be the server or a owner, and the created process will be the running under the system level privilege. So automatically this rootkit remover will got a very high level privilege, right? So this is called as the named pipe impersonation. Okay, so in a above diagram I already discussed these user have a very high level privilege, and if the service provider impersonate abuse this very high level user privilege for for doing a malicious activities. So in this scenario, our client will be the run.dll32.exe, and our service provider will be our cobalt strike payload. Okay, so this is called as the named pipe impersonation. Okay, so we will see how to do the named pipe impersonation attack in a practical. Okay, in the next video. So this theory video, but I hope I explained everything in a good way. So if you do not understand about this video, if you do not understand, so no problem, we will see in the practical section. Okay, that's all about this video. We will meet on you. So we will meet you on the next video. Thank you for watching. Welcome to the another video. And we already elevated our privilege height, sorry, medium to high integrity, right? So now we are in a medium to high mandatory level using the elevation station .exe, right? We did in previous videos. So let's go to the high to system integrity level privilege by using the named pipe impersonation attack. So I'm going to do the same executable elevation station.exe. Let I will redirect to my directory to the perflogs. So elevation sta, it's right, elevatation right, .exe, and we have a np option for a named pipe. Okay, so in previous video we discussed what is a named pipe and how threat actor will abuse the named pipe to elevate the privilege from high to system integrity. So in this video we are going to do that in a practical way. So let's execute this. So now you can see creating a named pipe, sleeping for 3 seconds, and pipe command pipe it's created some services. So now let me see my privilege. So here you can see all the items has been enabled. So we can do anything. So if you go for a previous thing, so some of the items will be disabled and some of them will be enabled, right? So if you see the system level privilege, all the items will be in a enabled mode. Okay, so we can do anything in the machine. Okay, so here you can see the system mandatory level. Our privilege was basically in a system mandatory level. Okay, so let's go to the Windows station and let investigate what happened inside it. So we already know it created impersonated the client. Okay, set impersonator privilege. Create service success. So we got a keyword, got a create service, right? Yes. See. So let investigate the service related things. Go to an event viewer. Let's go to the system logs. We'll wait for some time. Let our system will respond. So let's do some. Should I can able to minimize this? Okay. So let's go to the first logs and we will come to one by one. VBox. Let's investigate one by one event. Let I will filter with the 7045. Okay. Filter current log and we need a 7045. Done. Let's go to the third. So here you can see it accessed a weaponization client.exe from the C users public folder and it created and it installed a new service, right? It installed a new service. Let me investigate the 7034 logons. So 7034 will be the service termination. So 3C, okay, so it's not our service. Today we have only one service has been terminated. Clear logs. Oh no, we don't need to clear logs. We just filter the current logs. Okay, let's investigate the 813. So only one thing we have for 7045. There is a new service created called as the weaponization warp zone client.exe mode. It was running under service. So let's see any other event has happened. Battery and okay. So this is how you need to investigate the events one by one. So if you find any malicious activity, so from here I can see some warp zone client.exe installed into the system, right? So it created a service called as the warp zone.exe. So as per the blue team, we need to check the if any of the service creation events, you need to check for the 7045 events. Okay. Yep. So that's all about this video. So we successfully elevated our privilege, and we will meet you on the next video. Thank you for watching. Welcome to another video. And in the previous video, we already seen how to elevate our privilege to high to system integrity level by using the elevation station.exe. So we are in a post exploitation section. We are mostly focused on a Cobalt Strike tool, the Cobalt Strike framework, right? So in a Cobalt Strike framework, there is a one of the there's one of a excellent module to elevate our privilege from high to system integrity. Okay, so if you see my privilege, it's in a high mandatory level, and I'm a member of an administrator group as well as I am an administrator now. So this so in previous video as well as this video, we have mostly focused in high to system integrity, right? Because in in another videos we elevated our privilege to medium to high integrity. So we need a high to system, right? So already we already saw how to elevate the privilege to medium to high. In this video, in this video we are going to see how to elevate our privilege from high to system integrity. Okay, so if I give help here, so you can see there are a lot of modules in Cobalt Strike that we can use uh, that we can use it easily. Okay, so here you can see span a section in an elevated context. So let I will type the elevate in here. So here you can find there are some exploits available for elevate module. So this is related to SMB overflow vulnerability, and there are some other vulnerabilities is also available CV related. And svc-exe get system via an executable run as a service. So we are going to use svc-exe. Okay, we are using this exploit to elevate our privilege from high to system integrity. Okay, so we already saw what is a token duplications and all. And in this video, we are focusing on this high to system integrity. So I'm using svc-exe. Okay, so this will create a new service in a system level privilege. Okay, so we already know if an executable will create a new service. So you need to how you need to investigate which events you need to investigate that. So we will see that once we execute this module. So let's focus on the elevate svc-exe. So we need to give the listener. So our listener is I'm using the reverse listener. I can use SMB REV also, but I'm using the reverse listener. You can use anything you want. So you can create a new listener for system privilege and you can use. So let I will give reverse. So now the task beacon run. It will run this executable in a system level context. Okay, it will create a new service. So let me move on to our Windows machine and we will see what happening inside of my machine. Okay, so let I will expand the machine and I'll move to the event viewer. So let's focus on we know where our service events are there. So we'll move to the system and it will take some time to mm, refresh the page. So let's move on to the Cobalt Strike. Okay, host called and 7F2. Okay, this is a new service created and started a new service. So now we got a system. We got a one more computer added to the Cobalt Strike console. Okay, so if you see here, it was saying it is a user, and if you see the down computer, it was saying it's a system. If I give interact in here, so you can see the terminal. So if I give who am I slash all. So let's wait for the result. We will investigate what happened inside our machine. Okay, this is a security log. Let me move to the system log. So here you can see there is a new service were created. A new service was installed in the machine. At a few seconds, the service terminated unexpectedly. Okay. So the service was terminated unexpectedly. The service termination event was 7034 and the service creation event was 7045. Let I will move on to the TCP view and I will see the listening connections in my machine. Let's filter with the IP address. So currently there is no, it was showing there is no communication into the IP. Let's execute some command. Okay, now my privilege, you can see it's a system mandatory level privilege. So let's use some command and we will see the listening connection. Sometimes this TCP view will show the wrong information. It will do not show the exact result what it was happening. Let I will refresh. So here you can see the rootkit remover was communicating with the 235. So we can find the rootkit remover was communicating with our Kali machine. Let me open the TCP view again. It was not showing the exact data sometime. So let I will. So in here you can see the 4788 RunDL32.exe was communicating with our Cobalt Strike. So it was tagged as yellow. So this is our Cobalt Strike executable now. I already told it will create a service in a elevated privilege and it will use that service for uh, a context of privilege escalation. So here you can find the run-dll32.exe was communicating with the remote IP 18.235 with the remote port 8067 and in the listener, so this is our reverse port 8067. So now we can easily find out what's happening inside the machine. Okay. So after some of the time, the beacon gone to sleep. Okay. So there is no now there is no communication with my Kali machine. there is no communication with my Cobalt Strike because the beacon, the both of beacon was gone to sleep because we got a result, right. We got a result. So the both of the Cobalt Strike beacon was gone to the sleep mode. If I execute any command into the terminal into the beacon, it will awake. The beacon will awake and execute that command into the target machine. Okay. So if you track the current current open sockets, if you sort the current open sockets, you can't able to find lot of informations. If there is a cobalt stray beacon, but EDR vendors will save all the open sockets and all the informations in the cloud. Okay, so basically they will take the information from the target machine and they will save all the logs into the cloud platform. By saving the logs into the cloud platforms, they can easily query with the EDR tool and they can retrieve the data. For example, let's consider if the host if the target I am investigating this Windows machine, the target machine was offline, the target machine was shut down. If there is no data, I can't able to investigate any of the detections, right? There is no detection and there is no data available. So EDR vendor will work in smart. They will retrieve, they will take all the logs from the target machine and they will save that data into the cloud platform. Okay, so by querying the data, we can easily retrieve what happened inside the machine, even if the host was offline, if the host was shut down. Okay, so this is how EDR vendors will operate. Okay, so that we are saying EDR is an advanced method than the antivirus softwares. So let's move on to the elevators. We see. So this time, let I will use another beacon called SMBREV. Let me see what happening inside the machine. SVC-exe SMBREV. So my listener name was yeah, correct. And let execute now. So it created a pipe, and via service control manager, it will create a new service executable in a system level context. So now we have another beacon. So here you can see this beacon is a parent and this is a child beacon. Okay, so this is a parent and this is a child. Okay, so if I execute any command, this command will go to this beacon first, and this beacon will send that command to the system. Okay, so this system will execute that command and it will send the result to the this beacon, and this beacon will get into the give that result to the cobalt strike. Okay, so for example, if I execute shell who am I slash all, so now the shell who am I slash transferred from here to this beacon, and this beacon will send the shell who am I to this this beacon, and this beacon will execute the shell who am I, and this beacon send the result to okay, there is no shell who am I slash all. Last time there is a spelling mistake. Yeah, this beacon will execute the shell who am I command, and this will send a result to the this beacon, and this beacon will send a result to our cobalt strike. Okay, this is called as the peer-to-peer communication. Okay, so now we have three beacons. If the user killed any beacon, we can easily get a touch with the another beacon. For example, if the user, so here you can find, I already told, it will trigger the parent beacon. Our parent beacon is a rootkit remover. right? Our parent beacon is a rootkit remover, and rootkit remover beacon will send the message, shell whom a message to this beacon. This beacon will execute that message, and this beacon will send the result to the rootkit remover, this beacon, the parent beacon, and the parent beacon will send the result to the cobalt strike. So this is what happened in inside the machine. Okay, so let's open the task manager, and we will see what are the systems was running. Okay, so let's open the process hacker. And process. So there is a rootkit remover. I'm going to kill this rootkit remover. Okay, so I'm going to terminate this. Terminate. Now if I execute any result in this beacon, I won't get any results. Okay, so because the process was terminated. Okay, but parallelly I will get the result from this beacon. Okay, because if the user killed this beacon, this section, we already created one more beacon in a one more cobalt strike beacon in a system level privilege, right? So this beacon will be alive. So see, this beacon shared the result to us, but this beacon was still executing, right? So it can't able to send the result because the beacon was killed. But we have an another one active beacon running in a system level privilege, right? So this will comes under the persistence as well as the privilege escalation. Okay, so this technique will come under the persistence as well as the privilege escalation. Okay, so now we don't have any use of the beacon because this both the beacon will get killed by the I have killed, right? I have terminated the rootkit remover.exe. So now the beacon will get killed, so we are not getting any result from this beacon. But if you see, this beacon is parallelly sending result to us. So the system, this beacon. Okay. So to identify the beacon, you can see 192.168.18.251 at 4788. So here you can see the at 4788, the parent PID, the PID of the process 4788. If I move to the 4788, so here you can see the run dll32.exe was running in a 4788 PID Windows host process. This both this beacon get killed 4148 4148 get killed. I won't get any result from the 4188, as well as I won't get any result from the 2480 because this both beacon get killed. If you see now, this beacon turned to gray, so we do not have any active section in this beacon. Okay. So, but if you see the down one, the color was still active and it was showing red, so it was still active. Okay, this beacon was still active. Yep. So I hope you enjoyed this video. We have learned a lot of things in the Cobalt Strike. So that's all about the video. If you want to investigate from the blue team perspective, you need to investigate the run DLL32.exe as well as the services. Okay, once you see in the 7045 event ID, if you see the 7045 event ID, you can find out which service was created. Okay, so then at the next second this service was terminated unexpectedly. Okay, but if you see, it triggered one of the Windows process run.dll32.exe, and it executing the cobalt strike beacon into the run.dll32.exe. We already discussed this in the named pipe impersonation attack in a previous videos, how it will do, how our Windows operating machines will do that. So you need to investigate run.dll32.exe. Okay, so if you find the run.dll32.exe was communicating with any other IP, so you can keep an eye on that IP and you can investigate more. Okay, don't miss this scenario. Don't consider this service was killed, so there is no C2 connection from the C2 connection to the attacker. So some of the analysts will confuse the service was started and service was terminated. So there will be no C2 communication more. But there is a C2 communication with another process in run.dll32.exe. So you need to keep an eye on the executables running on the Windows. You need to check the open sockets and you have to flag what happened. Why this run DLL you need to ask a questions like one, why the run DLL32.exe was communicating with the suspicious IP. Okay, we know run DLL32.exe will execute DLL files, but in our scenario it was communicating with one of the IP. Okay, so you need to keep an eye on this. So that's all about the blue team perspective. So you have to keep know this method when there is a cobalt regulator attack. Okay, so yeah, hope you all understand about this video. We will meet on you in the next video. Thank you for watching. Welcome to another video. We we have successfully elevated our privilege medium to high and high to system. We will see some other method that was followed by the threat actors when they are when they are elevating their privilege in the target machine, okay, or else the target environment. So let's discuss one of the topic, one of the hot topics called the exploitation method. So exploiting vulnerabilities in Windows operating system, as well as exploiting vulnerabilities in a client-side softwares or something. So this will give the attacker to elevate the privilege medium to high or high to system. Okay, so sometime in Windows operating system there will be a misconfiguration that will also leads to a privilege escalation. Sometime there is a software has a vulnerability, so the threat actor elevate the vulnerability. uh, the threat actor exploit the vulnerability to achieve the privilege escalation goal. Okay, let me move to the elevate module. So here you can see we can use the CV 2020 exploit for the SMB buffer overflow attack, right? So let's see what is a SMB buffer overflow uh, attack. So when you are start exploiting any vulnerability into the target machine, you need to know what is the vulnerability and what are the versions, what are the Windows version it was affecting. Okay, so that was one of the important thing. So let's search for the vulnerability CV 2020-0796. So there is a website called NIST. So it was showing remote code execution exist in the way Microsoft server SMB server message block 3.11. Okay, so we know by this we know this is the remote code execution in SMB server message block 3.11 version. So we can use this version to elevate our privilege, right? And if I give the local, okay, let I'm not giving local privilege escalation. So this CV was related to the local privilege escalation. So this CV belongs to 2020. Now it was a 2023. So here you can see it's a local privilege escalation. So directly we are getting the system level privilege, user to system level privilege, right? So the threat actor will use this kind of vulnerabilities to elevate the privilege into the target machine. Okay. So in our scenario, we can't able to use this CV 2020 because if I use elevate CVE 2020 96, and if I give the reverse listener reverse, so you can see the exploit was only support Windows 10 version 19.3 to 1909. Let me search the Windows version 19.3 to 19.9, which version it was. The CV is not too old, like so 2003 or 2010. It's before 3 years. Maybe many of the organization, many of the target machines will use this Windows 10 version. So it was a May 2019 update. So not a pretty old. It was 3 years back. And seventh major update of Windows 10. So many of the Windows machine will run this version uh, in the target machines, right? So you can use the vulnerability, the threat actor basically use this vulnerability to elevate the privilege. Not only elevating their privilege, they will use this vulnerability to deploy the ransomware later things. Okay, so I will search with the ransomware. Let me see any other ransomware attack where happened. Um, in that CVE. Okay, so here you can see some Cassia threads. Sorry, Kaspersky threads, and okay, here you can see the Netwalker ransomware used the CVE to exploit in the target machines, right? So threat actor use this kind of vulnerability to elevate the privilege easily. Okay. So in our scenario, we know this is a Windows 11 operating system. So if you need the what was the version of the Windows shell WMIC OS get version. So let's wait for the result. We will move that network or ransomware, and we will refer what happened into the machine, into the organization. So as a request, take a allows another negative code executions, remote code execution POC. Okay, so networker ransomware operates the target Columbia College of Chicago. So they use this vulnerability to exploit the organization, right? Vulnerability of Christmas. Let me search for ransom. Okay, here you can see some ransomware strains like Grand Cab indicating the ransomware operator. So I already said the threat actor will use this vulnerability absolutely to exploit the target machines. Okay, so be aware of that. So if you see the version was 10.002.200, let we move to the version. So it's a Windows 11 and 21H2. Okay, so this is Windows 11. This build number was a Windows 11 and a 21H2 version. Okay, so sorry, yep, it's a 21H2, the Windows 11 version. So we can't able to use this vulnerability to exploit into the target machine. Okay, so you need to the reason why I take this I added this video into the section because you need to aware the threat actor will exploit this kind of vulnerabilities to exploit the target organization and achieve their privilege escalation goal. So that's my only reason I added this video. Okay, so let's conclude this video and hope you understand how to exploit these vulnerabilities related things and how to do some OSINT related to the vulnerabilities. So we will meet you in the next video. Thank you for watching. Welcome to another video. And I already said that the privilege escalation will be the threat actor will achieve the privilege escalation goal through the vulnerabilities as well as the misconfigurations in Windows. So today we are in this topic we are going to see one of the misconfiguration called as the unquartered service path vulnerability. So we just discuss we will say this is a vulnerability, but actually this was a misconfiguration in Windows. Okay, so what is unquartered service path vulnerability? Let we will discuss in a practical. So here I mentioned some of the commands for this is the commands to create a vulnerable service. Okay, with the unquartered service path vulnerability with unquartered service path vulnerability. Okay, so this if you create a service like this will absolutely harmful to your machine. Okay, so because let me move to the real world scenario what happened in a unquoted service path vulnerability. So I'm going to create one of the service in a directory val path. Okay, and I'm going to create one more directory on unquoted path. Okay, and I am saying val.exe. Okay, so let's create this service. Before that, I will create the path. You don't need a path, but for explanation, I'm going to create a path. Okay, so inside the program files, what we need to create val path and unquoted path. Cool, no problem. We'll create new folder vulpath, and inside we have a unquoted unquartered path, right? So inside this unquartered path I will rename this mimikatz file to the val.exe, and I will paste inside the the we just created a service path. Okay, So leave, that was no problem. I don't need any services. For your understanding, let I will try to copy this. Control C, and yeah, done. Uh, let I will create a service first. So let I will execute this command inside my machine. Service create unquoted. We know how to create a service, right? So let it will start in a auto. So let's create a service. So the display name will be the unquoted service, and the path will be the this. Okay. So this is the command to check the unquoted service path vulnerability. Okay. So if I execute this command, so it showed the this service was vulnerable to this service was unquoted. Okay, so what is unquoted vulnerability and what is about? Okay, so let's take this directory as an example. Okay, I have in here. Okay, so let's take this directory as a example. So whenever the service is going to start, if I started the unquoted if I started the service, it will first check the C dash program. Okay, so it will check the C dash program. If anything inside the C program dot exe, it will execute this program dot exe. Okay, so let if I for if let's take another one. So there is a val, right? So it will check the first one, and it will find there is a space between the program, and it will execute the program.exe if the file was present on the c-program.exe. Okay, so for example, in the C directory, if I create a file inside the C directory named program.exe, like mm, program exe, it will execute this file. Okay, it will execute this program.exe file. Okay, so this is called as the unquoted service path vulnerability. So if it skipped the first one, then it will check the next directory. Okay, one path. Okay, so there also there is a space between that, so it will execute the vuln.exe if the file was present on there. Okay, so third, it will come to the this path unquartered, and it will check the space. There is a space between the unquartered, so it will execute the unquartered.exe. Okay, so finally it will come to vuln.exe. Okay, so in our scenario, the service was started in a first command, the c-program.exe. Okay, because the service was not quartered. Okay, so because of that, this command showed the result, the service was not quartered. Okay, this service was vulnerable to the unquartered service path vulnerability. Okay, this is the exact scenario what will happen in the unquartered service path. Okay, so whatever executable inside the uh, uh, for example, uh, it will first check the C directory, and it will go for a C dash slash program. If there is any executable named C dash program.exe, it will execute that C dash program.exe. Okay, so that was a scenario of unquartered service path vulnerability. Okay, so in this exploitation, so the threat actor will execute this kind of commands to check any of the service is vulnerable to unquartered service path vulnerability. Okay, so my c2 was exited. So let I will create my c2 one more time, and I will plug my charger. So if I execute the same command, the WMS service get information. So it displayed service that was unquartered. Okay, so let's check the service entire path. What how it's look like? Okay, so let's go to the searching. This is too hard. So let's come from the top. System 32. Okay, program file. There was another one program file. So you can see this kind of services. So you can see C dash Windows System 32 SVC host.exe, right? So there is no space between any of the words, right? There is no space between any of the words. So see this C dash program space files space x86, right? So there is it was the service was started with the quotes, okay? So you need to create a service like this if you want to evade, if you want to escape from the unquartered service path vulnerability. Okay, let's go to our service. Let's find our service where it was. See program files, Microsoft SQL. It was also quartered, and this is also quartered. Windows Defender, program data. So see this. So in the last line we have our service, right? So it was unquoted. See the above service, it was quoted, right? It was append with the double quotes, and it was start with the double quotes and it will end with the double quotes. But see our service, it did not started with the double quotes, right? So this is called as the unquoted service path vulnerability. Okay, this will execute. This will check the whenever the unquoted service path was started. For example, if I start the net start unquoted quoted services, so it will check the program.exe first. Okay, so because there was a space, there is no quotes, right? So there is no quotes and there is a space between the program, right? So it will check the program.exe. If it not find the program.exe, then it will go to the vuln path, and in between there is a space, so it will check for a vuln.exe. And again, if it not find the separate correct path, you will go to the next path unquartered. There is a space between the unquartered. It will check the unquartered.exe. Finally, if it's not found, it will come to the vuln.exe. Okay, so we created the vuln.exe in a notepad txt. That was not a valid file, so it given a result like this. Okay, so it can't able to start the service. So this is called as the unquartered service path vulnerability. Okay, so how to escape from this? Okay, so if you are a Windows administrator or vulnerability assessment, if you are doing any vulnerability assessment, you can execute this WMIC service command into the host, and you can check if there is any if there is any unquoted service was there. Okay, as well as if you are a threat actors or a red teamer, if you are doing any red team activities in the target environment, so you can check for the unquoted service path vulnerability. the threat actor will also check for the unquartered service path vulnerability, so we can easily elevate the privilege, right? So we can easily elevate the privilege by abusing this misconfiguration. Okay, so if you want to create a service with a quote without having the unquote or service path vulnerability, so you can use the backslash double quotes backslash double quotes, and it basically you require two double quotes, because if you give two double quotes here, right? So this is the way how you need to create the service without unquote or service path vulnerability. Okay, so this command will escape uh, this command will escape you from a unquote or service path vulnerability. Okay, so if I execute this, so service was created, and if I check for the unquote or service path vulnerability, so there is only two of the service was exploitable, vulnerable to the unquoted service path that was previously we have created, but this service was not vulnerable, right? There is a space, program file space, program space, but I gave a backslash, double quotes, backslash, and double quotes, so we can easily escape from the unquoted service path vulnerability. Okay, so this is the scenario. This is the overall explanation of unquoted service path vulnerability. So, if you are a blue team or an administrator, or you are or you are going to create any service into the target machine, into the machine, so you need to be aware how to create a service. Okay, so as well as the red teamers, you need to check this kind of misconfiguration into the machines to find out the unquoted service path vulnerability. Okay, so let's yep. So we are in the end of this video. So hope you understand about the unquoted service path vulnerability. We will see you in the next video. Thank you for watching. Welcome to another section, the red plus blue team operation, the credential access. Also, welcome to another tactic, MITRE tactic. In this video, from this section, we are going to see the credential access related things. That is one of the important MITRE tactics in um, uh, when a threat actor compromising the organization. Okay. So in a first video, we will understand some basics about the one of the process called as the lsas.exe. Okay, so lsas.exe, lsass.exe. Okay, so I will tell you what the process is about and why it is used for Windows operating machine. And let's start our discussion with the LSAS. Okay, so LSAS is basically uh, it's basically a local security authority subsystem service. The full form was quite long. Okay, so local security authority subsystem service. So this is one of the very critical process in Windows because it handled such confidential informations. Okay, so what is confidential information? So I will, if I log into my, if I give my password into my login page, into the sign in page, so the LSAS process will take a responsibility for this. Okay, it will take my password and it will compare it with the um, compare the password with the registry, and it will, if the password was correct, if the pass and it will verify the password was right or wrong. Okay, so if the password was right, it will allow me to the Windows operating system. If the password was wrong, my sign in will be terminated. Okay, so I can't able to sign in into my login into my Windows operating system. Okay, the Windows machine. Okay, so this else process will handle a lot of critical, complex things like authentication. Just now we saw I gave the password, and the else process took a responsibility for my login, right? So then it will take a responsibility for a password change. If I changed my user password, this else process will take a responsibility for a password change. Okay. Also, it will responsible for a local and remote logon. If you log on local, so we already saw it's a local logon. So if you log on from the remote machine into the target machine, this else process was responsible for that. Okay. So then it is responsible for a LSA secrets, so local security authority secrets. So that means it have some confidential informations like passwords, hashes, master keys, and all. Okay, so master key is very useful. We will we will see that in a practical in upcoming videos. Okay, so this kind of sensitive information, this LSAS process will hide. Okay, so that the threat actor so that the threat actors and the hackers are targeting this kind of critical process to uh, do their malicious activity. Okay, due to the critical nature, so elsa's is one of a potential target for threat actors. Okay, to do achieve their goal. Okay, so if they have a elsa's process information, they will get the user credentials. Okay, they will get a user logon credentials. By the user logon credentials, they can easily move to any machines inside the organization, right? So that the credential access section is one of the very important for a ransomware deployment. Okay, so if a threat actor want to deploy a ransomware inside a machine, absolutely they need to do a lateral movement, right? So they need to go all the machines inside the organization, and they will need to execute that ransomware, right? So credential access will give the key point, will give the first direction, first step to uh, enter first step for a ransomware deployment. Okay. So by getting the user and the user's credentials, the threat actor will be very happy. They can easily move around. Okay. So because of this nature, the threat actor, most of the threat actors targeting lsas.exe process. Okay. So we will see lot of things in upcoming videos, how we can abuse the LSAS and how we can dump the LSAS using various commands and various techniques. We will meet you in a next video. Thank you for watching. Welcome to another video, W digest. Okay, so this is one of the important key for threat actors. They will abuse this key to um, see the login informations. Okay, so basically if the threat actor enabled the w digest key to the data to 1, the login information will be saved in a plain text. Okay, so basically the login information will be saved in an encrypted message, encrypted text. If they if they enter the data to 1, enter the value to 1 in the w digest key, the W digest key will store the user logon credentials, user logon data in a plain text. Okay, so that threat actors, most of the time the threat actors will abuse this W digest to uh, to steal a victim credentials. Okay, so we can it's a simple method. So by this we just adding the value 1 in a W digest. So from this we are easily getting a um user credentials in a plain text. Okay, basically the user credentials will be in a hashed format. It will be in a ntlm hash. If you enter the value to 1, so the user logon credentials will be saved in a plain text. Okay, so remember that we will see that encryption. We will see that encrypted credentials in upcoming videos. There is a lot of videos in this section. Okay, we will go by one. So in this video, we will focus on the W digest key. Okay, so let's. So in our video, we need in this video we need one of the tool called mimikatz.exe. So I have so you can download the mimikatz from here, parrotsec. Okay, so you can download the mimikatz from here, parrotsec. You can go into the x64. So you can see the mimikatz.exe here. So you need to pull that mimikatz.exe into the victim machine. So here you can see I have already did that. I'm not going to waste the time on this. Okay, so you can use certutil or bitsadmin to pull the mimikatz.exe into the victim machine. So we are using this mimikatz.exe for doing a lot of things, as well as the cobalt strike also have a mimikatz.exe. Okay, so if you see, if I give the mimikatz here, so the cobalt not okay. So here you are, our cobalt strike showing not enough arguments. Okay, so if I give help mimikatz, so now you can see my Cobalt Strike defaultly have a, Mimikatz module. But if you want to use the Mimikatz in a command in a terminal, so you need to the target machines need to have a mimikatz.txt. Okay, so that was very easy now because we already did a defense evasion. We have set the exclusion for perflog folders, as well as we disabled few of the services, and I told you to how to disable the EDR services as well as, right. So now we can easily pull the mimikatz.txt into the victim machine and we can do our malicious task. Okay, so first of all we will add this user login credentials key to 1. Okay, yes. So the operation completed successfully. Let me query the win digest. reg query. So the value is set to 1. Okay. So now use the secure LSA W digest. Okay, we need to use the mimikatz. Okay, I will try the same command with my cobalt strike mimikat is at mimikatz, and you can paste the secure LSA. So here you can find the module. So the mimikatz, we are using the mimikatz tool, and module will be the secure LSA. So this is the module we have used for, we are going to use for a lot of attacks, even the active directory based attacks and all. And this secure LSA module and command will be the W digest. Okay, so we are retrieving the data from the W digest. So we are giving like this. Okay, W digest. Let's execute this. We know it will take some time. Okay, I will execute that in a system privilege. I have system privilege. Why I need to waste the privilege, right? Mimikatz, let it be, and we'll come to the target machine and we will install the Mimikatz first. So So once I installed the Mimikatz, my Mimikatz is getting executed, and you can see my terminal get changed, right? So now you can execute any commands in a Mimikatz. Okay. So if I give secure LSA win digest W digest, so it gave an error. So it was not giving any information. Maybe because of this standard version of mimikatz.exe. Let's check with our Cobalt Strike. So here you can see my Cobalt Strike gave a lot of informations, right? So here you can see my Cobalt Strike gave a lot of informations about this command. Okay. So authentication ID, session, domain. So this is my own domain. I don't have any active directory. So my domain will be the system name, and logon server, the same name, and the logon time. So this is the time I logged on. My security identifier. So every users have the unique security identifier. Okay. So for example, the administrator security identifier will be the 1000, and the user SID will be somewhat random numbers here. Okay. So if you need more information about the SID, you can learn from the Microsoft documentations. Okay. So the every users, okay, administrators or any users have a unique SID. Okay. So for example, let's take one example. Okay. So in their organization there is one machine. In that machine three users are login. Okay. So two users have a same name. So let me take my name. I have my machine, and I have my friend. My friend name is also AJAY, and my name is also AJAY. Okay. So I have created two users with the same name. If I created two users with the same name, so you can't able to identify who is who, right? Whether this user is he or this user is he, right? So by using the SIDs, the threat analyst or else the administrator will find out whose username is this. Okay, who is this? Okay. So every user have a unique SID. Okay, even if the name was same, but if the user if there is a two name for a user, okay, AJAY and AJAY, the SIDs will be different. Okay, there will be a two SID for a same name. Okay, so let's take an example. I am creating AJAY, and I am creating one more time. I am creating one of the user called AJAY, and another time I am creating the user called AJAY. Okay, so my SID will be different, my name will be same. Okay, so every user have the unique SIDs. Okay, so SID will not change. Okay, so here you can see digest give the some informations. Password is a password. Okay, so my password, my machine password is a password, password. Okay, so I already told, um, if you modify the wdigest key user logon credentials, you will get a plain text password, okay, or else you will get a password in a hashed format that we will see in upcoming videos, okay. So if you want to try with this command, you can execute the secure lsa w digest before modifying this key, okay. So once you modified the key, uh, just restart the machine and restart, sign out and log in one more time, and you can use the mimicat secure lsa w digest, okay, to retrieve the data from the digest, okay. So your credentials will be saved in a plain text, okay. So attacker will use this kind of registry modification commands, and they will gather the credentials from the target machine, and they will get a user credentials from the target machine, and they will use that credentials for various attacks, okay. So you need to be very aware about this command, okay. So if you are seeing any user executing this w digest command, so this is not a benign command, and this is not a simple command, okay. So this is one of the complex command that was used by the threat actor to do malicious activities, okay. So you need to keep eye on this, okay. So if you see any cases related to this command, okay. So that's all about this video. I hope you enjoyed the video. We will meet you in our next video. Thank you for watching. Welcome to another video, and in this video we are going to see one of the important informations, okay. So most of the courses will not cover this video. We are going to work on the LSAS, okay. We are going to see what's inside the LSAS process, okay. I already discussed in a first video the LSAS is responsible for security related stuff, okay, security related things like logons, password changes, policies, etc., etc., okay. So we are directly going to work on the LSAS, okay. So I will move to my Windows operating system, and I will open my task manager, okay. So let's search for a LSAS process. So here you can see the process name is local security authority process, right. So this is the LSAS process, okay. So here you can see this is the LSAS process, okay. So let's right click on this, create a dump file, okay. We are going to dump the LSAS, okay. By dumping the LSAS, we can investigate what information was present inside the dump file, okay. Let I will dump the LSAS. So the threat actor will dump the LSAS file using the various method. They will use proc dump, they will use run they will use other third party tools, they will use task manager also, okay. They will use taskmgr.exe. So that was a task manager process. They will use task manager to create a dump, okay. So you need to be aware whenever you are seeing any third party process or any process accessing the LSAS. So you need to be keep an eye on that, okay. So because LSAS is one of a critical process that was abused by the threat actors easily, okay. So in this video we are going to practically see what's inside the LSAS, okay. For that I will create a dump, okay. This video is full of educational purpose, so don't misuse it, okay. Don't use in any other malicious ways, okay. So let I will create a dump file. So threat actor will also create the dump using task manager. There is a command available to dump the file, okay. So create a dump. So when I created the dump, so it was showing the dump has been created successfully inside this directory, right. App data local temp. I already did dump 2 3 times, so it was showing else as to dump, okay. So c users user app data local temp. Let's move to the c users directory, and we will find out what inside, okay. C users user app data local temp. So here you can see there are three files because I already did the else as dump many times. So here you can see the else as 2.dmp. Okay, so there is a else as dmp, else as 1 dmp because I told I already did 2 3 times. Okay, so what I will do, I'm not going to waste a lot of times. I already downloaded this was a 52 MB file. Okay, so this was a 52 MB file. It will take lot of time to copy from the Windows machine to the Kali machine. Okay, so here you can see 52 MB file. It's near to 52 MB. So if you want to download the LSAS file, so that was very easy. So you can use the Cobalt Strike to download. So there is a download module DOWNLOAD, and you need to give the path for the download. Okay, so my path will be let I will rename this first. Rename and lsass 2.dmp. Okay, so let I will take the path. I will paste it here and lsass 2.dmp. Okay, let I will give enter. So it will take some time. So if you can see there is a tab called view, and inside the view there is a key called downloads. So you can find the downloaded informations here. You can it will take some time, okay, because it was 52 MB task beacon. It will take a lot of time to do. Once it get downloaded, you can find the lsas.dmp file in the downloads tab. Okay, so once you find the file, you can click on that file and you can give the sync file. Okay, so once you give the sync file, it will ask for the folder, which folder you need to save. Okay, so that was a very easy method. You will absolutely do that. Just now it started downloading. It will absolutely take time. So in that time, we will go and investigate that. Okay, I have already downloaded the else as 1.dmp. Let I will open the terminal here. Okay, so this video is fully about what inside the lsas.exe. Okay, in practical. So I already said lot of security related informations will be there. We will going to see that in a practical. Okay, so let we move to we are in a download folder and we are using one of the tool called PyPyCats. Okay, uh, let's Google PyPy PyPyCats. So here we can see it's a Python based tool, and here you can see the information how to install this tool. Okay, first you need to execute this pip install command. That's enough. Okay, you just execute the pip install command. It will execute everything. Okay, so or else you can follow other steps also if it was not properly executed. Okay, so that let's focus on this. Let's give dir and find out where is our lsas1 dmp file, and I'm using the pypy kat pypycats, and let me give minus help h. So we need to use it like lsa. We have an lsa secret, and okay, the module. Okay, pypycats. So in our part is an LSA and mini dump. So I'm using the mini dump, and we need a LSAS file, lsass1.dmp. Okay, so let's give enter and see what information it was giving. So I already discussed it have a lot of information that was most confidential. Okay, so here you can find the SID of the user, and you can find the username and the domain. So the NTLM. So if I go to the Google and let's try to crack the NTLM hash. Um, NTLM hash crack online. Let's try to do that. So I will enter the NTLM hash. Okay. So here it's showing the result as password, success, and let's investigate more. And it give the data protection API keys. See here, if I did not change the win digest key to 1, okay, so I only get a NTLM hash, okay, so I won't get any password here. Okay, I already said in the previous video, so win digest is a key to save the user logon credentials to credentials as a clear text or a encrypted format. Okay, so if I did not change the key to 1 data to 1, so I won't get this password here. I only get a NTLM hash. Okay, NTLM hash. Okay, this is a NTLM hash. Okay, so just I copy pasted the hash in the crack station, the online crack station. I easily got the type as well as the password, right? So password is a password, right? So let's investigate more. Okay, so here we can see Kerberos related, so that will be depends on an active directory, and W digest again. It was showing the password and DP API master key. We will see this master key soon. Why this master key is used for, and where we can use the master key, and SHA-1 master keys Kerberos related. Okay. Yep, it gave such informations and log on time, etc., etc. Okay, so this is a most confidential video. Okay, and we are seeing the confidential topic. Okay, this is how the threat actor will investigate, how the threat actor will find the information from the LSAS dump. Okay, so in upcoming videos we will see the other techniques. I already discussed we can able to dump a LSAS using taskmanager.exe. uh, so the threat actor will do that method also. We have another method we will discuss in the next video. So I already said the LSAs have a lot of security related information. So now you can seen it in practically what are the information the LSAS process will carry. Okay, this is why threat actors will abuse the LSAS.exe process for a various attacks. Okay, this is why threat actors using LSAS.exe to do various attacks. Okay, so in this method we seen how to crack the LSAS NTLM hash in a one format. Okay, so we just use the crack station. In another video we will use the hashcat. I will explain that how we will use the hashcat to do the reversing. Okay, so we covered a lot of information. Okay, so do not try this in outside of education related activities. Okay, so don't try it in any organizations. And this confidential video, this video is absolutely for learning purpose. Okay, so that's all about the video. We have hope you enjoyed the video. We will see a lot of informations about the LSAS, and we will meet you in a next video. Thank you for watching. So welcome to another video. Okay, this is also one of an interesting video, and it's one of the important video for a threat analyst. Okay, so I have listed some of the commands that was commonly used by the threat actor to abuse to dump the LSAS. Okay, to dump the LSAS.exe. So in the first method, we are using the lolbin run.dll32.exe and the benign dll com.svc.exe. Okay, so we already did a lot of investigation in the com svc dll in a lol bash project, I hope. So if you not, I will go for a PEB here and I will showcase something. Okay, so let I will run this PEBR, and if I go to the file, load a PE. So let's go to the com svc. Let I will go to the exports. So here you can find one of the API called mini dump w, right? We already covered in a section. Okay, so the ordinal value is 18. If you convert this ordinal value hex to decimal, so it was showing 24, right? We will see this 18 and 24 ordinal 18 in um, later on. Okay, so the next command, first we'll execute the mini dump module. Okay, so first we'll use the mini dump. Okay, mini dump API. Okay, let this is the lol bin command used to dump the else's. Okay, we need a else's bit. That was too easy. So if I go to my uh, attacker machine, if I give a PS here, or else if I exit the mimikatz, and if I give a task list list, so it will list all the tasks. Let's go and find the mimikatz PID. Elsa's mimikatz PID was 748. So we will use the 748. 748. Let's use the command com svc.dll. Run dll32.exe and com svc.dll full. Let's execute. So it was showing minidump was successfully done. You can execute the same command in a mimikatz also by using shell. Let's execute. So let's go to the target machine. I think maybe it will take some time to dump. Let's see. Let I will do a small modification. We just saw the mini dump w, right? We will use the mini dump w also and see if it was happening, if it was giving any error. No, it was not giving any errors. Let's check the target machines. So still now it was not executed, dump file was not created yet. Maybe it will take some time. Host called home, send 112 bytes. We did not get any result back. I hope the else's process ID will be the correct one. 7, yeah, 748. Okay, let it be. It will take some time. Okay, to dump the health. Yeah, it will take some time, okay, to dump the elsa's file. Maybe I'm not getting any results now, but this was a command. The threat actor will use some of the time to dump the elsa's, uh, okay. Okay, I gave the c temp, right? I'm searching in a wrong path. C temp, I totally forgot. Let's see the c temp. So see here, you can see the lsas.dmp was here. Okay, I mistakenly searching C users and all because I gave the path C user here, so I mistakenly searching here there. Okay, so sorry for that, wasting the time. And you can see the lsas.dmp file was here. Okay, so the threat actor will use this kind of command to execute the lsas. Okay, lsas.exe process. Okay, let's go for another command. So this command we can use it by the mimikatz. Okay, so dot slash let it be ym I have a mimikatz module in cobalt strike defaultly. I will use the mimikatz there. Okay, mimikatz paste secure lsa, the module name, and minidum will be the, we know that's an API function. We digged the comma CCDLL, right, with the PEBO. So let's execute. So my path will be this time C users user, right? So the Cobalt Strike will take some time to execute the elsas.exe process dump. So let we move on to the another tool, proc dump. Okay, so the proc dump is a sys internal tool. So if you want to find the proc dump, so I'm not covering this command. Okay, so if you can try it in a practical. So if you need, so if you want to explore, I will give a hint. So by help of a proc dump, we can we can dump the elsas. Okay, so which are all the topics we have discussing, that all will be present in the mitre. Okay, so elsas. Okay, you can find easily. Okay, so dumping the proc dump. This is the command we are using to dump. Accepting the license and all, and email with the process name elsas.txe and the dump file where you need to store. Okay, so these are all some commands that was often used by a threat actor to do such malicious activities. Okay, so let's move to the machine. So still now my file was not there. I think this time I was in a correct path. Mini dump, yeah. Yeah, let's wait for some time. It will create or not. Let's see what my Cobalt Strike it was showing. Switch to mini dump. Okay, switch to mini dump. Okay, so it's showing it was already did, but I am not finding in the path. Oh my god, magic. So it was showing there is a file, but I'm not getting the file. So no problem. Okay. Let me give the mini dump w and check. The command will be the mini dump. I will use this also. Showing we have received an output. but I'm not finding that output. Let's see now. Okay, let's move to another command. So the ordinal is a 24, right? So here I gave the 24 and the ELSA speed will be the 748 and we need to give the path. So we can give the C dash. It was the same command user slash lsas.dmp full. Okay, this was same command, but instead of mini dump w, the module name mini dump, we are using the ordinal value. Okay, so the ordinal value of the mini dump was 18. So if you convert the hex 18 to the decimal, you will get the value 24, right? So we are using the value 24 slash 20 hash 24, and we are giving the else bit here to dump the else. Okay, so let's move on to this, and we will see my mimikatz work properly. Okay, from this I can understand this method will fail sometime. Yeah, yeah, it's not a mini dump. W, it's a mini dump only. Okay. So from this we can understand this method will not work sometime and it will work less time. That's yeah, switch to mini dump tmp. I don't know where it this created. I'm not finding the file. Yeah, show items was enabled. Okay, no problem. We will move to another video. Okay. So, yep, that's all about the video. Hope you enjoyed, and you will get a lot of information about the credential access. We see a lot of commands to dump the else's. The threat actor will often use this commands to dump the else's.exe process. Okay, so they will use a task manager.exe. They will use a third party tools to dump the to dump the else's. Also they will use the proc dump to do. They will use this. Okay, so if you are investigating this kind of this command, so you need to be aware slash hash 24 will be the ordinal value for a mini dump, the mini dump API. So you need to be aware. Okay, so while you are investigating this kind of commands in a case, so you need to keep an eye on this. Okay, so basically, if any of the process accessing the else's.txt was a malicious thing, you need to be aware on that. Okay. So if any process accessed a if any process accessed the else's.txt that was not a normal one, that will be an abnormal activity as per the Windows operating system. So we all know LSAS is one of the important process for security related informations. Like it will store the credentials and it's responsible for a login, password policy changes, and remote login, local login, etc. Okay, so you need to be aware of everything. Okay, so that's all about the video. We will meet you in a next video. Thank you for watching. So welcome to another video, and in this video we will see how to crack the NTLM hashed passwords. Okay, so before that I will show one of an interesting thing about the Cobalt Strike. If you click on the view and if you go to the credentials, your your Cobalt Strike will get all the informations. Okay, so you can see the administrator hash, NTLM hash, 6C, and you can see the WDAG utility account hash, and you can see the plain password. The user password is PASSWORD password because we enabled the W digest key, right? We set the data to 1, so my credentials will be saved in a plain text, right? So this is important information, right? So So already we get a lot of information about the NTLM NTLM hash for the user. Okay, so sometime if you can't able to set the value to 1 in a W digest, so only if you have a NTLM hash, okay, so NTLM hash, so you can copy the hash, and we will do some thing. Okay, so let's go to the downloads, and let's open a new doc new text editor, and I'm saving this ntlm hash in our text editor as a file save as ntlm hash dot txt. Okay, so let's save this, and there is a word list. Okay, I just created a word list. I gave the these are the word list. Okay, you if you need a large word list, you can download it from um, you can download it from a github. So there is a lot of resources are available for downloading the word list. Crack station, firecracker. So you will easily get, okay, all the password word list. Okay, birthday word list, what it will be. So this is a birthday related word list, so it will contain all the birthday related word list information. So this is like a brute force attack. Okay, word list dictionaries. Let's move on to here. Yeah, there is a lot of word list, right? So rocku.txt, and you can find many word list from here. Let I will copy this. Okay, so no problem, I will copy this. I will save it in another file, wordlist.txt. Let I will save this. Give me some time. I get a call. Yep, sorry for that. Okay, so we will continue. And let me go to the downloads. And I think I have saved both the files in a download section. Let me check that. Word list was there. Let me open the word list. I will confirm that I have all the word list here. I need to find the NTLM hash. Where is that? So NTLM hash.txt. I can find it here. Let's go to the command. We will use a hash cat in this command. Hash cat dash dash help mode. So word list plus rules. Okay, no problem. So this is one of the advanced tool for cracking. Okay, hash type is a NTLM. So example M1000. I will use the M1000, and they will be then attack mode. Okay, so cool. We will use that. So hashcat dash m, and it will be a default 1000. and A I will give 0 ntlm hash dot txt to where is our word list will be the word list dot txt. Let's crack it. Okay, info all hashes found a spot file and empty entries. So use show to display them. So what happened? Let me find where is the mistake. Okay, just show. Oh, nice. See this? I gave the show. It's showing this NTLM hash matched with the password. Okay, so we have cracked the passwords. What did we do? Okay, so we saved the file NTLM hash. Okay, this NTLM hash. Let I will open the uh, word list also. Okay, so first it will take the 1 2 3 4 5 6, okay, first, and it will hash with the ntlm and compare it with the hash. Okay, so if both hash are matched, so it will give the result. Then if it was not matched, it will come to then another password 1 2 3 4 5. If it was, and it will change the 1 2 3 4 5 to ntlm in a hashed format, and it will verify with this hash. Okay, then if it was not correct, it will go to the next one and it will compare it with the hash. Okay, so how it will compare? It will encrypt this 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 to the ntlm, and it will compare it. Okay, so next it will move to the password, and it will check for it. Finally, if it was if it was if it was matching, then it will give the uh, word, okay, password, right? So this is okay. So this is the method the hashcat will follow to brute force the NTLM hash. Okay, so let's take an example. You already have a lss.exe and you have an NTLM hash. You need to crack the NTLM hash. So you can download a word list from a GitHub. Maybe it contain 10 million passwords, and you can compare it with the and you can compare it with your NTLM hash. Okay, by using the hashcat.exe process. Okay, so that's all about the video. We have successfully done our cracking, and we will meet you in a next video. Thank you for watching. Welcome to an last and final video of a section. So in this video, we are going to see how to dump the credential, how to retrieve the credential from a browser application, right? So browser is one of the important process. So the lazy user will save the passwords inside the browser, right? So such as if you go to the password here, so you can find lot of passwords in your browser machines also. Okay, so if I give password, then I can see my username and password. This is some of the fake information which I have created. Okay, so the threat actors will use one of the API function, not an API function, it's one of a component to grab, to steal all the important credentials. Okay, later we'll discuss how they will do it. We will see one of the command. Okay, so you can see the DP API. And what is a DP API means? Okay, so DP API stand for data protection API. It is one of a component for a Windows operating system. So this was responsible for encrypting the usernames and passwords, protecting the sensitive informations, and it's dealing with the private keys, etc., etc. Okay, so um, this is the process, DP API, which was responsible for maintaining a lot of things. Okay, so like else as, so it is also one of the important critical source, critical thing in a Windows operating system. Okay, so the threat actors will abuse this DP API to list all the credentials inside the browser application. Okay, so for that we need a master key. In first video, in a previous videos, I said about the master keys, right? So you can use one command to retrieve a master keys from DP API. So master key is like an encryption key. Mimikatz. Let me give a secure LSA DP API. It will absolutely take some time because of that I executed before. Okay, so here you can find a master key 93066 something something, and let I will copy the master key and I will paste it in my command. Okay, so this is the actual command we are going to use, DP API and Chrome. This is the module and this is the Chrome command. We are using the Mimikatz to do that. The threat actor will do execute the same command to steal a browser credentials. Okay, so I listed one of the directory login data. So if you come to the Windows and if I go to the directory, so in this directory you can find all the informations related to Chrome. Okay, cache files, histories, history journal, login data. This login data contain a sensitive informations which are the login and username and passwords. Okay, which you are saved in a browser. Okay, sorry. Okay, which you have saved in a Chrome browser. Okay, so this login data will contain a sensitive information. Threat actor will abuse this DP API. Okay, the login data to retrieve sensitive passwords. Okay, so let I will. So here we can find we got a result, the same result, the master key. We will execute this and let's wait for a result. So it was executing. Let's wait for some time. I just pause the video. Once it get a result, I will resume that. Okay. It gave the data, but you can see error in some of the encrypt or decrypt. Maybe it was showing some encryption key was not correct or something. Okay. So only I got a username. I'm not getting the password. This method was failed due to some error. Okay. So the reason why I took this video because you need to aware about this command. This command will used by the threat actors to dump the browser login credentials. Okay, so they can use the login data, they can use the cookies instead of login data to uh, uh, to display the catch files, catch results in a plain text. Okay, I already discussed DP API is used for encryptions and keeping your data sensitive. Okay, so they will use this kind of commands. They will dump the master key, and they will use this kind of command to retrieve the sensitive informations. Okay, so that's all about the video, and we have successfully completed the credential access section. Hope you enjoyed the credential access section. As a threat analyst, you need to aware about all the commands which I have mentioned previously in a previous videos. Okay, so this will be definitely helpful for your investigation when you are investigating any malicious incident, malicious task or case. Okay, or if you are doing an incident response, this will be a very helpful. And uh, if you are red teamers, and then if you are doing any pen test in any other organization, so you can use this kind of commands to check the loopholes. Okay, so that's all about the section, and that's all about the video. We will meet you on a next section. Thank you for watching. Welcome to another video. And in this video, we are going to see one of the method that was frequently used by the threat actors to dump the secret credentials from the target machines. Okay, so we all know, so registry database, one of the critical database, it hold many important informations, and also it was useful for many attacks like defense evasions, um, uh, and lateral movement side also. Okay, so registry is also one of the critical database in a target machine. Okay, so that threat actor will frequently abuse the registries, use the registries to do such malicious activities. Okay, so in this lecture, we are going to see another method of credential access, dumping a secret credential from the target machine. Okay, so here you can see there are two commands I have listed. Okay, so reg we are using, absolutely it's a registry, lol bash, and we are saving the SAM database. Okay, what is a SAM? So SAM is one of the registry key. It hold all the user related informations. Okay, it's like lss.exe. It holds the user's information like usernames, passwords, uh, like that. Okay, so this is one of a confidential key. If any of the third-party application, if any of the application access to the SAM key, so it will be a malicious one. Okay, so the application, the third-party application, it was accessing SAM is not a normal thing. It's a malicious one. Okay, so next we have a system key. The system key is also same. It hold useful information. Okay. So if attacker will use the same command, okay, attacker will use the same command which I have mentioned to dump the SAM directory, okay, SAM database from the machine. Okay. So let me do that. Let me dump the SAM database. Let's copy this and execute it here. So the operation completed successfully. So I was in a administrator privilege. So I am not in a system privilege. You can do that within admin level privilege. So let's execute. Okay, the operation completed successfully. Let's go to the Windows machine and we will see what happened inside. So I just saved the credentials in a term folder. So here we have a SAM and system hive. So if you want to download this data, you can use the Cobalt Strike or any other server to download. Okay, I explained that method previously. Okay, so that was a simple thing. If you want to download the SAM hive, you can give the download. You need to give the path c/temp SAM dot sav, right? So you can give it like that. So it will download into the downloads and you can sync the file. Okay, so sometime it will take time, so that I'm not waiting for that. Okay, so I previously downloaded that SAM and system registry hive into my download folder. um, so it will, yeah, here was a system.save and here it was a sam.save. Okay, so we need to crack this, we need to find the information what's inside the sam and system hive, so that I'm using one of the tool called the secret dump, secretdump.py. You can get it from the here. Just type the secret.py in a Google. You will get a tool. Okay, you will get the um, information related to the impact blog master example secret.py. Okay, you can download the tool from here by clicking this download a raw file. Okay, and you can save it in a download folder or any other folder if you want. Okay, so these are the common things, you already know about this. Okay, so here's my secret.py file. Okay, let me open a terminal. and let's crack this. Okay, so zoom in, zoom in, zoom in. The control plus was not working, so that I need to manually zoom in. Okay, let me go to the download folder, and we will use the mimikatz. Okay, secret, yeah, secret dump.py. Let's use the Python 3 secret dump.py. We need to give the sam. So here we need to mention the sam.save, sam.save, which we have. Right. Where is it? Yeah, here sam.save, and we need to give the system. So system key, we need to give the system.save, that was here, and we need to mention the local. Okay. So let's wait for some time. So if you see here, it give the LM hash as well as the NTLM hash, right? So if I copy this, uh, if I copy this NT hash, and if I go to the crack station, and if I give the crack hashes. So I got a result as a password. Okay, move to the mm, let's move to the LM hash. So here you can see the SAM hashes, UID, user ID, and RID is 500, and LM hash is this one, and NT hash is this one. Okay, so this is the format, and you can see the same format here. Okay, so let's use the LM hash now. So it's not give the result. I don't know. I don't know what happened. Yeah, it's not giving the result. So no problem. We got a result from the uh, NTLM. So not a problem. So we will avoid that. So if you so this part is one of the most important tactic in during the attack, because if you have a RDP credentials, okay, let's think about the attacker got the RDP, remote desktop protocol credentials. So remote desktop protocol is one of the protocol that will be used to move every machine. Okay, so we can use the RDP username and passwords to um, uh, we can use the RDP passwords to laterally move one by one machines, right? So we can jump from one by one machines, and we can do whatever we need, right? So RDP is one of the important credentials when coming to the exploit. Okay, coming to the attack. Okay, the threat actors will use the RDP credentials to um, move laterally from one machine to another. Okay, so we can easily move one machine to another by using the RDP credentials. Okay, so attackers will use the credential access statics to move every possible target machines. Okay, so they can easily move one by one machines. Okay, so that's why the credential access section is one of the important tactic which will be in a MITRE. Okay, so that's all about this video. We will meet you in a next video. Thank you for watching. Welcome to the another section, the red plus blue team operation, lateral movement. Okay, so in a previous section, we have successfully dumped the credentials from the target machines, and we extracted some of the secret informations uh, like the passwords and the usernames, as well as the master keys, right? So that all information will be very confidential. So if you come up with the lateral movement attack, if you see what is a lateral movement, we already discussed in a MITRE section. So lateral movement is like we are moving to one by one machines. Okay, we are moving our um, we are moving to one by one machine. For example, if an organization have a n number of machines, we are moving to one by one machines. Okay, so this is called a lateral movement. So why we need a lateral movement? Okay, so now our goal is to deploy the ransomware in inside the organization. So let's think about the organization. It has a n number of machines. So you need to install the ransomware executable in all the machines, right? So the lateral movement is a very important section to do that. Okay. So in this section, we are going to follow. We are going to do multiple techniques that was usually followed by the threat actors. In my experience, okay. So in this video, we are going to focus on RDP, remote desktop protocol. So many of them know what is an remote desktop protocol. So this is one of the protocol that was introduced by the Microsoft. So by using this protocol, we can control the another computer. Okay, we can control the another computer through the network. Okay, so if you have a RDP credentials or if you have a, username and passwords for target machines, so you can easily travel every machines inside the organization. So, for example, if you get a RDP credentials or if you get a, domain administrator account, if you compromise their passwords, so in a previous section we compromise the users username and passwords, right? So if you get a chance to compromise the remote desktop protocol credentials, so you can easily move every machine in the organization. Okay. So if you have a domain administrator credentials, you can easily move every machine inside the every machine inside the organization. Okay, so so the same, if you have a high privilege credentials, you can easily move to another machine and you can execute a remote command into the target machine. Okay. So before that, before using the RDP things, we need to modify the registry. Okay, so the RDP registry. So this is the registry key terminal server. So we are setting the data to 0. This will enable the RDP. Okay, so in default in a Windows machine, the RDP will be disabled. If you want to use the RDP connections to do a lateral movement attack, so you need to enable the RDP connections. Okay. Also, you need to add a, set of rules in a also you need to add a set of rules in a Windows firewall. Okay, that we will see in a next video. So in this video, we will see how to um, So in this video, we will see how to enable the RDP connection in the target machine. Okay. So this is the command we can do that. We need to modify the terminal server registry key to 0. Okay. So this is the FDNI TS connection, and we need to set the data to 0. Okay. So for setting this value, we need a admin level privilege. So in a privilege escalation section, uh, we did a lot of things. We elevated the high level, medium to high level. Also, we elevated the high to system level, right? So we can easily do that now. So I have a admin level privilege. It's a high mandatory level, so I can easily do that, right? So if I paste this command, so now the operation get completed successfully. Okay, now the terminal server, I mean the RDP get enabled in the target machine. Okay, so the threat actor will easily use the RDP protocol to control the remote machines. Okay, so in our scenario, only we have only one VM. There was the Windows machine. But if you think about the organization, they have a multiple n number of machines, right? So this is the command they will use to enable the RDP connections. Okay, so enabling the remote desktop protocol. So you need to be aware about this command. The threat actor will use this command to modify the RDP registry key. Okay, so yep. So that's all about this video. Hope you enjoyed this video. We will meet you in a next video. Thank you for watching. Welcome to another video. So in a previous video, we have successfully enabled the RDP connection in the target machine. So in this video, we will do one more thing. So we need to modify the firewall. Okay. So basically, the 3389 port will be disabled in a firewall. So it will be in a blocklisted. So you need to allow the 3389 port. Okay. So basically, the RDP remote desktop protocol will use the 3389 port. Okay, so you need to use the 33. You need to allow the 3389 port in a target machines. Okay, for that you can use this command to do that. Okay, so the rule name will be you can set this will be an RDP and the local port will be 3389. It represent the RDP connection, so action will be allow. Okay, so this will basically allow the RDP into the target machines. Okay, so let's do that. So done, it's they said it's okay. So now we have did all the things for RDP connections. Now you can use the RDP protocol to control the target machines. Okay, so that's all about the video. So the threat actor will use these two commands when they are doing the lateral movement through the RDP connections. Okay, so there are multiple techniques for lateral movement such as in packet and lateral movement through the third party applications like AnyDesk or Splashtop. So so this is one of the method for lateral movement through the RDP connections. Okay, so that's all about this video. Hope you enjoyed the video. We will meet you in a next video. Thank you for watching. So welcome to another video. This is one of the most important video for a lateral movement because 90% of the time the threat actors will use the impacted library to do a lateral movement. Okay, so this video is very important for a threat analyst as well as the red teamers. Okay, so if you are interested to do such operation. Okay, so let's think about what is an impacket first. Okay, so impacket is a set of Python library. Okay, so that libraries are designed for attacks related to a network. Okay, so we know the lateral movement is basically we are moving to one machine to another. So in a moving to one machine to another, this is called as a network, right? So this kind of libraries are used to network related attacks. Okay, so by using the impacted library we can do a lateral movement, we can directly interact with the another machine. Okay, so the reason why I opened extraction of LSAS, so we did this in a previous video. So we know the our credentials was the give me a second, let I will move to the first one. Yeah. So our domain name is win2dev2211 EVAL and the password is a password and username is the user, right? So when you are using the impacted library, we need a username and password as well as the domain to do that. Okay. It will directly give the system level privilege. We will see it in a practical. So let's open. So this is one of the good uh, website to refer the impact. Okay, so here you can see multiple libraries. I am going to use the psexec.py. Okay, So there is a lot of libraries that was available to do a impact related attack. Okay, so I'm using the psexec.py. You can use smbexec.py and everything. Okay, so most of the impacted will use the SMB port 445 to laterally move to one machine to another. Okay, so if you are doing a incident response, you can directly block the 445 SMB internally. It will stop the impact. Okay, let's go for the attack first, and then we will discuss about the IR plan. Okay, let I will jump on to the psexec.py. So we are using the psexec.py. You can find the psexec.py in Google. psexec.py. So if you see here, it's a Python library. It's a py file, and you can directly download the file from here. Right? You can directly download the file from here. Let we move on to the directly move on to the command. So I already got a username and password from the credential access section. Let I will use the same username and password. Okay. So I have already downloaded the psexec.py, Python 3, psexec.py. So we all know my mm, domain name was windev2 to 1111 eval. We saw this in yeah, our domain name will windev2222211 eval. So we will use that windev2211 eva eval, and you need to give the username. So my username is a user and my password is a password. Okay, so I did not set a complicated password. My password is just a password, and we need to give the remote IP. So if you already have a C2, you will easily get a remote IP, right? So by doing the IP config command. So this machine IP was 252, right? So let give the remote IP 168.18.252. So see, it will directly start a service, and it gave the system level privilege. If I give the who am I slash all, so here you can find system mandatory level, and most of the services are enabled for me, right? So let's investigate the target machine. Let's find out what happened inside the machine. Okay. So first we'll go to the system. First go to the system event. So if you see the 7045 event, there's a new service where create installed. The service name is pbl.pclum.exe. So we'll move to the Kali machine. So here you can see there is a new uploading a file, pblpcium.exe were uploaded, and a new service was installed, right? So found writable share admin shares. Okay, so this is the SMB shares. Basically, so if you need more information, you can refer the SMB shares. Okay, so it written in the admin dollar, and the service name is this, and the target IP address is this, right? So I did not do anything. I just only have a domain name and the user credentials, right? So I directly got a system level privilege. Okay, so that's why in a previous video we have extracted, we have did sorry, not in a previous section, not in a previous video, it's a previous section. we did a credential access, right? So we extracted a lot of information from the LSS. So this is a step-by-step process. The threat actor will do like this. Okay, they won't get user privilege, user credentials directly. They will do this kind of attacks in a target machine to get um, privilege. Okay, so if you see the service, yeah, we have our psexec.py created a new service. So we all know whenever there is a new service here created, so we will automatically get a system level privilege, right? So this is how the threat actor will mm, this is how the threat actors will do the lateral movement through the impact. Okay, so this is one of the important video. So in a 90% of the time, 90 percentage for a lateral movement attack, the threat actor will follow the impact. Okay, this is a very simple thing. So if you have a if you have a domain administrator credentials or a RDP credentials, you can directly give the target IP inside here. Okay, right? So if you can give the target IP, it will directly open the target computer with the system level of privilege. Right? It's a very simple attack, but very powerful attack. Okay, the impact. So you need to be very aware about this attack. Okay. So in an impact, whenever see the impact related activity, there is a new service were created. Okay, you need to investigate the 7045 events. Um, so the best document to refer, I will suggest one of the document from the Red Canary. Let I will include the in the description. Okay, in the resource section, all the documents which I am using. So the documents you can refer is impact at Red Canary. So this is not impact at. Give me a second. I will find that resource. Okay, I will pause the video. Sorry, in a previous thing, I searched with the impact command Red Canary, so it did not give the result. So these two reference are very good when you are dealing with the impact related thing. So I will suggest um, uh, these two resource to more learn about the impact activity. Okay, so here you can see already we saw in our command it created an admin share, so it's abuse SMB, right? So that's why I told if you disable the SMB internally, so inbound connections inside the organization, so this attack will stop. Okay, so this is the actual command when you will see in a running process in a target machine. Okay, so there will be a q and c parameter. It will spawn by the service. Okay, yeah, we know B17C5D9 here, but in our scenario the service will be service was different, right? The service name was pbpclum.exe. So previously also I have created a similar thing, similar attack. Let's investigate that also. 7045. It's in a system root QNJ and all. Let's go to the system and we will check what happened. No, sorry. We'll move to the security. I am in a security event logs. So here you can find a special logon get initiated to the account domain, and the username is user. So 4672, it's a special logon. So impersonation successfully logged on. So you can also check the 4624 and 4672 as well as the 4648 events. Okay, explicit logons. Okay, this will give the evidence for a impact related attack. So coming to the system, you need to check the 7045 service creation events. This will definitely give the evidence for us new service were created. Okay, so that's all about the impact video. Hope you enjoyed and hope you understand this video. It's a very important one, and we will meet you in our next video. Thank you for watching. Welcome to the last and final video of a section. So we'll discuss about some of the topics as well as the IR plan for the instant response plan for the lateral movement attacks. So first talk about the other techniques that will followed by the threat actors to do the lateral movement. They will use the third-party applications like AnyDesk, Splashtop, uh, like that remote management tools to laterally move one machine to another, or else they will use the WMIC also. Okay, so that will be rare. The impacted command will be most of the time the threat actor will use the impacted for a lateral movement because that was a very easy techniques to do. And the third party tools which I discussed now. So these are all the techniques, other techniques they will use for lateral movement attacks. Okay. So if you need to do the investigation related to the lateral movement and the incident response, so if you check with the RDP later lateral movement, so you can we have modified one registry, right? If the TS connection, you can disable the RDP and you can deny the 3389 in a firewall. You can do that. Also, you can find which user account is compromised. So in our scenario, the compromised user was a user. Username is a user, and the password is a password. So you can ask the customer to reset the disable and reset the credentials for the user. Okay. Um, in your side, you can directly disable the user if you are using the EDR. Okay. So that will be the first response you can take for an RDP, and as well as you can check for a process chain, who did this and all. Coming up with the in packet, so you need to check the service, the admin shares and all, the 7045 events and 4624, 4672 and 4648, the security events. So this will be helpful for investigation. Um, So if the impact commands occur, spread multiple, the threat actor use the impact to spread multiple machine. So you can directly block the SMB traffic internally. You can block the SMB inbound connections basically. So this will definitely stop the impact from spreading. Okay. So that will be helpful for investigation. So apart from this thing, so you can find out the username is very important. But if you coming up with the impacted command, the disabling the SMB will be a good plan if it spread multiple machine across the estate. Okay, we have to definitely stop the ransomware. So that's all about the IR plans as well as the other techniques for a lateral movement. Uh, let's uh, let's move to the next section. The next section was exfiltration section that will be very curious. Basically, exfiltration is like uploading system files to the confidential files to the internet. So we will meet you in the next section. Thank you for watching. Yeah, welcome to another video. And in this video, we will going to see the mitotic exfiltration. Okay, so in most of the courses they won't cover about the exfiltration related commands, how the attacker will do the exfiltrations. Okay, so in this video we will see how to exfiltrate the data from how to exfiltrate the data from a target machine to the cloud platform. Okay, so what is an exfiltration? So let's think about what is an exfiltration. So exfiltration is like you are just uploading important and confidential data to the cloud. Okay, so if you take an organization, the organization absolutely have a confidential data that will not be shared to anyone, right? So threat actor once they will fulfill all the metadata, privilege escalation, credential access, and before the ransomware deployment they will go for a exfiltration. Okay, so if they exfiltrate all the data from the target machine, if the target organization will not pay the ransomware money, they will publish that confidential files and contents in a dark web. Okay, in a dark web, or they will publish in an online. Okay, so that will be a serious threat. Okay, so the organization have most confidential data that will be used for a future, but the threat actor will steal that kind of data and they will simply upload that data into the internet and a public forum. Okay, so that will be one of the serious issue. Okay, so if you tracking the exfiltration related activities, if you are investigating exfiltration related activities, it's not a simple thing. Okay, so we will see the how to investigate the exfiltration things in a blue team section, investigation section. There is a separate section that was available. So in this video, we will see how to exfiltrate the data from a target machine to cloud. Okay. So I have already created a Mega account. So in this video, we are going to upload our data into the Mega. Okay, Mega is one of a cloud platform. So you will get a lot of data from Mega. Okay. So give me some time. My machine was still stuck. Okay. So I think I need to restart my machine. I will restart my machine, and I will be back. Okay. Let's power off and let's start a machine. Okay, I did not expect this machine was hanged, so not a problem. We will discuss the thing. Okay, for exfiltrating the data, now we are professional in red team. Right now we are professional in red team because we crossed multiple things. Okay, we did initial access, defense evasion, privilege escalation, credential access, etc, etc, right? So we did a lot of things and now we are professional in red team related activities. Okay, to uploading data into the Mega. So here we are using. I already told in a lolbin. So there is a arclone.exe that can be abused by the threat actors to exfiltrate the data, right? So for that, you need to download arclone.exe from the website. Okay. So if you go to the Google and if you give the arclone.exe and you can click on the download button, you can download Intel AMD 64 or 32 bit. Okay, so whatever you want. Okay, I already downloaded the arclone.exe into my downloads, and here you can find the arclone folder. Okay, so what I did, I just copied this application to the system 32. Okay, I just copied this application and set the system 32 folder. So here you can find the arclone, yeah, arclone.exe. Okay, so we are using the arclone.exe to exfiltrate the data from target machine to the cloud. Okay, So this is the first video. This is one of the method that was frequently used by the threat actors to exfiltrate the data. Okay, and in the right hand side, if I go to my Kali machine, so let's open the Mega. Okay, let it be load. Give some time. Your screen was not hanged. I just I was in a mute. Okay, so let's give me a few seconds more. Yep. So we are using this Mega to upload the data to our data lake platform. Okay, so you can see there is a directory which I have created called the exfil. Okay, so if you want to create a directory in Mega, yeah, if you want to sign in into a Mega, you can create your own account in Mega. And once you create your own account, your front page will be look like this. Okay, so if you want to create any folder, you can give that. So if I give the ransom, so it will be created. Okay, the folder will be automatically created. Okay, so that's all about the Mega thing, and we have successfully created our account and all. I can see there is a two folder which I have created. One is exfil and one is ransom. And I hope you will also create the Mega. That was a very simple one. It's like a Google Drive. Okay, so if you go to the target machine, so now we are professionals, right? Now if I explain in a target machines also, you will easily understand what happened, how to do exfiltration. Okay, so you need to configure the R clone. Okay, so once you install the R clone in a target machine, okay, in a target machine, so you can do it like you can transfer the R clone using the certutil or bits admin, and you can execute the R clone in the target machine. And you need to configure. Okay, you need to configure something. I have created the name as AJAY, and I gave the if you want to give a R clone config, okay, in a command first. Okay, so then it will ask for what editing you need. So if you need to create a new remote or a rename or copy anything, so I just created a one editing the existing thing. And there's some configurations also available. Okay, so if you see in the 29 the storage, you can find the Mega here. So I gave 29 and I gave the username to my email and password as the my Mega password. Okay, so the password will be my Mega password. And if I give the sorry, R clone, uh, let me recover the command. Yeah, list, LISTREMOT. Yes. Okay, so uh, okay, cool. Rclone is not a recognized command. We will do one thing. So we will execute like this. Rclone.exe. Still it was showing not recognized. Yeah, now it came. Rclone.exe list remotes. Mm, okay. So it was asking. Okay, so rclone.exe list remotes. So this is the right command. So here you can find the I have created the Mega. And if I give rclone lsf and the name Mega. So it will recover all the folders which we have created. So you can see here exfil and ransom which we have created recently, the ransom we have created. And in this video I will take one file as a target. Okay, this is the file we are going to upload. Okay, lsas.dmp. So here you can find the similar command. Okay, so the command will be rclone.exe, and we are going to copy the lsas dump, and mega is my name of the configurations. I did some configuration, right? So exfil is a folder. You need to give the folder, which folder we need to upload. Okay, and p, this argument, this was an optional, because if you are uploading multiple files in a one shot, you need to create streams. Okay, because the internet speeds, it will vary in a organization. So your rclone activity will not upload the data sometimes. So we are giving some of the additional flags to resolve that issue. Okay, okay, sometime the organization will set the rules like this. All the if it exceeds more data, your firewall will block. Okay, so it will bypass that kind of restriction. Okay, so let's copy this command, and let's check the mega. Okay, so there's no files inside the folder. Let I will execute this command. Okay, so hope you all can see the commands which I have did. I just copy pasted the lsas.dump, the target folder, and mega exfil. Okay, so if I give enter, so my data was uploading. Okay, let's go move to the configuration related thing. Okay, yep, these are all the configuration you can see which I did before. That was a easy configuration, not a tough one. So you can also do it if you want. And if I go to the target folder, the mega app, you can see the lsas.dump. Here it was 51 MB, right? So this is how the um, threat actors will exfiltrate the data from the target machines using the rclone.exe. Okay, so another one thing, we all know rclone.exe was used for an exfiltration, right? So sometime what threat actor will do, the threat actor will rename the rclone to some other executable. Okay, so if you give the for an example, rclone. Okay, so what the threat actor will do, they will rename the rclone to the run dll or svc host or any other executable. Okay, they will rename that rclone.exe into any name, powershell.exe, or any other google.exe, anything. Okay, they will rename it like anything, and they will use the original binary was an rclone. Okay, the original binary was an rclone. If you check the name of the executable will be svc host or si host or con host. Okay, so this is one of the um, mechanism that was followed by the threat actor. Okay, so as a threat analyst, if there is an exfiltration was happening, you will directly see the rclone activity, right? So what they will do, they will rename the rclone into other executable, and they will do the exfiltration. Okay, like this. Okay, this is what threat actors will do, and this is how the threat actor will exfiltrate the data from the target machines. Okay, so you need to aware about this activity. If there is a ransomware deployment, if the threat actor goal is ransomware deployment, they will absolutely do this step. Okay, they will absolutely follow the exfiltration step to upload the data to the cloud machine. Okay, yep, that's all about the video. We will meet you in the next video. Thank you for watching. Okay, in next video we will see some third party application that was used for an exfiltration. Okay, so Yeah, hope you understand this video. We will meet you in the next video. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Welcome to another video. Okay, so I just executed this command in a target machine directly because you are all professionals now in as a red teamer. So you need to execute in your C2, okay, not directly into the target machine. You can execute in the Kali machine in a terminal, okay. So you can execute here once you got a C2, okay, not directly to the target machine. So I just this is a awareness video, right? So this is a blue team related topic. We need to aware the red as well as the blue team. So how the threat actors will operate. Okay. So that's I just executed the target that command in the directly into the target host. So if you want in a real time, you can go for it. Okay. But this videos are 100% of the educational purpose, not for any other exploits. Okay. So in this video, let's talk about the other tools they will used for an exfiltration. Okay. So threat actors will use the third-party applications like Mega Sync. Okay. So this will sync the files from. I don't know why it was not loaded. Let I will open the that thing in my Kali machine. Okay. So they will use the mega sync to upload the folder, upload the files to the mega. Okay. So we all know there is a OneDrive, right? We all the machine, all the Windows machine have a OneDrive. What OneDrive will do? OneDrive will sync all the data to cloud, right? The same way they will use that kind of OneDrive.exe, or they will use the mega sync to upload a data directly to the cloud. Okay, to upload the data directly to the cloud. Okay, and we have drop me files. So drop me files is one of cloud storage platforms. The threat actor will use the drop me files to exfiltrate the data. Okay, so they will use the drop me files also to exfiltrate the data. Okay, or else they will use they can use the Amazon related cloud platforms and all. Whatever the cloud storage we have, they will use that cloud storage and they will use that third party applications to upload the files. Okay, so for, I already said the given example as a OneDrive. So like an OneDrive, what are the application we can use to sync a file target sync a target machine files to the cloud. They will try all the third party applications. Okay, so previous video we saw the arclone.exe. That is one of the method that was followed by the threat actors. Threat actor will use the megasync.exe to upload. Threat actor will use the onedrive.exe to upload. Threat actor will use the drop me things to upload. They will use this kind of third party applications to upload the data to the cloud. Okay, so if you see that kind of activity while you are investigating any incident or a case, so what you will do? So what are the recommendations you will take? Okay, so you need to block for an example, if the arclone.exe was uploading a data, what you will do? You can block the arclone.exe in the environment. Okay, so threat actor can't able to use the arclone.exe from that, right? So if you find out this arclone.exe or megasync uploading a confidential data, so at the time you can block that hash. So by blocking the hash, you can stop the exfiltration. Also, you can block that the executable file can be blocked. That can be never that can't be used by the threat actors anymore, right? So you can do that recommendation first. The second thing, you can find which IP it was uploading. Okay, the target IP, which target IP the data are uploading. Once you find the target IP, for example, in our scenario, the target IP will be the mega, right? This will be the target IP. If you find the mega, this will be the target IP. You can block that. So once you block that, the data exfiltration will be completely stopped. So then you can kill that application. Okay, if there is a arclone.exe is running, you can kill the arclone.exe and you can throw it in a bucket. Okay, so now three recommendations you need to immediately take. You need to block the hash, you need to find the target IP and block from to where it was uploading, and the third thing, okay, these are all the three recommendations you need to take at a time. The third recommendation will be kill that mega sync or arclone.exe and throw it. Okay, so remove it from the machine. Okay, so these are all the three recommendations you have to immediately take a action. So when you seeing exfiltrating a data, okay, so that will stop the exfiltration. Okay, so in my experience, we have seen multiple times the threat actor will use the mega sync to upload the confidential information to the cloud platform, as well as they will use the arclone.exe to exfiltrate. Okay, so you need to be aware about arclone.exe and the mega sync and other third-party applications. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed this video, and I gave a lot of information related to the exfiltration. And yep, so that's all about this video. We will meet you in a next video. There was a final video. Okay, so there is nothing. There is a we can't able to cover a lot of things in exfiltration. Exfiltration was a small miter tactic, but that was a powerful miter tactic because the confidential information will be leaked into the websites. Okay, so you have to think about that. Okay, the reason why I covered the arclone.exe in a practical, because you need to understand how the threat actors uploading a data, and if you see any command like this, you can easily find out. Okay, so next time you can easily find out this is an exfiltration. So that's why I showed most of the, not most, even 90-95% of the videos will be practical in our course. Okay, so that's my main motive. You have to understand all the commands which was commonly abused by the threat actors to do a malicious activities. Okay, so we will meet you in the next video, and it's a final video. Thank you for watching. Welcome to the last and final video of a section. Okay, in the previous video we have discussed rclone.exe and some other third-party application. Okay, some of the ransomwares, okay, they will ransomware threat actors, they will use their own exfiltration tool. Okay, the tool name is called a steelbit. Okay, so if you see the logbit threat actor use the steelbit their own application to exfiltrate data into the data lake site. So what is a data lake site? So data lake site is nothing but the threat actor will publish all the confidential organization data. Okay, so this is a steelbite exfiltration tool. It will exfiltrate all the data to the cloud. Okay, to the target data lake site. Okay, and you can see xmactor also used the steelbit to exfiltrate the data, right? So there are a lot of techniques we can exfiltrate. Okay, so this is a third method. Okay, so organization, the threat actor will use their own exfiltration tool sometime to upload the data. Okay, so this is one of the example, steelbit. Okay, if you refer this, it's a custom exfiltration tool. So this is a good article you can read. Okay, so I think the messenger removed that, so we can read it from here. Steelbit malware key points, and Steelbit malware data exfiltration tool. Logbit threat group develops and maintains. Provides a Steelbit to ransomware group affiliate program. Use Steelbit to exfiltrate the data from the compromised system for a double extortion purpose. Okay, so they will use this Steelbit bit to exfiltrate the data. It is like a mega sync and a OneDrive. It will upload the data automatically into the cloud. Okay, they are not using the rclone. They are directly using the steelbit to exfiltrate. Okay, so we have seen multiple methods that was followed by the threat actors. In my experience, I have seen this kind of commands that was used for an exfiltration. Okay, so exfiltration is a small topic, but it was a most powerful thing coming to an attack. The threat actor will use this kind of commands to exfiltrate data, and this kind of tools to this kind of tools they will use to exfiltrate the data. Okay, so that's all about the video. We will meet you in a next section. Okay, we have completed the exfiltration section successfully. We will meet you in the next section. Thank you for watching. Congratulations. Now you are in a last phase of our tactics, which we have discussed in a MITRE, right? So in this section, we are going to see about the tactic impact. This is a last phase, but not a last section, definitely. Okay. So in this section, we are going to achieve our goal, the ransomware execution, executing the ransomware binary in a target machine. Uh, but before executing the ransomware binary, we need to do some things. Okay. So I will ask one question: who is the enemy of ransomware threat actors? So hope you will say maybe endpoint detection and response, the detection mechanism, or antivirus software, or the Windows Defender. You will be focused on defense mechanisms, right? So you will be directly say the enemy of a ransomware threat actors was this kind of defense mechanism. But if you see the real enemy of a ransomware threat actor, that was a backups. Okay, so if you take an example of a ransomware, it will encrypt all the files in target machines, right? And the threat actor will ask for a payment, right? So if the target organization has a backup plan, they have all the files already. They have all the files in a cloud server, the backup server, so they can easily back up the files, right? So they can easily back up the encrypted files and reimage the system, right? So at that time, the ransomware threat actor, the statics and all the things will get wasted, right? So they compromise the environment. Their goal is to encrypt the files and ask for payment to the organization. But if the organization already have a backup solution, so the threat actor mindset will be like in a different way. Okay, so they crossed all the thing. The threat actor did a lot of defense mechanisms and defense evasion mechanism and all privilege escalation. They did a lot of things, but in the last phase, it will be get wasted. Okay, so before executing the ransomware file, the threat actor will do some things. Okay, I already discussed the ransomware biggest enemy of ransomware threat actors was shadow copies, right? The recovery files, the Windows backup solutions, right? So what if the threat actor will delete the shadow copies? I already discussed what is shadow copy. Shadow copy is a duplication of all the files in a file system. So it will contains from which folder this file is located from, and all the metadata informations about the files. Okay, the shadow copies will have that. Okay, so if threat actor deleted that shadow copies, he won't the target organization can't able to recover that files. Okay, because shadow copies are more important. It will save the copy of the files. Okay, from which folder it's located, and meta informations like um, the files creation and everything. Okay, so basically where the file it's from, and where the file needs to be sitting. Okay, most of the things will be wasted, right? So the threat actor will target the shadow copies, and they will silently delete the shadow copies. Okay, so for deleting the shadow copies, they will use VSS admin. We saw it in lolbash delete. This was a simple command, not a very much complicated. Shadows all quit. So this command will delete silently delete all the shadow copies. Okay, so if I execute this command, so volume shadow copies, no item found to satisfy this query. So in my machine, I did not configure any shadow copies related thing, shadow copies. Okay, so that it's throwing no items found to satisfy this query. There is no shadow copies there. But if you see the target organization, they definitely have shadow copies. The threat actor will delete the shadow copies. Okay, so this is one command to remove the shadow copies, and we can also remove the shadow copies through WMIC. shadow copy delete. Okay, so now you can see there is no instance the instance available, right? So these are the two commands most of the time the threat actor will use to remove the shadow copies from the target machines. Okay, so when you are dealing with this kind of command in the target host in a case while you are investigating, so you need to be aware this was the um, very near step for ransomware encryption. Okay, so before executing the ransomware binary only the threat actor will execute this command. Okay, so you can see the command before executing the ransomware binary. Okay, so you need to be aware about two commands for shadow copies. Deleting the shadow copies, um, it will not be a benign. Okay, it will not be a benign command that was executed by the administrator to do the deletion. This was absolutely used by the threat actors to delete the shadows from the target machines. Okay, so if you see this kind of command, you need to inform the customer and do the IR plans. Okay, incident response plan that we um, that I have discussed in the last video of a section. So you need to be aware about these commands. Okay, so that's all about this video. Hope you understand the shadow copies and the deletion commands that was used by the threat actors frequently. Okay, before the ransomware deployment. So we will meet you in a next video. Okay, thank you for watching. Welcome to another video. And in the last video, we have successfully deleted. We have saw the commands to delete the shadow copies. Okay. So in this video, we will do one more thing before executing the ransomware. So if the threat actors deleted the shadow copies, and what if the user if the target organization user can able to load the operating system uh, in a safe boot mode. Okay, so if you see sometime your operating system will throw some errors. On that time your operating system will start in a safe boot mode, right? So it will do not load much drivers. You do not you can't able to see the proper user interface at that time. Safe mode like that, it will load like that. Okay, so if the operating system or if some drivers was missing, it will it will load like that, right? So the threat actors will most of the time the threat actors will modify the boot status keys. Okay, so what if all the encryptions happened and everything was done? The target user, the user can able to boot the operating system in a safe mode. So they can easily recover the file, right? So they can easily get the files, right? So the threat actors need to stop the safe boot mode. Okay, so that they will modify some of the boot status policies before executing the ransomwares. Okay, so here I'm going to talk about two commands to do that. So BC edit, we are using the BC edit, and we are going to set the boot status policy to ignore all failures. Okay, so I already mentioned if the Windows operating system throws any error, your system will boot your operating system in a safe mode, right? So what we are saying to the system, so if any failures has been occurred, so don't care about the failure. Just boot the system in a boot the operating system in a normal mode. Okay, so this when executing this command, your operating system will boot normally. Okay, it won't boot in a safe mode anytime. Okay, so if any error happened, okay, if any error thrown to the system, your system will only start normally, not a safe mode. Okay, so this command force the system to start the boot normally, normal operating system, not in a safe mode. Okay, So the threat actor will execute this command to modify the boot status policies. Okay, so the operation has been completed successfully. And another one command we have, so we need to set the recovery enable to no. Okay, so this command will completely disable the recovery Windows recovery uh, things. Okay, it will entirely disable the Windows recovery basically. Okay, so the user can't able to recover the Windows. Okay, so let's execute this also. So this two commands they will use to modify the boot status policy as well as disable the recovery modes. Okay, so these two commands are one step before the ransomware execution. The next step will be definitely executing a ransomware. Because we did all the things, we have deleted the shadow copies, we changed the boot status policies and all. Now it's time to for a ransomware execution. Okay, so that's all about this video. So if you see this kind of commands that was executed by an user, so you need to be keep eye on that. Okay, so let's catch you in the next video. Thank you for watching. Welcome to another video. So in this video, we are going to see one more thing the ransomware attacker will do uh, sometime before the sometime. Okay, before the execution of ransomware. Okay, so we saw one of the attack called indicator removal, the time stomping attack. So it will come under different evasion. We are just clearing the event logs. Okay. So we know what is an event logs. If you go to the Windows target machine and if you move to an event event viewer. So this all the logs are evidence, right? So these all the logs are evidence which service get installed, who logged in, the application rated errors, everything. This was one of the indicator for a threat analyst, right? So who is doing the who is doing analysis, right? So the threat actors sometime they will remove the logs from the machines. Okay. So for example, if you the web util on of a login and CL is a clear, if you system is a system logs and security logs and the application logs. Okay, in the right hand side you can see the command, in the left hand side you can see the evtx file, event file, which will be present under the system32 folder. Okay, so it will clear all the logs from the machines. Okay, it will clear all the logs basically from a remote machines. Okay, the threat actor will directly execute the command uh, inside the machines. Okay, so we are already in let's clear the CL. I'm not going to clear everything because uh, we have one more section like investigation related things. So we need to do that. So this command will clear all the applications later logs. Okay. So you need to be aware about the commands. Okay. The threat actor will definitely use this command for some time. Now you can see there is no application logs, right? So there is no application logs are present. The number of events was zero, right? So now there is no indicator. So there is no evidence for threat analyst or a forensic investigator to investigate that incident, right? So when you are seeing this kind of commands web-util cl, so you need to be aware that will be definitely that will be coming from a threat actors. Okay, because your the administrator won't do this. Okay, so that's all about this video. So hope you enjoyed the video and we will meet you in a next video. Thank you for watching. Welcome to another video. And in this video, we are going to achieve our goal. Our goal is to execute the ransomware binary inside the target machine. So in this video, we are going to do that. Okay. So we did all the measures before the ransomware deployment, like deleting the shadow copies and mm, and modifying the boot options, etc. So before executing the ransomware binary, you need to make sure if you are trying in your VM, you need to make sure your network connections and everything was disabled. Okay. So basically, you need to check if your primary machine and your VM machine do not have any contact. Okay. So we know ransomware will easily spread across the estate very easily through the SMB or through the network. You need to make sure everything. Okay. So I have disabled my network connections. So my my VM machines do not have any contact with my primary machine. Okay. So also I have disabled the shared folder settings. There is no shared folders now. So I have downloaded the ransomware binary from the zoo repository from here. So this I won't suggest you to execute the ransomware binary in your machines, but it will be uh, very harmful thing if you are executing the ransomware binary. Um, because we saw many tactics, your data will be exfiltrated and everything will be happen, and your device will be encrypted. Okay, so many of them know once the ransomware binary was executed, the device will be encrypted, right? So let's execute the ransomware binary now. So everything was ready and no internet access. Okay, let's execute this and we will see what happening inside the machine. So if you see the changes, so once I executed the ransomware binary, I got this file, right? So you can see here WannaCry decryptor, and let's open this document, and you can see the image which is saved. So I was not able to open anything. Okay, basically, so my system was completely freezed, and I can't able to do anything. Okay. So my machine was completely frozen and I can't able to do anything. So let's check the download folders and we will see. Let I will try to open the this is a JPEG file. See the icon how it's look like. So my photos anything was not opening. So it was please read me. So let's open the please read me file and let's see what's inside the please read me. So you can see the readme files here. What's wrong with my files? Oops, important files are encrypted. It means you will not able to access anymore until they are decrypted. Okay. So please send dollar 300 worth of Bitcoin to this address. Okay. So we need to send uh, 300 worth dollar Bitcoin to the address to decrypt. Okay. So please find the application file named vulnerability decryptor software and says following information, etc., etc. Okay. So once you install the ransomware files in a binary, you will automatically get a README file, and that README files contain some informations like mm, so that README files contain some informations like uh, how to decrypt and where we need to contact to mm, the threat actor, because the threat actor will give the um, because the threat actor will give the key to decrypt your softwares. Okay. So if let open with new document WannaCry, you can see the encryption here. New text document dot txt wncry. Okay. So wncry is a ransomware binary. Sorry, ransomware extension. Okay. So you can see the image. Um, so here you can see the mm, give me a second. So everything will be an wanna cry and all. So everything was basically encrypted, right? So here you can find it's a WannaCry. Basically, it will encrypt all the things like pictures, documents. I do not have enough document as well as the picture to encrypt. So you need to understand what happens once the ransomware get into the machine. Okay. So every ransomware has been executed. You will absolutely find the README files like this, or akira.txt, please read me how to decrypt .txt, like that file. So that file will contain informations like how to decrypt and where how to contact the threat actors. Okay. So in our scenario, we have successfully executed the ransomware binary into our target machine, and so that's all about this video. I need you to understand what's happened after once the ransomware has been executed. Okay. So in our scenario, it was showing the Windows theme, but but in uh, it's a save file. I just took it from the this is a test file for a ransomware WannaCry. If you faced a real attack, this icons has been changed to some others. Okay, so that you can research in Google. So what happens after the ransomware? So I can't able to execute that in my in environment. Okay, so that's all about this video, and hope you understand this video. So we are in a final stage. Almost we completed our red team operations. We will meet you in a next video. Thank you for watching. Welcome to the last and final video of a section, the impact. So in this section, we are going to discuss about the incident response plan for a ransomware attacks. Okay, so we discussed a lot of tactics, techniques, and procedures in our previous sections. We came from the initial access to the impact. Okay, so you may understand a lot of things. What are the things we need to do, and what are the things we need to investigate, and what are the commands we need to focus and all. But if you come up with the incident response plan for a ransomwares, so you have learned a lot of things in the previous sections. But so when you see this kind of commands in target environment while you are investigating any cases like this, so you need to take this kind of steps. Okay, so first isolate the environment, try to isolate the machines. Okay, so sometime the customers will not allow to isolate the machines. Okay, so because of maybe their productions will be affected. So at that time we do not have an access to isolate the machines. So isolation means we are just turning off the machines. We are keeping the machines isolation mode. It will not be communicated to the network. Okay, so the threat actor will not have a command and control, and the exfiltration will be stopped and everything will be done. Okay, so your EDRs and your target machines only contact with each other. So none of the all the network connections will be terminated except the EDR connections. Okay, so first try to isolate the environment. Okay, so this is the first recommendations you need to do. So if you can't able to isolate the environment, try to find the threat actors IP. Okay, I am giving a TA as a threat actor IP, and block it in a firewall. Okay, so find the threat actors IP and block it in a firewall. or ask the customer to block the threat actor IP. Okay, block that IP. Okay, if the IP was x dot x dot x dot x, just ask the customer to directly block that IP. So the command and control will be killed, right? So it will be get terminated. So the threat actor won't get any communication with the device, right? So he can't able to execute that. So your next plan should be block the hashes. Okay, so block the ransomware hash. So in a previous video uh, we have executed the WannaCry related ransomware. Okay, so you can find out the executable hash and the block. Okay, so once you block the ransomware hash, so the ransomware executable can't able to execute inside the machine, because your EDR or antivirus softwares will directly catch that file, and it will terminate that process. Okay, it will delete that application ransomware binary, right? So if you block the ransomware hash, it will the threat actor can't able to execute the ransomware binary um, at the target machines. Okay, so you need to find out the ransomware hash and block it. Okay, so as soon as possible. Okay, so don't delay. As soon as possible, try to find the hash and block it. Okay, so the next plan will be, so we know the threat actors for a lateral movement they will use several tools like the AnyDesk, TeamViewer, or they will use the Splashtop, Screen Connect. So these are the some RMM tools, RMM remote management tools. They will the threat actors will use for lateral movement. Okay, remote access tools. Okay, so the threat actors will use for a lateral movement. If you find out the AnyDesk or TeamViewer or Splashtop, find out the creation time of the file, and you can directly block that. Okay, so if the creation time was uh, today, or creation time was when the incident has occurred, so you can directly block that hash. Okay, so the threat actor can't able to laterally move to one machine to another. It will be stopped. Okay, so in a lateral movement you can sometimes see the PSX also. So you can block the PSX hash, so the ransomware threat actors can't able to move laterally, right? So the lateral movement has been stopped, so they can't able to spread their um, they can't able to spread their ransomware binary into the other machines. Okay, so you can do this. Okay, so next thing, after the exfiltration, if you come up with a sorry, after the lateral movement, if you come up with the exfiltration, uh, so we discussed the lateral movement, right? Yeah. So the next tactics will be the exfiltration. If you come up with the exfiltration, so I already mentioned they will use the rclone, megasync, or drop me files, this kind of cloud-related softwares to um exfiltrate their data to the cloud, right? So you can block that also. If you see megasync in a target machine, so you can directly block the megasync or drop me files or rclone rclone into the remote host, right? So by blocking this, you can stop the exfiltrations, right? So the exfiltration things will be get stopped, so the threat actor won't get any data from the target environment. Okay, so these are the recommendations as soon as you need to take ran, when the ransomware threat actors executing this kind of commands. Okay, we saw multiple commands, so they will come up with step by step. So they will modify the boot policy. They will remove the shadow copies and all, and they will come up with the execution of ransomware binaries. So before that, they will do lateral movement exfiltration. Before that, they will do lateral movement using some application. Before that, they will do some discovery and all. Uh, so they will they will come up with the one by one step, right? They will do initial access, they will do the defense evasion, they will do privilege escalations, they will do persistent, they will do one by one, right? So you can When you see this kind of commands in while you are investigating any cases, so you can take this kind of steps to prevent the organization from the ransomware attack. Okay, so when you completed this all the recommendation, you need to try to remove all the remnants. Okay, remove all the artifacts. So artifact means if any persistence were created, you need to remove that persistence. You need to stop the you need to clear the persistence, right? So you can remove the artifacts one by one. Persistence like persistence, files, services, schedule, schedule task, WMA, whatever it is. Okay, so you need to clear all the persistence one by one. Okay. Also, so one more thing you can able to do, you can kill if there is any process like so in our case it's a bit defender that was our notepad injections, right? So you can kill the process. Okay, so you can do that also, kill the C2C process if you find and remove it. So you can do this kind of activities. Okay, when you are planning to do a incident response in a target environment. Okay, when you are facing a ransomware attacks. Okay, so these are the simple tasks. This will powerful task when you dealing with the ransomware. So this will definitely help you to stop the ransomware attack in a target environment. Okay, so I think I completed everything. I discussed a lot of methods here about the IR plan for a ransomware attacks. So hope this plan will help when you are investigating any kind of ransomware related incidents. Okay, so that's all about this video. We will meet you in a next video. Sorry, next section. Thank you for watching. Amazing. We have completed the red plus blue team operations, full of red team operations. From the previous section, we have learned multiple techniques to compromise the organization using the tactics, techniques, and procedures. Right. So almost we have completed our course. In this section, we are going to learn about some of the blue team related topics. Okay, so blue team related topics like how to investigate the logs, where to check the logs and all. So this will be helpful for your interview when if you are attending any interview or if you are a fresher, you are searching for any job. Okay. So let's investigate some events mm, that was commonly the threat analyst will check for finding the evidence. Okay, so let's download a event log explorer from this URL. Okay, so you can easily get the event log explorer. You can check it in Google, and if you go to the setup files, let's run this. Okay, finish. So let's check for the event log explorer in the machine. So here it was. You can investigate the logs through the event viewer. Also, you can use the event log explorer. This is a GUI edition, and it will give the multiple results in um, by drag and dropping the log files. Okay, we will see that. Okay, let's find the log file inside the machine. So we know in event viewer we have saw the system and security events. Let's go to the Windows machine and find out our Windows events. So let's go to the system 32 and bin event folder. inside the win event, let's search for the logs. So here you can find multiple logs are present on the host. So here you can find all the logs like kernel based labs, remote desktop, SMB related logs, everything was there. So let's check. In this video, we are going to investigate the 4624 and 4625, right? So this is security related events. The login, the user successfully logged in and failed to log on events. Okay, so if it's a 4624, then it was a successful login. If it's a 4625, then it was a failed login. Okay. So you need to be aware, if it's a 4624, then it will be a successful. If it's a 4625, then it is a failed logon. Okay. So if the customer reporting or if you need to find the brute force attack into the target machine, so you can check the 4625 events for a brute force attempts, okay? Because 4625 events will give all the failed logons. For example, if the attacker try to brute force the machine, so the attacker will get caught by investigating the 4625 log on events. Okay, let's drag and drop the security event inside the log explorer. Logs event security not found, what it was telling. Let me do one thing. I will copy this and I will paste it in the okay, document section. So the log file was 20 MB. Let's drag the file now. Now it's worked, right? So let's investigate the event logs. So in our scenario, we are going to check the 4625, 4624 and 4625. So let's check for 4624 event logs first. Okay, the user had successfully logged on. So here you can see the audit successor and when was the date and the time, the events, what was the source of the event, security auditing, and what was the category of the event, what was the computer name, and all it here it was listed very detailedly, right? Yes, let's filter the 4625 logon event. So we need to use this option to filter the events. Yep. Okay. Sorry, I filtered for 4625. Let's go for a 4624 first. Okay. The successful logon. So here we can find the description. So let's drag and drop the description bit. So now let's go to the 645.45 and account was successfully logged in. Okay. So what was the account? Impersonation level, impersonation service. Oh, CD service. Okay. New service were created. Uh, at this time, okay, when we're doing such attacks like svc-exe or named pipe impersonation, maybe a new service will be created in the process name. Okay, so the same, I think. So the account name is system. Here you can see it, right? So yeah, system. Let's go for another. So now you can see at the time of mm, 8/24 2023 at 12:46:06 a.m. Okay, I need to elaborate the time. Let me, yeah, done. So now you can see yeah, now you can see 12:46 a.m. There is a, okay, 12:42 okay, 12:42 a.m. There is a 4624 event ID and the account name was user was successfully logged on. Okay, So he was successfully able to log on. So this was the source IP address. So see, this was the Kali machine IP, right? If you see that this was the Kali machine IP, the source network address was the Kali machine IP, and the source port was 59614, right? So we can understand this user, this compromised user. We in a previous attack we have used this user, right? User, right? So he logged in from the 18.235 IP, right? So what you can say to the customer, the user logged in from this IP, and this IP machine. We need to investigate this IP machine for that. Okay, so you can say to the customer like this user was compromised. You can reset the credentials for the user. uh, okay, in the customer end. So if you want to do the incident response, you can disable the user, and you can ask the customer to reset the user, or you can reset the user if it's your own machine. Okay, so it will give you a lot of information like which IP address, the source network address, uh, the customer logged in. Okay, so the security identifier, unique ID, account name, and the domain name, as well as the source IP. Okay, this is how you need to investigate the 4625 24 logon events. Okay, so same, it's giving the same information. Let's go to the another one. We have tried a lot of privilege escalation methods like medium to high, high to medium, sorry, medium to high, high to system, right? So it triggered a lot of events. So I have tried some of the attacks today. It's 24. You can see the data is 24. Yep. So let's go to the system. There is a process name only, the service. So absolutely, if there is a new service were created, it will be created in a system level privilege. Uh, Yep, that's all about the 4624 event ID. So when you are investigating the 4624, you can able to get a IP address of the IP address of the target. So you can ask the customer to block that IP. So in our scenario, the user is logged in from this IP. So you can block this IP. So the attacker will not get any command and control into the target machine. Also, you can ask the customer to reset the credentials, right? So that's all about the 4624. Let's go to the 4625 events and check what happened. 4625. So here you can find some of the users or failed logged account failed to log on. What was the username? So username is user. Maybe I gave some password as incorrect. So source network address was the local host. If it's from the remote, if the attacker trying to do the brute force attack, you will get a remote IP here. You can find out that. Yep. You can see various failed logon from here, right? So this could be a WMIC attack. We have tried in a section, and that was failed. What are the other things are failed? Let's check. What are the other things are failed? SCC host, bad password, WMIC user, unknown username or bad password. So the so that it was failed, unknown username or password. Okay. So here you can find the much informations like mm, much informations like the 4625 events. Okay, so one important thing you have to notice, this is a logon type. What is a logon type? Okay, so if the user was doing the interactive logons, for example, if the user was giving password into the machine and he is logon, then it will be interactive locally, logon locally. He is logon locally. So see this, it's a network login, logon type 3. was a network, right? So if you see in the logon type, this is the network logon. So we can absolutely understand this was the attack. Okay. So we have tried WMIC using the calling machine. So the network logon type will be 3. Okay. So here you can find other logon types also. Service it's 5, and remote interactive such as RDP, it will be the logon type will be 10. Okay. So let's check the 4624 also. What was the logon type for the 4624? So here it mentioned the logon type was 5. So we know the logon type of 5 was a service. Absolutely, they will get a system level privilege, right? So logon type was 5, the account name was system, and it was a service. Process name was service, right? So this is how you need to investigate um, the 4624 and 4625 event logs. Okay, and if you see this log, the account name is user. Maybe we have tried some of the process injection attack, or elevation station.exe, that kind of attack. So here you can see the account name was user, and the source network address was the Kali machine. That was our Kali IP 18.235. uh, and the logon type was 3. We know the logon type 3 was a network logon, right? So this was from the network logon, so it will be from a compromised user, right? So you can ask the customer to block the IP and reset the credential for the user, so everything will be normal. Okay, so we have learned a lot of things about the 4624 and 4625. So hope it will be very helpful when you are attending any interviews like the forensics or investigating, the threat analyst. Sometime the interviewer will ask the how to investigate how you will investigate the failed logon and the successful logon. So you can briefly elaborate this. Okay, so let's hop off this video. We'll conclude this video and meet you in a next video. Thank you for watching. Welcome to another video, and in this video we are going to see the process creation event ID. Okay, such as 7045 events. We know where we can search for the 7045 event. It will be in the um, win event and logs. Every logs will be inside this. Okay, so let's take this and put in the document first, and we will start our investigation. Now let's drag and drop the system events in our event log explorer. Okay, so so we know the process creation event was 7045, right? So let's filter with the 7045 event. 7045. So here you can see the new service was installed, at which date, and at which time, right? So it will briefly give the info and the user and the computer, right? So these are the new services get installed inside the machine. The service name was name was plumber. We have tried unquoted service path vulnerability in our experiment, right? So that was here. We have tried at 14th August. So that it was here, and so here you can see the process hacker uh, here. So I created a service with my name. The notepad.exe was the service name. Yeah, that's all. Okay. So it started from the 12/7/2023. Um, Basically it will be 12th July 2023 it started, and it it have ended the 24. Okay, so if you now, if there is a new service were created, what event ID we need to check and what happened inside the machine. Okay, so if the threat actor can able to create a new service, he can easily get a system level privilege, right? As well as he can able to create a persistence inside a machine. So that will be harmful. So you need to investigate the 7045 events. So once you see the 7045 event, mm, 7045 even the service were created. For example, the service name 1B11597E, you can delete that service. Okay, by deleting that, by removing that service from the machine, so there will be no persistence, and command and control will be stopped. Your system privilege will be terminated. Okay, so you need to be aware of 7045 events. So it will be a service creation event. um Whenever you saw a service creation event, you need to check this. Okay, so let's check about the 7034. So it's a service termination events. It was terminated 24th of August, and today, and OpenSSH service terminated unexpectedly. These are related to some of the uh, application inside the machine, OpenSSH and all. 7 of 89. Yep. So some of the service get terminated, right? So by this you can understand what are the services get terminated in the machine. Okay. So hope you clear about the system related event IDs like 7045 and 7034. You can you will understand when we need to check the 7045 and 7034, because we did a live attack in a previous sections, right? Uh, yep, that's all about the video. We will conclude this, and we'll meet you in the next video. Thank you for watching. Let's welcome to another video, and coming up with the schedule task related event ID. You need to check for the 4698. The 4698 event was basically a, schedule task creation event. So if you see the 4698 event ID, it was a scheduled task creation events, and you need to check the security events. Okay, you need to check on the security event. So it will be like this. Okay, a scheduled task were created. Okay, sorry. So let's filter the let's filter the 4698 event in a security .evtx 4698. So it was giving nothing. Maybe my configuration was missing. Okay, but if you investigating a machine, you can check for a 46 sorry 4698 schedule task creation events. Okay, if you coming up with the task scheduler, we already mentioned you can create a new task by using the new task. So it will create a new task. My task, if I give my task name as Ajay, and the trigger, it will ask for a time when it need to be trigger. I will give default, and the action will be I need to run a script. If you need to run any program, you can set notepad.exe here. It will run a notepad.exe here. When I click OK, so it will generate 4624. Let's check this. Yeah, here there is no event ID was there. Maybe my configuration will be missed or something. Okay, so it will give the 4698 even. Okay, in the in the host. Okay, so a new notepad.exe was created. Okay, so you need to investigate the 4698 even for schedule task creation. Okay, so that's all about the schedule task creation event ID. We will meet you in a next video. Thank you for watching. Welcome to another video, and in this video we will see how to investigate the RDP related and the SMB related uh, uh, logons. Okay, so for RDP related events, I already mentioned you need to check the mm, network logon type 10. It's a remote desktop service. Okay, or else you need to check the 1149 event that was a RDP successful events. Maybe the RDP logs will be available here. So let's check for that remote. Yeah, you can see the remote terminal, remote desktop, sorry, remote connection manager, remote connections manager, and RDP client. So you can let's pull that here and check the data. Maybe nothing will be available there. I hope because I did not used any I did not used RDP in my machine, so nothing will be there. So same the SMB also you will get logs. See, it's a 68 KB, so there will be nothing. Okay, so basically, okay. Uh, so I can't able to load that. So you can easily identify the RDP using the mm, 4624 logon events with the logon type. Okay, and the SMB also you can easily find out because it will be in a network and it will be a network logon. So the logon type will be 3. Okay, so this is how you can find out the RDP and SMB related log on. So if you want to investigate more about the RDP, so you can check for the 1149 events. And we know the RDP port was 3389. You can check for a port 3389, and the SMB port was 445. You can check for SMB related ports. Okay. So by checking that, you can easily find out the who was the compromised user and which system they try to log on. Okay, from which system they logged on. Okay, so this is a short video. So this section will be useful for when you are attending any interviews related things. Okay, so let's hop off this video and we will conclude this video and we will meet you in the next video investigating the sum data. Okay, thank you for watching. Welcome to another video. So let's investigate the exfiltration. Okay, so we have executed the arc1.exe for exfiltrating the data. So let's investigate the exfiltration activity. Okay, so investigating the exfiltration activity is not a simple thing coming to the forensic. So you need to check from in which URL the data will get exfiltrated. Okay, so I will give idea how to investigate the exfiltration. So there is one of the uh, if you go to the system 32 directory. Okay, system 32. So I was in a system 32, and let's check for SRU in here. So now you can find SRU inside the system 32. There's a dat file, so database file. Let's copy the dat file and paste it uh, in the sum.cmd. Okay, I will explain what is sum.cmd later, or you can paste it in anywhere you want. Let I will paste it in a document folder. Let go for a document folder. I will paste it in a document for any path you can choose. This is an optional, so you can choose any path. Let's copy this. So now it's ready, and you need to download one of the tool, Eric Zimmerman tool. So I have downloaded the this tool 0.5.1.0 version, and I have saved the inside my download folder. Let's give some time. My machine was hanged. I will pause my video and I will resume that once my system get ready. Sorry for that. Now it was ready. My mm, from ECMD. So it's a resource usage monitor. Okay, yeah, Strum is a resource usage monitor. You can check which are all the process used how much resource. Okay, in the network connections and all. I have already pasted the sum.dat which we need to investigate for exfiltration. Let's execute a command. Okay, so all are ready. Let do that. Go to the let execute the command as a administrator and move on to the downloads, users, user downloads, and we need to go to the sum. It's sum, right? Yeah, sum cmd. If I give dir, so I can see sum e cmd. Okay, so let's execute this, and now we need to give the f flag, and our path will be the documents, right? Let's copy this path. Srubdat c. Okay, so what was the path for this? Let's try to copy the path from here. Should I? So rename share copy as path. Okay, done. Let's give the double quotes and paste it here. Let's remove one more double quotes, and we need this data as a CSV. Let's give CSV format, Excel format, and you need to give the path in which path you need to save this. Okay, so for that I will give the C users slash user slash okay slash documents. I'm setting this as a path. Let's execute. Let's see what happened. So now it started. It was processing. Okay, some of the files were created. So you can see here how I can drag. Okay, these are all the some files which you have created. Yep. Now it was okay. I do not have Excel in my VM machine. Let I will download one of the tool called a Timeline Explorer that will help us to investigate. Okay. So close. 1 second. Sorry for that. Got a call. Let's focus on this. Let's download a Timeline Explorer. That's from the Eric Zimmerman tools. You can find a lot of forensics tools here. So let's use the Timeline Explorer for investigating the exfiltration activity. So let's execute a Timeline Explorer. So let I will close the CMD and wait for a Timeline Explorer to. Yeah, it started. And let's move on to documents, and let's drag and drop the network usage files first, and let's check for so it gave the network connections related files and how much data was transferred to the network. Let I will search for we did exfiltration in our clone, right? Our clone rcl ONE R clone. So here you can find the activity of rclone.exe at the date of 17th, 23rd, and 24th, right? It was a timestamp, and these are the date and the time. So when the rclone activity was occurred. So this was the PID. We know the PID was related to the user account, and the bytes transferred. And bytes sent, okay. So how much bytes received and how much bytes were sent to the R clone, okay. So you see here, you can see the 53 something bytes, sorry, 53 MB of files, because our file is related to 53. mm, our lsas.dmp was a 53 MB file. So here you can find the exact 53 MB, and so it's an interface ID and all. So this is how you need to investigate the this is how you need to investigate the exfiltration, okay. So okay, so let's investigate the another one, mm, uh, another one Excel file that was a network connections. So let's investigate the network connection. Yeah, this file. Let's investigate this and let's find out if there is any malicious activity also happen. Let's do that. Network connections. So it's not showing any process. I'm not getting much data. So it's just showing the connection time, how much time it was connected. You can map this with the time. So here you can find the 14 20 24 8. It's today. So you can find some this was the connection time, and what was the connection start time and all, the interface ID and the interface LUID, and everything, okay. So this is how you need to investigate the exfiltration activity. So this little bit difficult when you are investigating the exfiltration related activity, okay. So hope you understand this video, and we will meet you in a next video. Thank you for watching. Welcome to another video, and this is one of the last and final video of a course. So not a last and final video, this is the first version of course we are going to publish, and the videos, blue team related videos, will be uploaded in future, okay. So it's the last video. Let's investigate the browser related stuff. So I'm using the Chrome applications, right? Chrome browser. So I need one of the software to do the investigation, the SQLite browser .org. Okay. So basically, we will call this as a DB browser. So you can download the DB browser from here in this URL. Okay, standard installer. So you will be when you download, it will be look like this. You can install the DB browser for SQLite in a machine, and you can load that, okay. So it will be look like. So before investigating the browser related history data, so you need to understand what was the path for the browser data. Okay. So here you can find the path. Okay. This was the username, and Chrome, and the history. We are going to investigate the history. Let go to the path. So this is the actual path. See user app data local Google Chrome user data default. Inside this, you can find the history file. Okay. So let's investigate the history. Let's pull that history file inside the uh, DB browser. Okay, my system was probably hanged. Let's wait for some time. It will be get load. I will pause the video. So sorry for taking the time. Now it was ready. So you can see the clusters and everything was dumped inside the DB browser for SQLite. So if you go for a browser data, so you can find some of the tabs called downloads. Let's investigate the downloads now. So here you can find which are the things I have downloaded. From where, okay. So this will give some informations like I have done which I have used which URL to download everything and all, okay. In the right hand side, these are the URLs I have used to download. So let's uh, let's check for the SRUM. So we have downloaded the SRUM now, right? uh, Investigating the exfiltration. So I have used this link to download this from. Also, we can check for the keywords items. So which are the items I searched? Keyword search items. I have searched for x64, win backup, temp email, mimikatz.exe and all, cyberchuff and everything. Also, you can see the downloads and URLs which I have visited. Okay, these are the URLs I have visited previously. You can check that, okay, from here, okay. So I'm not taking much time in this. So this is your assignment. You can, if you want to investigate your Chrome or Firefox data, you can investigate, okay. Let find out the Firefox history and investigate that, okay. So there is assignment. I'm not giving a tough assignment to you, complicated assignment, but this was a simple assignment, okay. You can investigate the Firefox history and you can check with the Chrome, okay. So we are in the end of the course. The last video, I said it's not a last video. We will, this is the first version of the course. We will update the course in the future. The update will be mostly in the blue team as well as the red team section. So, yep, thank you for watching and thank you for taking this course. And we will meet you in a next conclusion video. Yep, thank you for watching.
Hello all, welcome to a new session on ransomware. In the session, we'll be knowing more about ransomware and its type, and also in particular, we will be talking about three different ransomware, namely the Akira, Ryuk, and Logbit, and about the attack flow, how it is being deployed into the system, undergoing a successful attack. So before going into the particular ransomware groups, let us know more about ransomware. So ransomware is the most critical and happening malware that shakes up the world as it encrypts, as it deploys the encryption to hold a victim's information for a ransom. So, as you all know, the organization's critical data will be encrypted, restricting them from accessing it. So, how the information about the attack is being delivered to the organization is in the means of a ransom note. I'll be showing that in the next slide. Ransom note is being deployed onto the organization's mission, and this appears each time the user tries to access a file or a application that is being completely encrypted by the ransomware. Yeah, so this is how a ransomware it is how we can identify a ransomware encryption onto the system. So now we will discuss about the types of ransomware. So I have given the top, I'm going to discuss about the top three ransomware, which I have basically classified based on the behavior, how it works, and on which what it focuses mainly on. So the first one is the supply chain ransomware. So in this, as we already discussed about the supply chain attack, this ransomware targets on organization that uses a third party vendor. So so there are multiple organizations that uses a common third party vendor, and this ransomware group, that is the supply chain ransomware group, will target those third party vendors. So in this, what happens is a particular malicious tool or the software will get deployed while it, through the third party vendor, as an update is being formulated through the third party vendor to the organization, or any patching that is being conducted by the third party vendor on the like on the organizations. So it will be deployed through that. So it will be, so the malicious software will be embedded in those vendors patch or updates. This is how it will get delivered. So the second type of ransomware is the double extortion ransomware. So this type of ransomware just aims to damage your reputation, I mean the organization's reputation. Like it encrypts, steals, and like the it will, like, yeah, they threaten to publish the data onto the dark webs, so maybe to just to spoil the reputation of the organization. The third group is the ever trending group, like it is the ransomware as a service group. So before, if you take a ransomware, are very hard to find because technical development of a malware was very hard for any intruders who wanted to attack an organization for any means, for a ransom or for reputational damage, for any means. But now there is an organization that is, there are multiple organizations that provide ransomware as a service. So what happens is, the cyber criminals can rent or lease those tools or ransomwares, that is the our vehicle which goes which goes as an attack one, and to perform the proper attack pattern. So as we talked about this in the previous sessions also, these it will be like a malware. So there are multiple groups that provide services, like malware as a service is also being provided. So in this case, it's the ransomware as a service group that gives you the complete ransomware package that you can deploy onto the system, and you can encrypt all the system, and you can demand your own ransoms. So this is all about ransomware and its type. In the next slide, yeah, now we can talk about the most particular ransomware, Akira group of ransomwares. So this is the word that is trending currently inside the system, the Akira ransomware group. So this is also a similar kind of ransomware group where it steals the personal data, then encrypts it, and it demands for the ransom from the victim. It's the same, and it was also seen on both Windows and Linux operating system to feel to steal the informations. So how will you identify that your environment is being, so you have identified that your environment is being encrypted, or a ransomware is into your environment, but how do I know that Akira ransomware group is the one that I have been victimized to? So that is how you can identify this, through a extension called .akira in all the files that have been encrypted. Files or applications or anything that have been encrypted will have an extension called .akira. So, for example, if you take notepad.exe, your file name is notepad.exe, it gets changed into notepad.exe.akira. That is the another extension gets added once the encryption is being done. And you can also see the most famous returned ransom note from the deployers, that is the cyber criminals, and the ransom note will be saved as fn.txt. So this is the sample of the ransom note that I have collected, being mostly seen during an Akira group. Now let's go to the attack flow of this Akira ransomware group, how stage by stage how this ransomware is being deployed, and how they colonize completely the organization. So the first stage, so as I have already told you in the MITRE session, that reconnaissance and resource development can never be identified, because it's all like in those stages a foothold of the the foothold of the cyber criminals can never be seen inside the environment. So I'm starting with the initial access. So or in all the scenarios that I have collected, I am seeing, we can see that VPN, through VPN initial access is being happening. So through VPN, I would say like the VPN would be exposed to the public facing. It will be public facing where anybody can access it. You can use Shodan to look into it, and you can also see some VPNs will be yeah, vulnerabilities will be there on the, yeah, VPN, so they can also exploit those vulnerabilities, and they might be having a single sign-on, so they can easily brute force into the VPN and take up the initial access. So in most of the cases, initial access is happening through VPN. So next comes the credential access. So for credential access, we are seeing this Akira group using our Minidump. Minidump, you know, it's a special binary of Mimikatz that it uses the LSAS memory to dump the passwords from the system. So as we have already discussed about the lol bins here, the lol bin of randll 32.exe and comsvc.dll is being leveraged for this method. So you can see in this example I have given below here, else as dump is being performed, a service, random service is being created. That service has, yeah, they would like usually it is a random 8-digit service name that is being created, and you could have seen all this cardinal value of LSAS and it is being dumped. And the one special feature of Akira is like usually when a credential dumping is being happening, the credential passwords, the dump password dump will be stored in the form of a dump file or in the form of a txt file, but as in this case it is being saved in the form of a docs file, docx docs file. So this is a new feature that I have seen among all other ransomware group, and it is being saved, yeah, in the temp folder. And in other places we have also seen credential access being done through remote registry access through smb. So through registry credential dumping is also being happening. Yeah, and so the next stage is the discovery. So in all these scenarios we are seeing two prominent ways of discovery that is being done by this group. The first one is like they are creating a scheduled task called windows update, and through this scheduled task discovery stage is being performed. So I have given a example pattern here, where in this all the discovery command, all the net commands for discovery is being stored in this ms.bat file, and this bat file is being executed in this network share on this host through C share inside the program data directory. So once this bat file is being executed in this particular directory, all the information about the program data directory will be stored under svr.dir.txt. So this is how it collects all the information like about the files, about the directory discovery is being happening through the schedule task. And also it is being stored, the schedule task is being named with a legitimate name called windows update. So this is done. And the second point is the advanced port scanner, ip scanner. So if you are not familiar with this tool, it is a tool that is, it's a free network scanning tool that it will allow you to quickly find open ports on the network, computers inside the network, and it will also retrieve the information about the version of programs that are running on this detected ports, I mean the detected open ports. So you will also get the version of the programs of this open ports, so it will be easy about the discovery phase, right? The next progressing phase that is being given here. Yeah. The next stage is the lateral movement. So after discovery they have to laterally move inside the system. So they also use the most famous lateral movement technique, that is the rdp, remote desktop protocol. So with this protocol over the port 1149, there will be no restriction for the intruders once they use the rdp, and they can move freely inside the network using the rdp. So it is the most common method that all the ransomware group use for to lateral movement. Yeah, this is how it happens. And next is the defense evasion. So on the defense evasion phase, it does not only disable the real-time protection, it also creates a exclusion, as we have discussed this in our previous sessions. Like it creates a exclusion for the monitoring tools, for the defensing tools, so that can be it can survive without being detected. So yeah, usually what happens, disabling of those monitoring tool happens. In this case it adds an exclusion through the registry, so that it they can easily escape being found by the other monitoring defensing tools. Yeah, in this, they have added an exclusion for Windows Defender. Yeah, the next stage is the command and control stage. So in this stage, they are using the most popular tool, AnyDesk tool, for them to provide a persistent remote access into the affected organizations on multiple systems. To yeah, as a C2 connection. So AnyDesk is the most common tool that, and in this they have saved the AnyDesk in the inet cache memory so that it goes unidentified, so that no suspicious thing will come. Yeah, no suspicious deduction will be seen later. So after this stage is the collection stage. So once after C2 is being established successfully, then they start collecting all the files that they wanted to exfiltrate, like they wanted to take it out of their organization. So what happens in this stage, they are using a compromised account to download WinRAR archiving software, and they zip all the files, and they collect it together and they keep for that so that it will be easy for them to yeah, exfiltrate it out of the system. So this is what they are using, a compromised attack to download the WinRAR archiving tool. Yeah, the WinRAR tool that we normally use. Yeah, so the last phase is the impact. So we have established a proper C2 connection, and we have collected the files that have been important. Now we are gonna encrypt all the phase. That is the impact phase. So I have got one example where there was a executable, yeah, there was a bat file, update.bat file, which has the ransomware binary into it, the ransomware binary, namely the dll host32.exe. It is just an example on one of the case that I have collected as per OSINT. Yeah, so this update bat file executes the ransomware binary dll host32.exe, and once this is being run on all the devices, all the files and applications finally gets encrypted, and an extension called .akira is being added after the execution of this bat file, and execution of this ransomware binary on the all the like on all the files and applications that are being used onto it. So one thing they are mentioning, like Akira group targets on 26 different file extensions for encryption. So these the informations will be added on to the bat update.bat file so that it encrypts all these 26 different file extension files, and they make, and a ransom note is then. So only after only after encrypting it, ransom note will be deployed into it. So once the ransom note is done, so the access to all the files and applications will no longer be accessible to the victims. Yeah, this is all the stages about the ransomware, Akira ransomware. So we will meet you in the next session where I'll be explaining about the Rook ransomware and Logbit ransomware. Happy learning. Thank you. Hi all, welcome to another session on ransomware. In this session, we'll be knowing more about Rook ransomware. So Rook ransomware is also like a file encrypting ransomware, and it encrypts the victim files and make them not accessible to the users, the victim network. So this Rook is always called along with the trickbot and emoted as three amigos, because this all are of a same ransomware group. So TrickBot is nothing but a Trojan that is well known for credential harvest, and Emotet, as we all know, it's a banking Trojan. So this all acts together. So yeah, so and Rook Ransom Group has a very prominent, like they have been persisted over years in their ransomware family, because we have seen more successful cases attacks by the Rook group. So that's why I mentioned, like they have their strong encryption algorithm, so it is very difficult for us to have an encryption key. So the ransom is the only go. Also, rook can easily transmit over the network, affecting all the computers. Yeah, like, and also rook, as the name defines, no, it is like rook actually literally means dead note. So that is the criticality of this rook ransomware. Yeah, so as next, when we come to the identification, so how do you identify a rook ransomware? It is with a .ryk extension that is being added to all the encrypted files once all the other stages is being completed. So you have also added a ransom note for a sample that I have collected from OSINT. This is what a rook ransomware group sends you once your network is completely being colonized. Yeah, so now we'll move on to the attack flow, how Rook like colonizes the victim's environment. So the first is the initial access. So in 90% of cases, we have seen Rook ransomware group leveraging or gaining their access through phishing, so or through phishing campaigns they do. And also they have they have done spear phishing, so that they gain access of higher privileged accounts. So spear phishing is nothing but they collect the higher group of people's mail ID, and they send phishing emails to them. So they send a ransomware binary to attach to the phishing emails, which by if the user clicks on it, so the user gets compromised, and maybe a macro encrypted Excel may be attached to it, so it gets yeah, the binary gets executed, giving them an initial access. This is how it happens. So the next stage is the execution phase. In execution phase, we have also seen like the normal executions through PowerShell, command line scripting, everything. I have not mentioned all that because I want to, yeah, I'm mentioning only the special case here. What happens is Rook operators have started leveraging group policy shutdown scripts to deploy their ransomware binary. So what happens is Rook always targets on colonizing the complete network rather than targeting few hosts. So what happens through group policy shutdown scripts, they transmit their binaries, ransomware binaries, so that they have a foothold, a stronger foothold onto the system, so that their binaries run on all the hosts inside the network. So they leverage this group policy shutdown scripts, so making it to even more worse condition, because so it is very impossible for us to stop in the execution phase. So the next phase is the persistence. Next static is the persistence. So as we have multiple persistence such as scheduled task, startup services, WMI, and reg key, Ryuk always concentrates on adding a reg key for their persistence to prolong inside the network. So they use command line. Here I have given a sample where cmd.exe has been used to add a registry key. With a name called SBCHOS. So we have seen in multiple cases Rook ransomware creating a reg key in the name of SBCHOS, which resembles our well-known high privileged binary HVC host.exe. So we have also seen multiple different variant, but this was the special case that I wanted to mention. So this is how it creates a reg key as a persistence. So the next phase is the privileged escalation. In privileged escalation, Ryuk has always prominently used Cobalt Strike. Multiple privilege escalation through Cobalt Strike is being tried to elevate the privilege once they are not satisfied with their current privilege. So this is how we have also discussed in our previous sessions about multiple privilege escalation methods. Yeah, that is how the privilege is being escalated. So the next phase is the defense evasion phase. So when it comes to defense evasion, Rook actually executes Gmer uh, for the defense evasion. So talking about Gmer is an anti-rootkit tool. Uh, Yeah, so what happens is Gmer, if you execute Gmer, it has a list of all the running processes, um, all the even the hidden running processes in this. So Gmer is actually a defensing tool that was developed to kill the rootkits from the system, like the unwanted or malicious programs, unwanted applications from the system. But we have seen threat actors leveraging this Gmer to find out the antiviruses that are running, to find out the monitoring tools, defensing tools that are running, and it starts killing it. So it yeah, it can use it as a defense evasion. Yeah, so that is how. So Gmer has a list of all the running processes so that it can identify whether any for example, any Microsoft Defender is running, Sophos is running, any, yeah, some other antivirus is running, and it will be easy for it to identify the process ID and to kill it. So this is how it uses Gmer in defense evasion. So next is the credential access. For credential access, we have seen different credentials being dumped on different scenarios. So I did not give any special scenario. So we have seen LSAS dump and also NTLM hash being dumped on multiple scenarios. So next is the discovery phase. In discovery phase, like all other ransomware, it also enumerates using comments. Here I've given few comments to enumerate the AD group and host name. So just ipconfig to get the host name and host configurations, and domain trust, NLTS domain trust for domain configuration, and net group to get the member of the enterprise group through enterprise admin slash domain from that domain. All this enumeration comments are being observed to be executed to get more information about the network. And the uh, special tool called Bloodhound is being seen to be executed in case of Rook ransomware group. So Bloodhound, so one thing is like Bloodhound can only be executed when you have a foothold on the active directory, or else we can't like execute Bloodhound. So there is a component of Bloodhound called Sharphound. It is a component of Bloodhound where it goes and collects all the detail about the user privileges, and what are the user like what are the accessibility of the user, and all the information the Sharphound collects, and it gives to the Bloodhound. So what happens? This report will be taken by the threat actors so that they can decide their next hop onto which user or which host, so that it will be easy for them, right? A privileged user or anything. So as AD has all the details, so this tool will easily get the details about all that, and it will be easy for the threat actor to decide their next hop, and also to understand the network. I mean the in yeah, from the active directory. So this is the tool that is being used by Rook group. And next is the lateral movement. So once they decide on which they have to hop on next, they use RDP to laterally move inside the environment. So this is RDP is the well-known tool that is used for lateral movement. And the next phase is the command and control. So as I have already discussed, the Rook ransomware prominently use Cobalt Strike for their command and control. Yeah, like in almost 90% of cases. So the last phase is the impact stage. Yeah, in this impact stage, so all other stages have been successfully completed, and now we are in the stage of encrypting the files. So to encrypt, before encrypting the files, Rook ransomware wanted group wanted to make sure whether all the devices in the network are awake, are responding to whatever the action they are gonna take. So what happens? Rook is found to use wake on LAN concept for sending a network message to all the devices in the network, and to wake them up, to make them active, to make them responsive to all whatever action they are going to do the next. Okay, so this is what the Rook group does. And then after waking everything from their sleep states, or making it active from their inactive states, Rook then proceeds to mount the remote endpoints, C share, you all know admin share, and begins to encrypt the file and place the ransom note. So this is like, yeah, so this wake on LAN is like a Ethernet or a token ring, okay, that it's like a computer networking standard. So it is just, it sends a networking packet or networking message to all the hosts inside the network to make them awake from the sleep mode. So this is what I have given example in the image. Yeah, so the next stage is Rook also make sure whether they have permission to encrypt the files. So for example, yeah, so if you want to encrypt a file, you need certain permission, right, to modify permission something. Yeah, so what happens, Rook the leverages icals.exe to grant permission to modify the folder. So icals.exe is nothing but a executable that you can run it, and you can give permission to a folder, whether you can modify it, whether you can read it, write it, modify it, alter it. All the permissions have been granted by icals. So to make sure whether they, yeah, they encrypt the file very correctly, so they leverages this icals.exe to grant permission. This is what, and in few cases we have also seen volume shadow copies being deleted to hide themselves from the monitoring tools, the antivirus, so and so. This is all about the all the stages of the Rook ransomware. And in this image, I wanted to tell you just whatever I have explained, I wanted to show you through an image. Here you can see a phishing campaign, and a document called print.document.exe is being attached to the phishing campaign emails, and it is being dropped. And if one of the user accesses it, or like if they click on it, then it gets downloaded, and it will start a Cobalt Strike beacon, and this then downloads the additional beacon, and it gets synced up, and it also performs the command line reconnaissance and local and admin, like network admin credential harvesting starts, and sharpound gets executed, and it will start collecting about the active directory users and its data, and PowerShell will start collecting the dump of the active directory data. And side by side persistence will be occurring through, yeah, WMI, or as we discussed, the registry. Yeah, then RDP session will be enabled, and finally C2 will be generated, and their impact is all been done. So this is all about the Rook ransomware and its propagation into the victim mission. So thank you for listening to the video. Hope you enjoyed the session. Happy learning. Hello all, welcome to another session of ransomware. In this session, we'll be knowing more about the Lockbit ransomware. So Lockbit ransomware is a pure example of ransomware as a service that we have discussed about it in our previous session in the types of ransomware. So they provide a ransomware or the malicious ransomware executable for lease or rent. They provide the access to it. So for example, if you take, we have malicious codes and malicious tools being available in GitHub, right? So we get that, and we take it and execute. Similar way, they will give the access to those tools, those technique tactics. Yeah, they give us a package, so they rent it or lease it, and they utilize it on the victim's mission. So they call it like an affiliated based ransomware variant because they gain the access for it. Yeah, so and as it is a ransomware as a service, they have a multiple deciding factor for it. So what happens, so based on the victim's environment, the attack patterns and the techniques and tactics are being decided. I mean, sorry, not the tactics, the techniques is being decided. So whenever, for example, if you take a victim's mission, you're gonna like attack an environment that already you know it is vulnerable to certain exploit. So you use those exploit and you can utilize it, right? So in that way, and also no, only by then you will not be facing the challenge of their networking defenses and mitigation challenges is all there, right? So to avoid that, they select it according to the victim's environment. Yes, so identification, this is about ransomware. And when it comes to the identification, it usually has .logbit extension, and in few cases we have also seen some random extensions being attached to the file names during logbit cases. Yeah, I have given a sample of the ransom note that I have collected from the OSINT for after. So this ransom note appears, as I have already told, it appears after all the files being encrypted, and it appears to the user one while they try to access an application or a file. So moving on to the attack flow of logbit ransomware. So I have already told you, like, it differs from one organization's attack to the another organization, but I have collected the most prominently used techniques by the logbit ransomware. So starting with the initial access. So initial access, also they can, most of the cases we have seen RDP being abused to gain the initial access to the victim's network, and in few cases we have also seen VPN, as in Akira's case, like if the VPN is exposed to internet, and if it has no proper MFA being enabled, it can also be abused. If you see in Showdown, and if you can abuse VPN if it is open to internet, and it is also being done. And in few cases we have also seen phishing being tried by the logbit group, and mainly more prominently spear phishing. So you all know, like, the spear phishing is targeting a higher group of people, like people, super users. Yeah, we call it super users, right? The more big people, that if we get to their email IDs, we can easily target them in phishing, and if it succeed, it will be a best initial access. So next stage is the execution. In execution, I did not mention the most prominently used execution, this command line scripting, PowerShell, and all that is all being used. And Logbit uses Chocolatey, which is a command line package manager for Windows, to execute their ransomware binaries or any other supporting binaries inside their environment. So that is what they execute. So this is the different like application that Logbit uses for their execution purpose. Next is the persistence. So as in persistence, Logbit uses already compromised user for persistence. So if you have an already compromised user with a higher privilege, it itself acts as a persistence, right? So even you can create multiple accounts out of it, you can do anything out of it. So that is one of the persistence. And second is the most interesting topic that we have already discussed in our previous sessions, which is enabling the automatic logon for persistence. So enabling automatic logon occurs by two ways. So in first one, I have given here the example of abusing of one type, where I already have a user called administrator, and I am enabling automatic logon for it. This is the command line for that. I have given it as sample. Or you can also create a new user account with a password, and then you can enable automatic log on to it. So for example, if you want to create an account, as you all know, like, it is a simple, the syntax is simple: net space user, the user space the username space the password slash add. So you will add an user, then later you have to add two reg keys. One is reg key with win log on, remember. Yeah, one is to add the username, and another is to add the password. So in this I have added the username as administrator. So as I told you, like, I already, any system will have an administrator user, right? So and the password I have added. So what is the benefit of it, how it acts as a persistence is, like, if you enable automatic logon using the win logon reg key, what happens, whenever after booting, the system will never ask you for a credential, even your username. It will directly take these credentials, and it will take you through as an administrator. So for example, if I am enabling these two, adding these two reg keys, what happens is, when I boot my system and if I start my system, it directly takes me as an administrator. log on. It will never ask me for a username or credential, but it will default by, yeah, by default it will take me with this credential and this username. So so think, if you are creating a very, yeah, administrator will have privileges, right? So if you have a higher privilege, yeah, it will be of a great success, right? So you need not give any password or nothing, so you can directly go take the privilege of those user and you can play with it. Yeah, next stage is the privilege escalation stage. So in privilege, as I discussed before, that if the user that you are adding with automatic log on, if that user has an higher privilege, it itself acts as a privilege escalation, right? So that can be done. And you have also seen in previous sessions about multiple ways of elevating privileges, right? That can also be done. All those techniques also will be are also tried with Logbit. The next stage is the defense evasion. So what it usually does is it will delete its own binary itself. So there will be always a main binary that gets executed, everything. So Logbit usually delete itself from the disk. And other thing is it will also execute files and the associated binary files or anything by an obfuscated script. So it does not directly execute it. For example, if it is PowerShell.exe or if it is Notepad.exe, it does not execute it directly. It will obfuscate it, encode it, and then it will run it so that it acts as a defense. So the next stage is the credential access stage. In this credential access stage, Logbit often use the proc dump, which is one of the sys internal, to dump the credential from LSAS directly. So your no Mimikatz is being used. It uses the proc dump sys internals to get the content. Yeah, to dump the file out of LSAS. So the next stage is the discovery stage. So in discovery stage, we have found it executing multiple discovery commands such as the net commands, NL test commands, domain trust commands, all these commands to take the detail to discover about the host name, the host configuration, domain configurations, yeah, domain trust, all this, yeah, local drive configuration, everything. And when it comes to the network, when it has to discover about the network, we have seen it using a new software called Soft Perfect Network Scanner, which is used to scan the target network. So this is also similar to that of the advanced port scanner that scans the network completely. So these are the discovery things that Logbit executes. For lateral movement, Logbit uses Splashtop, the most known remote desktop software. So it uses lateral movement to laterally move inside the environment after discovering it, right? After discovering what are the next hops, it will use the Splashtop to laterally move inside. And the next stage is the command and control. In the stage of command and control, it uses p-link to automate SSH action on Windows. So p-link is nothing but it is like putty, but it is a command line utility of putty, I would say. Like, yeah, so in command line you can like putty, you can initiate a connection with the SSH using your credentials. But so in putty we do it in a different way, right? But in p-link we make it in a command line utility. That is how. So only through SSH all file transfers, everything is being happening. So command and control is through SSH. Next stage is the exfiltration. So in exfiltration we have seen Logbit using publicly available file sharing services also for to exfiltrate. But the most commonly used is the rclone. As we all know, it's an open source command line cloud storage manager. It is being used like all other ransomware, and Mega is the same. Like all other ransomware also uses the Mega, that is publicly available file sharing service. So these are the things that have been seen in exfiltration. So the last stage is the impact stage. So in this stage, Logbit tries to like remove or clear all the identity of their behaviors by deleting their logs. They empties the recycle bin, and also they delete the volume shadow copy which contains the details about the backup, right? So it deletes everything, and it also terminates all the process and services that it has done, because all the other stages have been achieved, right? So now there is no need for all other process or anything. So it deletes everything to never leave a trace of it. And finally, it will encrypt all the data from the mission. Yeah, so and leaving an extension called .log bit and putting a ransom note. This is how this is the attack pattern of logbit that is most commonly seen, and I have added an image for a sample where in this image you can clearly see that brute force attack or use of stolen credentials, that is by RDP and VPN access, as I already told, right? So yeah, stolen credentials also might be available sometime on OSINT, right? On yeah, OSINT. So with that we can gain the access. And also they have also told unpatched vulnerability and system misconfiguration. This is why I told, like, as it is a ransomware as a service, it can deploy any techniques because it has all the vast variety of opportunity to share their techniques, right? So it depends on the victim's mission so that they can yeah, choose their initial access, or any stage it can be. So then comes the initial access into the victim network after abusing VPN, RDP, or it can be unpatched vulnerability or security misconfiguration. Then comes the command and control, Cobalt Strike, Metasploit. Then it will enumerate and laterally move, and then it encrypts the complete file system. This is the complete attack pattern of Logbit. Hope you enjoyed the session. We'll meet you in another session. Happy learning. Thank you.
Welcome to the conclusion video. Congratulations, you all have completed the course, right? So this is one of the course which we have made. It took a lot of efforts to prepare everything. Okay, so we have focused, especially we have focused on how the threat actors will compromise the environment. Okay, so if you see many courses, they will discuss how to hack the machines, how to hack the target machines. But if you come to the organization point of view, that will be a different scenario. Okay, so hacking and all. So we have focused on this. Okay, this course is mainly focused on how the threat actors will execute their techniques into the target environment. Okay, so that's the main goal of this course, and we prepared the content related to that, right? So every slides, every commands that I have listed and that I have covered, which we have faced real-time attacks. Okay, what are the real-time attacks we have faced? I have prepared that command. I have referred a lot of documents. I have referred a lot of reports, ransomware reports, to make this course. Okay, so it's not a simple thing, not a simple method to create a course like organizational point of view. So if you go to an organization, if you face a active attacks, so the things will be very different. If in this course I covered all the commands that was related to an active incidents. Okay, so this is how the threat actors will compromise the environment. This is the attack pattern they will follow, they will execute, uh, they will follow to execute their goal inside the organization. Okay, so that was the main motive of the course, and we have completed that um, it took a lot of efforts to us, right? So a lot of time, lot of efforts, lot of labs, lot of reports, lot of books, lot of documentation we have read through. So, yep, finally, maybe you enjoyed this course. I hope you all have enjoyed, because you have seen active attacks, how the threat actors will compromise the environment, what are the red team operations, how can we perform a red team operations, if you're doing a pen testing to the target organizations. So everything I have discussed. So as I mentioned, this is not a final version of the code. This is a version one. So we will add the other command that the threat actors will use. Okay, we will add the advanced commands in future. Okay, this is just a version 1, not a final version. Okay, so hope you enjoyed the course, and hope it will be very helpful for when you are attending any interviews in any other organization, maybe in service or product based companies. I'm damn sure, it will be very helpful when you are attending any interviews. Okay, so because we have discussed live and active attacks, right? So congratulations, maybe you got a certification when you completed this video. So yep, that's all about the course, and we'll meet you in the next course. Okay, so thank you for watching. Yep, bye bye.